just have a later dinner, that's all. Okay, good day to everybody. Welcome to our talk called Threat Modeling in Cloud Environments. As you can see here today, we have two speakers, Sunil and myself. So let me introduce myself first. Right. So for me, I have been a cyber security consultant for quite some time, and I do pen tests. I also do GRC works. And when we talk about GRC, especially when you talk about the risk aspect of GRC, it's quite clear that I also do threat modeling as part of my work, because the threat modeling exercise that we do would definitely fit into the risk picture. I've been in the industry for about 7-8 years so far. And if you want to find out more about what are the interesting things that I do in the cybersecurity space, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. Now I'll hand over to Sunil to introduce himself.
Yeah. So hi everyone, this is Sunil here. So I've been a pen tester for around 7-8 years. Throughout my experience, I've worked on various things like application security, network security, IoT security, and I had opportunity to work across various domains. And yeah, and in case if you feel my talk or like my work interesting, you can connect with me on my LinkedIn. So my LinkedIn is flashing on the screen right now. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Okay, so let me come back to this, and I would just orient how this talk will be conducted. So this talk will be conducted in two parts. So for me, what I would do is to run through the basics of threat modeling, and I'll be presenting like some of the key principles behind it, before I hand over to Sunil to then use some of the principles that we have done in the first part to apply to cloud environments, like how do you do threat modeling on the cloud, and he also go through a case study on this aspect. Okay, so without further ado, let me jump into some of the basic terms that you would probably encounter when we talk about threat modeling. So here is actually a nice flowchart that I got from the Singapore Cybersecurity Agency, called CSA for short. That's of course not to be confused with a CSA that we will bring up later on in the talk, right? So as you can see on the top left-hand corner, you have something called the threat source. And a threat source, you can think of it like, for example, either a certain careless insider, or it could be some sort of nation-state attacker. So basically, it's like a person or entity that initiates some sort of threat event. Okay, and where threat modeling fits into this picture is that what we try to do as threat modelers is to understand how various threat sources will try to execute or initiate some sort of threat events, basically some sort of attacks, in an attempt to exploit certain types of vulnerabilities that can cause harm to a system. So when you talk about a threat event, you notice that we will break down our threat modeling activities into defining a certain scope, right? What's in scope that we need to protect, decompose that, and of course identify the threats that could happen, and of course model that, through some sort of attack model that we will talk about later. Now, of course, I mentioned vulnerability, and that's because, well, if you have no vulnerability in the system, even if you have a nation state attacker, then, well, there's nothing to be done. Now, unfortunately, we deploy software so widely these days, and clearly not every piece of software goes through a very rigorous scanning, auditing exercises. And because of that, it's quite clear that there are vulnerabilities found in software. Because of that, there are certain types of vulnerabilities that can be exploited by an attacker. And if an attacker finds that, then of course that causes some impact. And impact, of course, differs, right? Depending on number one, the type of vulnerability you exploit, and number two, the context in which these vulnerabilities are being exploited. And I'll give you a very simple example. Okay? So, for example, say you have a SQL injection, and attacker manages to find a SQL, a vulnerability in some search bar, and hence can perform SQL injection. Now, depending on what kind of SQL server you have and what kind of privileges you may have, this can maybe just result in some data exfiltration, or, well, if unfortunately this was an MS SQL server with XP command shell left enabled, then an SQL injection attack of this sort could lead to an RCE, right? And of course, then how serious is RCE? Of course, quite serious, but it then also depends on the location of the SQL server. So the SQL server could be public facing that doesn't really connect to the corporate intranet, in which case perhaps the impact isn't so great as it is if it was maybe a SQL server that contains internal information of the enterprise that could be more sensitive. So clearly when we talk about impact, it depends on the context of the environment. And for folks who do pen tests, you will know that there's something called a CVSS score. And when we talk about CVSS score, we know that we are able to adjust that using environment factors. So when we talk about adjusting this based on the kind of impact that can result, it is because of where the assets are located. Now, of course, impact is only part of the story when we talk about the risk picture. We also need to understand how likely a certain vulnerability can be exploited. Okay, and likelihood can depend on a number of factors. Of course, one of them is how widespread, say, for example, exploit code is found on the internet. So, for example, if there's a Metasploit module out there that a novice pen tester can use, it is quite clear that the likelihood of exploitation is going to be much greater than, say, if there's some sort of 0-day that a certain adversary is keeping secret to themselves. Now, once you put the impact picture and the likelihood picture together as a in a function, that's what you get as risk. So risk is a function of impact and likelihood. And of course, for risk, you come up with some sort of risk score based on these two factors. And then the enterprise has to ask itself, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to decide to accept the risk, or are you going to avoid it, or mitigate it, or transfer the risk? Say, for example, if you mitigate it, then of course there are various controls that you can put in place, security controls, like for example, you install a firewall or a VPN solution, and then we ask ourselves, does the mitigation actually help reduce the risk? If it does, then you modify the risk score, and what we get is something called residual risk. So this, in a nutshell, it's a story to explain all the terms that you see in this flowchart. Okay, and how does this all link to threat modeling? Okay, there is something called the Threat Modeling Manifesto. And at this point, I think I would like to highlight that there are some luminaries in the field, like for example, Adam Shostak, who basically, to some of us, so you would consider as one of the luminaries in the field because he has written a lot about threat modeling, including a few very good books. So in case if you forget everything we talked about in the talk today, and if you remember some principles, then you should remember this slide. Okay, so in short, we want to understand in a threat modeling exercise, what are we working on? We want to understand the scope of engagement. We want to know what can go wrong in a system. Okay, like for example, in an in-scope environment, could it be attacked in a certain way, right? Then, sure, we identify certain flaws in the system. What are we going to do about it? And then, of course, ultimately, we like to ask ourselves whether we do a good enough job. Because sometimes, unfortunately, the answer is no. To assist one with to do a threat modeling exercise, there's also something called a threat modeling pattern, right? And basically, in this case, the word patterns here really just means what kind of mindset you should be in to be able to do a threat modeling exercise properly, okay? So here are 5 examples of patterns, and I think if you search Threat Modeling Manifesto, you should see this in the document itself. It's, I think, not a very long document, okay? And then you will see this towards, I think, the end of it, right? Where we talk about patterns and anti-patterns. For today's talk, I'll only talk about the patterns because the anti-patterns can be inferred quite easily from that. So first, you have a systematic approach whereby you have some sort of structure. So you will have some sort of frameworks to be able to guide through the threat modeling process. And why we need certain frameworks is because we know that humans being humans, right? We are not machines and we sometimes miss out things. We are sometimes forgetful. We sometimes have certain biases based on our experiences. Like for example, for me, because I started with a pen testing background, I naturally will have a very attacker-oriented mindset. And an attacker-oriented mindset will lead to certain biases in the way that I convey certain threats. Okay. Now, you also need some creativity because at the end of the day, attackers that we are defending against are quite creative. So if we want to fight fire with fire, we clearly need some creativity in the process itself. So the process is not a compliance checklist. You won't go that far with a threat modeling exercise if you do it from a compliance perspective. So we need to think like attackers to understand how a system could go wrong. Now, third, varied viewpoints. And this is very, very important because clearly there is no way that somebody can be an expert in all areas with an equivalent level of depth. Unless, of course, the equivalent level of depth here means zero depth, right? So we need different people who are good in different areas to understand different aspects of systems that we do a threat modeling exercise. So a threat modeling exercise typically involves a bunch of workshops and interviews with stakeholders. And when we say workshops, we really mean to say we bring people together to discuss how our system is like, how it's being architected, and what could go wrong. Okay. Fourth aspect, useful toolkit. So we, of course, support the approach with tools that allow us to increase productivity, etc. And that's quite clear. Well, in the past, perhaps you could draw these threat modeling diagrams with whiteboarding and things like that. And it's great. I personally like whiteboarding because it's a very flexible way to draw things. But how do you then make sure you institutionalize this knowledge so that, the whole team can understand this and be able to use the diagrams that we produce for other downstream activities? And that is because a threat modeling exercise, if done right, can inform many, many other downstream activities like risk management, like threat intelligence, threat analysis, security engineering, etc. Okay, so it's very, very important to support what we do with the right tools for the job. So essentially, threat modeling is a very important cybersecurity exercise that we do that needs the buy-in of other teams as well. And of course, last but not least, we make sure that we bring in the theory of what we do in the threat modeling exercise into practice. So for example, one area that I like to tell my customers is to see how you can use a threat modeling exercise, what we identify as the key threats, into a scenario for a penetration test or for a red team exercise. So that's that for threat modeling patterns. Okay. Now I'll bring you through a different picture. So now we mentioned that we want to bring in different teams into the threat modeling exercise. And one problem you might find when you bring in different teams is that different teams will convey the same information in different ways. So if you speak to an enterprise architect, the enterprise architect is likely to give you a block diagram, and the block diagram, right, will tell you how an application works, but does not necessarily tell you what kind of security controls there are put in place. So it gives you the idea of the business flow. It gives you an idea of what is important to the business, how they decided to architect it in accordance to business requirements. Now, of course, if you speak to the infrastructure guys, they will tell you a very different picture. A picture on the right called the network picture has almost nothing to do with the business at first glance, because you're like, okay, there are switches, there are routers, there are firewalls, workstations, what have you. Do you see any business goals there? The answer is unfortunately not. But these two pictures are related because they answer a similar problem, right? You have a business use case, we have some technology being deployed, how is the technology being implemented? So with that, we realize from a threat modeling perspective, we have a problem. How do you unify these diagrams? So one way to do it is what we call a data flow diagram. And this was introduced many, many years ago. So the concept of a data flow diagram isn't very new. And the reason why we have a data flow diagram is because we want to find a way to put together all these different pictures into a picture that we can all understand. And based on this understanding, we then perform our threat modeling exercise. So in short, we try to condense all of these into some elements. These elements, if you search out threat modeling, may differ in shape slightly depending on which threat modeling website you refer to. And the reason is because over the years, these shapes have changed somewhat. So the shapes here that I use follows very closely to how Adam Shostak does it in his threat modeling books. I think one slight difference you might notice if you search this up on the internet is that process in some pictures is denoted as a round circle as opposed to a rounded rectangle here. But because I have limitations with the slides, right, in terms of the form factor. That's why I'm using a rounded rectangle for today's talk. So don't get too confused when you notice how different diagrams look a bit different. You should still be able to identify the key elements. Okay, so key elements: process, entity, data store, and data flow. Okay, I think you can see on the slides how they are represented. A data flow can be two-way, can be one-way. When we start drawing our first diagram, you see me use a two-way arrow, and at some point you will realize that I will say this is not good enough. And then I'll explain why as well. And of course, it's very important to define what we call trust boundary, because at the end of the day, you could have a system that has different trust boundaries because different types of users will access different levels of the application. So enough about the theory of this. Let's actually try to draw the diagram. Okay. So we start off with a very simple example, and I say a very, very simple example because you think of a monolithic web application that's been deployed, maybe say on premise, or actually it could be deployed on the cloud as well. Doesn't really matter, right? You have some web clients, they access the front end, like for example, log into a web page. And this web page, well, of course, there's some interface to a database. Like, for example, it could be an e-commerce website. So it being an e-commerce website, there's some database that will have some data. And because clearly with e-commerce website, there will be different levels of privilege. There will be your users, like maybe yourself and myself that access the e-commerce page. And then, of course, folks that will manage the e-commerce website. So there's clearly a bunch of a management database as well that would contain credentials, etc. And let's assume these guys are a little bit responsible in the sense that with activity on the database, they will log it. So there will also be a logging database that will record transactions, that will record a log activity for the various users. Okay, so you have different databases. Of course, there's a DB admin, so there's a database administrator that will access the administrative database. Now, clearly, because there are logs, there's some sort of log analysis somewhere that if you notice, it's outside the set of dotted lines that we have here, because this could be a different application. Like, for example, it could be a SIM, right? Or if you talk about it, something really, really rudimentary, then it could just be syslog to some server, right? At this point, it doesn't matter. You will have some sort of database user that accesses this, and then of course there could be a DB administrator, maybe the same guy, maybe a different guy, right? In this case, it's the same guy that also accesses this. Okay, and then you see we have dotted rectangles, and these dotted rectangles are trust boundaries. Well, of course, you can define trust boundaries with curved lines, whatever, but the key point is that they are dotted. Like in this case, within the web application, there is a trust boundary, and then you have logs, and there's another trust boundary that we draw here. And then the log-related capabilities outside, it's well not part of the web application. That's why we draw the trust boundaries as such. Okay, now of course it's a very important question. And the very important question is that, great, now we have a diagram. It's a simple 3-tier web architecture. Where's the crown jewel? Meaning to say, where is the most important piece of data or pieces of data that we say we must secure? The answer to this is not straightforward. And the reason why it is not straightforward is that it depends on the business use case. In some cases, like for example, if this was, say, just a website for people, a WordPress page for people to log into some forum, right? And the forum is for people to post their views on whether or not a product is good or isn't good. I think the data isn't that important. But if it's something that controls pricing, like for example, if it was an e-commerce page, then the data is quite important, because the difference is that for a forum, there may not be a direct business implication, but for the case of an e-commerce page, there is a direct business implication, right? So where the crown jewel is often a key question we ask in the threat modeling exercise. And sometimes even customers don't really know, because sometimes they know they have a business use case, but it wasn't quite thought through what exactly they value the most. So this is quite important. And if you speak to practitioners like me who also operate in the operational technology space, the OT space, then you will know that the crown jewel in the OT space is not data, but process. Now that confuses things even more, because now we are talking about a certain activity that a certain type of user can and cannot do. Okay, so this question is actually a very, very important question. I cannot emphasize this more. Okay, so now moving on. Okay, now suppose you have done this exercise. You say, great, I have identified a crown jewel, and let's assume it's e-commerce website. Okay, e-commerce website data is very important because it controls your pricing, and then because it interfaces with a third-party gateway. Once somebody does this and the pricing is approved, well, it's going to be very hard to claw the money back from the user. So that is very, very, very important because there is a grave implication on monetary terms in case something goes wrong with the e-commerce page. Now we need to do a threat model. So if you remember from the threat modeling manifesto and we remember we need to find out how something can go wrong, right? That's the second point. And in the threat modeling pattern, we need a systematic approach. One of the simplest systematic approaches is something called STRIDE, and this was a threat modeling methodology that was developed by two people back when they were in Microsoft. Don't ask me if they're still there. I can't remember that one. But later on, this model evolved where Lockheed Martin decided that because many environments were network environments, they needed to think of some ways to deal with the internal lateral movement within the network environments themselves. And that's why there was a seventh classification called STRIDE LM. So today, when you talk about this threat modeling methodology, people will refer to it as STRIDE, but actually you should also consider the lateral movement aspect to it. Okay. The next slide summarizes a table of what STRIDE LM means. And how STRIDE LM works, in short, is that there is a certain type of threat. And this certain type of threat compromises a certain desired property, security property, in a system. Okay. So what I'm going to do is to go through a very simple example. Okay. In context, to say an e-commerce application that we talked about just now, so you can understand how things can go wrong. Like for example, let's talk about tampering. Okay, tampering, and that affects something called integrity, and I'll explain how. So for example, if an attacker is able to say modify the price of a product, okay, what happens is that I cannot trust that a certain product is priced correctly, and that has serious implication because I could overprice it, I could underprice it. I could change it to a negative price, and if the system doesn't perform certain checks to make sure that this is right, what happens is that I'm able to cause direct business revenue loss to the business, right? Like for example, if I set the price of a chip, maybe say for example a plastic chip, from maybe 25 cents to 5 cents, right? And people normally don't buy chips in ones; they buy them maybe in the thousands or even in the millions. And if this gets undetected, then clearly the business loses a lot of money because of an integrity issue. Okay, so that's an example of what I mean when I say I use a STRIDE methodology to articulate this. Basically, an attacker could be script kiddie, maybe, right? Who manages to find some way to alter the price tag of a product, hence causing some revenue loss to the business, for example, right? That's one way I can articulate it. I will, of course, improve the way I articulate this later on when we bring in other ways to systematically describe these threats. Okay, so STRIDE LM is for you here to have a look at the other kinds of threats out there. I won't go through this in detail because you can read this on a slide or you can search this up. There are tables that document this very well. I mentioned that I perhaps need to find a way to describe an attacker better. So a useful way to describe this is to say, okay, who, identify the threat actor, does what, identify the threat action, where, because you need to know which part of the system gets attacked, and how, because we want to understand the way this is being done. Okay, so very simple example, in this case, we are talking about a threat actor that installs malware somewhere through some sort of device, right? And this is a very attacker-centric way of describing this. So remember, just now we had STRIDE. We talked about it from a case of losing a cybersecurity property. Now I'm going to talk about how an attacker can actually do it. Okay, so this is the other half of the story, right? How this attacker does things. And now when I apply this to a diagram, like for example, if I apply this to this diagram here, and I enumerate the various threats that can happen at different parts, we are actually doing something called STRIDE by element. So basically, I look at it at this DB admin, how things can go wrong, at the database, how things can go wrong, etc. Right? Because I am actually applying STRIDE on each element. result of this looks like that. Okay. So for example, here we have a simple web application, right? In this case, on the front end, right, point of entry, you have external web client user. So it could be someone like you and me, just that I happen to be a bit malicious. I exploit a SQL injection vulnerability through a web portal's login page. Okay, so this is pre-authentication vulnerability to exfiltrate data from other database tables because, well, maybe this application does not sanitize SQL queries, and this causes a loss of certain types of cybersecurity properties. For example, if I can exfiltrate data, I will have basically compromised I will compromise the confidentiality of the information. So basically information disclosure, right? I could also consider myself as could consider the elevation of privilege here, because I could, as a guest, perhaps steal data of an authenticated user. So that is an elevation of privilege. Okay. And now when I do strike by element, you will notice that I can enumerate threats for different outcomes. Like for example, first is exfiltration. Second, if I'm able to identify the database itself, right? For example, is it MS SQL, is it Postgre, or is it, MySQL? I may be able to use some of my knowledge, my intimate knowledge of a database to actually tell you more specifically what can go wrong. So in this case, for a PostgreSQL database, right? For those pen testers who are doing like the Web 300, you might know this because this is something that is being discussed. I won't say too much because Offsite won't be very happy with me. I've leaked their syllabus, right? But they do mention some of the more novel impacts that you can cause with a SQL injection, right? So in this case, in certain databases, you're actually able to upload arbitrary large objects. Means I can upload a reverse shell, I can upload some sort of huge file to cause the database to run out of memory, right? So clearly, when you talk about the loss of cybersecurity properties, you see much more get affected, right? You have tampering, you have denial of service, etc., right? You have way more effects. Tampering because I can write to other parts of the DB, right? So that's that. So now we are talking about table of attack. I combine how I describe this as well as strike to create you something like this. So this looks better now, but I think we can do slightly better. Okay. So strike by element is quite simple because I look at the threat model. Okay. I look at each element and then I tell you what can go wrong. But it's not always that great at enumerating threats completely because we realize that, hey, we have all these arrows here, right? And these arrows are data flows, and data flows are very important. And sometimes we hide lots of information in these data flows. And because of that, we need to also understand how these data flows can go wrong. And that is where we talk about this through something called strike by interaction. So second view, right? So now you see there's a slight difference. So what I've done here, a bit of magic, is that I have decided to decompose what you saw as previously the two-way arrows into one-way arrows, because for every one direction, it could be a different type of traffic that comes back to me. So I now also need to describe the type of traffic. Of course, because of limitations of the slide, I did not really describe things down to a level of detail that would be very helpful to you. But I can explain, like, for example, here you have a HTTP request and there's a response, right? Whereas, for example, if you're talking about typing syslog, right? This writing could be through a different protocol, right? Just as it is for logging to and fro databases, you may want to, identify what port is being used. And especially if you talk about cloud environments later on, hey, there are many, many different types of database solutions, which can be sometimes hard to understand. So you need to understand those as well. So when these questions get asked from a threat modeling perspective, you will then realize that sometimes threat modelers like us do actually free service for our customers in helping them understand their systems better. Because we will ask sometimes the simplest of questions, but these simplest of questions will sometimes lead to the realization that, perhaps we need to understand our systems better. So that's what we do when we do threat modeling exercises as well. We sometimes give our other teams value-added services because they learn something that they didn't quite think about, just because we ask questions from a different perspective. So strike by interaction. So now what you do is that you will look at each of the interactions and then you ask what can go wrong, right? And these kind of interactions, right? Like for example, a web client requests input from our process. So this was the very first arrow I talked about what could go wrong. Maybe I don't know which web client talked to me, so I don't know whether I can whether there was a man-in-the-middle attack, so that could be a spoofing example, right? Or no, I did not receive anything. I did not receive a request. So there could be a repudiation risk in this case, a repudiation issue here, right? Or maybe the communication never got to the web client, never got to the server because the web client was somehow nowhere to be detected. That we don't know where, right? So there could be denial of service somewhere. Could be the ISP going down, in which case I can't do anything about it. But it could be that somewhere in between the intermediary could be a switch that died, right? Which, as you see in this diagram, wasn't really clear, right? So from an interaction perspective, that gives you a different picture. The idea of bringing up this is just to highlight that you use different lenses and perspectives to build your threat model. Okay. So now, after all of this, suppose you enumerate through all the interactions, which is actually quite a laborious exercise, so I won't bring you through all that sufferance. You then ask this question, is ThreatLM enough? Right? So, okay, I understand the cybersecurity properties and what can be lost, and that's generally sufficient for a very high-level threat model. But suppose I want to perform a better service. I want to say, okay, my blue team is very interested in wanting to know how to mitigate these threats, right? Okay, you presented me this very, very lovely picture, right? The business understands it, but what about my technical teams, right? Can I do further? The answer is yes, you can do further. And we can combine StrikeLM with MITRE ATT&CK. The reason why I bring this up is because this is one of the simpler things you can do because there are plenty of resources available to do this. But perhaps you may not understand what MITRE ATT&CK is, so I'll just reintroduce everyone to this. So MITRE ATT&CK is basically open source, right? Globally accessible. It's a knowledge repository, knowledge base of TTPs, tools, techniques, and procedures from various adversaries, right? And this is based on threat intelligence that MITRE collects from around the world or various APT groups, APT, Advanced Persistent Threats, right? And they classify these into very nice tables, right? Which I'll show you one example later, right? Of the different groups that perform these attacks. They identify the very specific activity, right? And this specific activity, they can even go down to the indicators on compromise, the tools they've been used, how they thought about it, some of the artifacts they left behind, and some of the analysis as to who the threat actor might be. Thankfully, today is a threat modeling talk, not a threat intelligence talk. Otherwise, we could go on for hours on this. Okay, but MITRE ATT&CK, this exists, and so let's go in a bit deeper to what a MITRE ATT&CK can give you. I mentioned TTPs, so let's actually look into TTPs, right? So, for example, you have tactics, and remember, you have this chart here. So you have reconnaissance, resource development, etc. So all these to MITRE ATT&CK is considered tactics. What you have underneath are called techniques. And you see this here, like for example, if we talk about privilege escalation is a favorite thing to talk about because we are always very, very concerned about what levels of privileges there are in a certain environment. And especially now with so many things moving to cloud, privileges are a very, very complex subject matter. So we definitely want to know how privileges can be abused. But here we talk about on-prem version. There's also MITRE ATT&CK for cloud, by the way, just so you know. But let's talk about this from the screenshot that we have here. We have techniques. So under techniques, you have various examples of techniques on how an attacker can perform an escalation of privileges. For example, I can abuse like a set ID, a set GID privileges where basically somebody has done a certain misconfiguration on, say, a legitimate binary. Like, for example, if somebody sets UID on, say, application binary that really shouldn't be, like for example, to run it as a root user, even though it really shouldn't be, then of course you essentially can use that binary to create something with root level privilege or run something at the root level, right? Which is a privilege escalation vector. So of course, if you want to know the exact specifics, then you can go into this, or you can go to a site like GTFO bins to go and find out what binaries you should look out for. Right? This is clearly pen tester me speaking on what can go wrong in the system. Right? So there are many, many different techniques. And what a threat modeler can then do is to write down the procedure on how someone who could be a malicious insider might, might exploit some of these misconfigured binaries, where, like for example, on say a Linux server that he has access to via KVM or something, right, to perform what kind of task, to perform privilege escalation, to get root privileges, to perhaps start as a point of entry to attack other environments. And that's why the lateral movement aspect of StrikeLM comes into the picture, right? So MITRE attack sequences are very useful to give you this granular view. So let's give you an example, right? So in this case, for example, this kind of risk table, we typically show it to the business. If you show it to the business, then we don't really go down to the level of TTP detail, but we want to show them the sequence of attacks so they can appreciate, right, which tactics are being used to achieve a certain outcome. Because to the business, they want to understand, okay, great, there's a cyber attack. What am I losing? So what I have a sequence of attack. I can then switch toggle screen to say the MITRE attack framework to then show, you see, you get from here to here to here. Ultimately, it leads to this end outcome, and this end outcome was what you're worried about. So this is how I will present it in a table like this. But of course, to a technical team, I will present something very different, right? To a technical team, I'll present you the exact TTPs we are talking about. For today, I won't do that because if I did that, once again, it's going to be quite a long talk. So I'll just gloss over these details, okay? So we have a sequence of attack. You start off with, like those reconnaissance exercise, and you move in, you try to exploit it from the outside. And because we are talking about this from the external perspective, you would probably realize I don't talk too much about some of the other inner tactics that you have on the MITRE attack framework, okay? Then, of course, you have different threats, and the other different threats would then perhaps have different sequence of attacks that you can use for this. So, now I've talked about StrikeLM and MITRE attack. Is that biblical? Meaning to say, is that the only way you can do things? The answer is no. Over the years, there have been many threat models that have been created. And short of bombarding you with all the different threat models, if you want to be bombarded by that, then I suggest you attend a threat modeling workshop, which is something I will be doing quite a fair bit next year, actually. But that aside, we talk about different threat modeling paradigms. So Lindun is something that was a threat modeling framework that that resembles Strike quite a lot, just from a data privacy perspective. Okay, there are also other threat modeling frameworks that people have come up with that try to incorporate data privacy related aspects into cybersecurity threat modeling framework. There are quite a few. I cannot remember the acronyms offhand because there are just so many. But this has been a hot topic of late. Basically, how you try to marry the data privacy picture and the security picture. Okay. What I did just now when talking about StrikeLM and MITRE attack was an example of what we call a hybrid threat model, whereby I don't use just one threat model to present present the table of of threats to the customer. I can also hybridize it in different ways. So in 2018, some researchers from Carnegie Mellon decided to combine 3 different models to create what we call a hybrid threat modeling method. One of them is called persona non grata, meaning to say I assume everybody is not trusted. So basically a zero trust model. Now, if there is one place where you want to understand where zero trust is, you should read it from them. Because they are really assuming the case where basically I need to challenge this guy all the time. So basically at every point, something can go wrong because there's abuse of trust and abuse of privileges, right? And then they also combine it with something called security cards to form this hybrid threat modeling method. And the paper is actually quite freely available. In fact, if you follow my LinkedIn, I might in fact have talked about this before on one of my posts, and I might probably reproduce this at some point as well because this paper is actually quite interesting to read. Now, of course, say if you don't want to go down this path, if you speak to guys who are very interested in risk and you want to bring the whole team together to do a very comprehensive risk assessment, then one threat modeling method I recommend personally is PASTA. But PASTA is very, very involved, meaning to say you actually need to get the buy-in of pretty much the entire organization before you run PASTA. So, of course, when it comes to you in the cybersecurity function, that is involved in wanting to get the buy-in of different stakeholders in an enterprise, quite clearly you also need to think about things from the soft power perspective, like how does my work benefit other people? So clearly this is somewhat not just a cybersecurity exercise, but also a bit of a stakeholder buy-in exercise. Stakeholder buying exercise, of course, is a topic that we can talk about for a very, very long time, but this is beyond the scope of today's talk as well. The long story cut short is that we never present you what is considered the model answer to things, but rather we're going to present you threat models that work well enough, that fulfill what your stakeholders want. And that is very, very important. So there is no model answer to this story, but to this question. But rather, what is important to know is that you have different models. Don't be too confined to how these models are being built, but rather, as a threat modeler, understand how you can use these different models to then fulfill customer requirements. Okay? So that's what I wanted to mention in this slide. I talked a lot at length on the threat modeling aspect, but it is quite clear that from a business perspective, it is very important to talk about risk, because risk is the language where cyber practitioners can use to then speak to the business folks. And also because you need to speak to the project management guys, and the project management guys will go, great, you have identified all these risks, we need to do something about it. Now, how should we do this? We need to understand prioritization, right? We need to understand how much budget we have, etc. So this is to answer the questions on what are we going to do about it and whether we did a good enough job. In this section, I don't have many slides, okay? But what is important to know is that when we try to answer this question on what we are going to do about it and whether or not we do a good enough job, a lot of it is the people management skill. And when we talk about people management exercise, quite clearly slides never tell the whole story. So I will run you through with some experiences of my own, experiences talking to various stakeholders to give you some idea on how the risk picture can be brought about to these different types of stakeholders, so that they are then better able to appreciate the work, the good cybersecurity work that we do. Okay, the first point to talk about is this: what is good enough? Depending on who you talk to, good enough can mean I do nothing. I just pay a sum of money, get a cyber insurance provider, and job done. Okay, if anything happens, call the insurer up, do the minimum to make sure I fulfill the due diligence clause, get the payout, use the payout to pay out for my cyber breach. To some people, that's good enough. To some people, that is not good enough, because they are worried. Oh, if there's a cyber breach, sure, the insurance company can pay out and deal with my quantitative risks. Example, financial losses that may arise from a few things, right? Data breach, having to repair systems, redo things, call the incident responders, having to maybe get a crisis communication team to deal with all the PR and stuff like that, perform investigations on your own internal team in case it was an insider threat. And perhaps you need money to also deal with potential lawsuits that may come, right? Civil lawsuits, people may sue you, right? Now, but of course, that only accounts for the quantitative risks. There are also qualitative risks that may not be fully addressed. Like, for example, how much is my reputation affected? Will people still want to do business with me? It's a trust question, right? So now clearly insurance doesn't solve all that problem. And we don't really want people to think about it purely from an insurance perspective, because clearly there are other better ways to treat the risk. So what do? We'll talk about that a bit later, right? So that's good enough. So for example, from a technical perspective, we talk about data flow across a trust boundary. Give a simple example, right? I have a guest who authenticates to an application. Remember that simple web application that we have, right? E-commerce web page, authenticate the user versus unauthenticate the user. Clearly, there is a trust boundary. So, what do we do if we deal with that trust boundary? Especially because the web application is hosted within our premises, whereas the web client is someone who we cannot control, so we don't know who accesses our applications. So, to bridge this trust boundary, do we want to add a firewall between it? Do we want to add two firewalls in series, because maybe you're afraid that one firewall has one firewall may come from a certain country, the certain country may deliberately install backdoors I don't know, could be some state actor thing or could be a supply chain compromise. Or if you're very paranoid, maybe I don't install just 2 firewalls, I create an entire DMZ, and depending on the kind of traffic that traverses, I want to inspect it in a different way. Or perhaps I do nothing. Now, depending on your trust boundary, depending on what risk picture we are looking at, we will come to different answers to this question. And I was mentioning a bit about risk just now. We talked a bit about the transfer. Risk can be accepted, meaning to say I don't do anything. Risk can be that's accepted. Risk can be transferred, meaning to say I call somebody up, I say I get insurance, right? Or I could mitigate it, meaning to say I actually put in place security controls, and that is likely of most interest to practitioners like us. Or we avoid the risk, meaning to say, let's not do the project. Okay. So since mitigation is something that we are interested in, we will talk about that. And mitigations, when you talk about risk mitigations, there are many different ways to do this. So many that trying to talk about it is itself a giant talk. Like for example, certain kinds of traffic, are you going to do inspection of it, or are you going to proxy this, are you going to put a tab on it to monitor these logs, etc.? All sorts of mitigations. And I think when we talk about the mitigation aspects, we look at it from a controls perspective. And that is also where it's very nice to look at it from a cloud threat modeling perspective. That's where Sunil will cover in greater detail, because that is yet another different paradigm, a different way to look into things. So that's an example of when we talk about risk mitigation. Okay. Now, after you do all of that exercise, right, you decided, okay, for each line item, what I'm going to do to this, I can then present this in a risk assessment matrix. And the risk assessment matrix, some people will use something like DREAD. My own country has published a 5x5 risk assessment matrix. The 5x5 matrix, very nice, likelihood, impact, and then there's a scoring for this. Qualitative risk assessment, so that's one example. Now, sometimes you do it quantitatively, meaning to say you will do things like you will compute your loss expectancy, your exposure factor, etc., and then you try to arrive at some answers to this. Okay, but the whole point of this is that you still need to present some story to management for them to understand what risk they're facing, to then approve your budget or what you're going to do to it, right? So that at the end of the day is the whole moral of the story. And some examples I thought I would bring up at this point that have worked for me personally, right, is to bring up examples of other similar enterprises that have suffered certain breaches and presenting certain white papers on what they did and what they did not do. Actually, you should focus on what they did not do, because that is probably the most important part. How do I become better? Second thing I like to do, especially from a consulting perspective, is to identify for the clients what services they need, but also what services they don't need. And that's very important. We always like to talk about something called the 80-20 rule, and the 80-20 rule applies to cybersecurity in general. So in cyber, we talked about the different levels of maturity. And when we talk about different levels of maturity, sometimes the solutions to these are not the big shiny toys that keeps getting hyped up year after year. Some years ago, people were talking about zero trust, SASE, and stuff like that. Okay, great. But what is zero trust and how is it being implemented? Right. So these are questions that we will ask. So when we talk about the 80-20 rule, it's really trying to tell the enterprise, look at this. You, as a CISO, you probably have a budget, and we may not be able to do everything in that budget, and within a very short time frame. But here's what you do. With the limited budget, you create a multi-year time frame. You show what you're going to do first, because you want to address the most important risks, so that when you speak to maybe, for example, the regulators see that you're putting an effort to deal with the highest risk items first. So that is what we call risk-based prioritization. Okay. Of course, then you can look at it from a cost perspective. Like for example, especially if you're looking at the lowest hanging fruit, like it's quite clear that if you, for example, properly use a VMS, a vulnerability management solution, to track these things continuously, and then you also make sure you track your configurations over time to assess for config drift, and that one solution can do many things. You would rather buy one solution than to buy 5 or 6 different things. one big problem we find in enterprises these days is that when people look at it from a compliance perspective, we find that enterprises will just buy one solution for every non-compliance they have to deal with. Then after that, what happens is that when the next guy comes in, they says, "Oh, great! You have 5 different solutions that you didn't use, so let's buy a few more." And not before long, you realize they wasted lots of money that they may not have actually addressed the risk that they were dealing with. So I think from a perspective of risk, it is very important to look at it from an attacker view, because you really want to understand what the attackers are actually wanting to do and what can you do about it. Which is why right from the start I mentioned an attacker-centric perspective. That's why you have a threat model, to let the threat model inform the risk picture. Not so much a compliance perspective to inform the risk picture. So if you think about this, and I will take a bit of a pause for a moment to let this sink in, it's really how you think about dealing with risk at the end of the day. Okay? But of course, the scope of this is a huge topic, and that might be a topic for another MysticCon or another conference I speak at. Okay? So, now that you have heard me talk about some basic aspects of threat modeling and how it links to the risk picture, at this point, I think I'll hand over to Sunil to bring you through the more exciting part of today's talk, which is basically how we apply all of these to the cloud. Without further ado, Sunil, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Donovan. It was really a nice refresher for me. And yeah, a lot of depth was covered, and yeah, I think everyone enjoyed your talk. Let me just present my screen. I think my screen is visible for everyone. Is it okay? Okay, that's good. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, with respect to cloud threat modeling, so I like the I might not get into a lot of details like how Donavan got into in the first part of it, maybe just because that it is just too much to cover. So I just wanted to give an overview on what are the differences in the cloud threat modeling, and like what are all the different aspects you have to consider while you're considering a cloud threat modeling. So yeah, we'll just get started with my slides for the day. So yeah, before we dive into threat modeling itself, so I mean, just to understand, like from a past decade or so, there's been a lot of cloud everywhere. So like from a small organization to a big organization, everything is moving to cloud, and that is why the cloud is very important. And uh, this is just a list of the advantages, and it can be much more advantages that brings for any organization. Say like for a small organization, it can be a cost saving to just host it on some cloud service provider, or for a big organization it can be a lot of different aspects to scale up the infrastructure and to help the collaboration between different teams, etc. So yeah, so this is like a very gist of just that why there's been a lot of focus on the cloud itself, and why everyone wants to move to cloud. And yeah, I think going further there'll be a lot more added to the cloud, and with every advancements in the technology, we keep on adding things every day to the cloud, and the cloud offerings are changing very drastically. So cloud threat model becomes very, very important. So now coming to why a cloud threat model is, like I was explaining you, is the adaptation of the cloud in the industry specifically is very fast, and it is so fast that it is outpacing the security mechanisms. And and like Donovan was explaining earlier, um, the threat model is one of the activities which is done in the initial phases of the development cycle. So it helps us detect the threats much earlier before getting into a pen test phase. So that is why a threat model in a cloud infrastructure is very important, and it helps in identifying and prioritizing the security threats. So rather than just shooting at stars, so we can just identify what is the top 5 risk items. So like what is my risk appetite, and what is, so that's something that I need to be looking into. And also it just helps in uh, developing the controls and the strategies, and it just overall enhances the better security posture for any organization so that they can be prepared better. So that is why the cloud threat model becomes quite a important thing for any organization. Yeah. So getting into the next part is so now let's come to the differences. For the most part of the threat model, it is very much similar to how we see it from the traditional threat modeling perspective, but a lot of elements and a lot of factors do change. One thing is, like I was explaining, is the cloud environments are highly scalable. So with the scalability nature of it, that can introduce us a new set of threats. so and then in a cloud environment, there's always two parties involved or multiple parties involved. So one is the development team of any organization, and then there is the cloud service provider or the multiple cloud service providers which can be using. So the responsibility is shared between the different organizations, so that a part of the risk has been accepted, like the part of the risk assessment or the part of the uh, security implementation stays with the cloud service provider, CSP, or like the organization itself. So that basically shares a lot of responsibilities, and that brings us a new set of threats. And like I was saying about the multi-cloud, so like say a big organization can be using offerings from different organization, may it be because they want some redundancy, or maybe because certain country allows them to host only in a particular location, availability, and a lot of factors. So basically like a company or an organization can be using multiple clouds. It so in order to address this new set of challenges which we are posed, so there are more steps which have been followed compared to the regular threat modeling. One is the CSP. CSP is nothing but the cloud service provider risk assessment. So meaning making an assessment about the cloud service provider itself and seeing like what is the security features they are providing, and like was there any data breaches, what the action they took, and what are all the risk which we can foresee when we are going to a particular provider. And then there's the architectural risk assessment. Since the on-prem architecture might look completely different, I mean may not be completely different, but like a lot different compared to something on the cloud. So there'll be definitely an architectural based risk assessment, because it introduces storing data, or like interacting with the private databases which is stored in a different location. So when it was on-prem, probably it would be all in the internal network, but now you're interacting with an external cloud provider through a private API. So that introduces a different set of risk also. And also the other aspect is the data sovereignty. So I think with GDPR and other regulations coming in, a lot of countries don't want data of their country stored elsewhere, especially when it is a lot of personal PII information, or like the fingerprint or any other sort of information. They don't want it to be stored in another location. So this also plays a very different landscape of challenges. So that means that the providers will have to have certain aspects hosted in a certain different places, or like completely hosted in their different places. So all these aspects put together makes cloud threat model a little different. But underneath it is underneath the things are quite similar on how the process we follow how the process we follow to make the threat model. So like coming like this slide is basically about what are all the different stakeholders that are required to perform a threat model. So basically, just like it was told earlier, that a threat model is a group activity. So which means that there'll be a lot of workshops, there'll be meetings, there'll be a different set of events where you sit across with a different set of team and interact with them and come to a common conclusion. So that can be throughout the sprint, or like in multiple sprints, or however the workflow is distributed. So in a cloud environment specifically, what kind of stakeholders are required? So obviously, to perform a cloud threat model, there's a cloud expert who is required. So who would pretty much know, or who would pretty much know what kind of threats are relevant in cloud, and what kind of different vulnerabilities it can pose, and what kind of different impacts it can have. And obviously there will be a subject matter expert, or the security expert, who would be specialized in knowing about the risk, threats, and probably with the vulnerability assessments, etc., uh, so that they will be able to help us in the rating and all those things. And yeah, obviously there'll be other teams like the architects who will would have designed it, would want to have a certain function to be in a certain way. And also there's a risk management specialist who will be basically the business owner. So the business owner who will be capable of accepting the risk, or mitigating the risk, or transferring the risk to some other point, or anything like we were discussing it in the previous slide. So basically, these are all the stakeholders. It can be, it can be a same person, it can be a different person, or it can be multiple people. But yeah, these are all the different roles which are required, but it can't be just one person. That would be quite difficult thing to do, because it's just too many things for a person to handle. Okay, so yeah, like I was just explaining how cloud threat modeling is different. So basically, I'm just going to summarize what we discussed in the threat modeling section. So I think if you guys remember, the one of the very first slides was the wonderful data flow chart from the CSA. That is a different CSA, but like, yeah. So now I've just took it into the cloud and tried to put it in a different chat, but it is essentially the same thing. So the first thing is that we need to scope. So for any assessment or any engagement in security or anything, we will have to define the scope. So we will have to know what are our goals, what are all the security goals, what are all the prerequisites we require, like architectural diagram, design diagrams, data flow, interactions, user interactions, etc. All these things put together will be under my, like, will give me a clear idea of my scope. And then once all the once all the scope requirements are satisfied, then the next step is to identify the threats. So to identify the threats, like, there are a lot of different threat models, like Stride, Pasta, Egregious 11, or anything else. It can be a combination of them, it can be hybrid of them, it can be one of them. It all depends on what we are looking into and how we are actually trying to, and what are our goals. So just like say, if we just want to get a very big business overview about the entire architecture, then probably a simple thing like Stride, which can give an overview, would be good enough. Like say, if you want to get into much more depth about the attacks, to like say, suppose a red teaming or a blue teaming team might want to know how exactly, or what to what level it is possible. So then probably going to a MITRE attack framework would be much more sensible. And also, um, there are like and then if we move on to the next step, that is assessing the threats. So basically, once you have a threat model and you identify the list of threats based on whatever threat model you are using, so then we have to come to assessing them. So that is like basically rating them based on the likelihood, impact, and how exploitable they are. So that's how these things will be rated. And then once you have some sort of an empirical rating for all the threats, so you move on to the next step where you prioritize the threats based on what impact it has to the organization, and how what is something that we are focusing on. And all of these things can be formalized, and probably like have a certain empirical decisions made that, okay, what, like if the likelihood is so much, that then this is something that we can't transfer the risk, we have to mitigate the risk. So a lot of things can be there, and this is where a lot of business owner involvement is required, so that the threats are properly prioritized. And then coming to the next step is to develop mitigation strategies. So the mitigation strategies can vary a lot uh, based on based on the decisions which are made in the previous steps. So like say example, if at all, like say example, if there is a website which just doesn't use HTTP because they don't feel it is required enough, so where the risk can't be transferred, because we all know that the HTTP is not something we have to be using in 2025. So obviously, implementing an encryption method, or implementing a TLS, or certain level of access control, etc., is pretty much required for the mitigation. So like this depends on how exactly we go about seeing each problem. And then to and then the next phase is like whether we have like after developing the strategies, how do we implement it, and then implement and monitoring. So it's just pretty much self-explanatory, I won't go much deeper into that. And then after that is the reviews and updates. So since there can be a lot of changes, or there can be like a very minor changes into the system, and threat modeling takes a huge amount of time to perform as activity, because it involves different phases. So for a very small changes, there might not be the activities done. So usually the way threat modeling is done is that it's a periodic event, or it is done at a certain phase of the product. So regularly reviewing and updating is also very important, so that we can keep things effective. And also in the real world, there can be a lot of threats which can be discovered later stage, like say later stage, or it can be something that something very new pops up, or a new form of an attack vector that pops up. So all these things will be reviewed and should be reviewed and have to be updated, so that the threat model becomes quite an effective thing, and the activity becomes quite effective. So yeah, I'll just move on to uh, like I mean, for all the pen testers here, we will be knowing about the OWASP top 10. So OWASP top 10 rates threats on the rates threats on IoT devices or web applications, or APIs, etc. But like say when it comes to cloud, there's this called Egregious 11. So it is done by CSA. This is a different CSA, not the Singapore government. It is the Cloud Security Alliance. So they come up with Egregious 11. So the last Egregious 11 they come up was in 2019, and I think they were supposed to have a new iteration in 2024. So I do see the draft documents, but I do not see the release documents yet. But like yeah, so these are basically the 11 most common threats, or like the 11 most important threats as per the CSA. And yeah, this is just drawing a parallel to our OS. And like but like yeah, and though they might be a little similar in the way it is, it can be quite different when it comes to a cloud infrastructure, mainly because like say if like say example, there's a web application and which is hosted on a cloud rather than on-prem, and an attacker performs a denial of service kind of an attack, wherein when it is is a successful denial of service attack. And whereas when it is an on-prem, the only problem there would be that the website will be down, and there would be nothing much more than that. But when it comes to a cloud infrastructure, yes, obviously the website is down. Along with website being down, just because there is a lot of resources that has been consumed by the application, there'll be a huge bill for the company which is hosting it on a cloud service provider. So there's obviously a slightly uh, different way of seeing threats in the cloud. So that is why it is very relevant to actually follow something like Egregious 11. So yeah, I'm not going through each one of them. It would just take, or it will be a topic for another conference. But yeah, so just leaving it there. Yeah, and their website is quite informational. You can go check, and it's a very short document, around 20-25 pages, where you can read it, and like you can get really good understanding about the different threats in cloud. Yeah. So moving on to the next is that I wanted to so basically, as part of my presentation, I just wanted to give an example. So with this example, I might not be able to do the complete justice because it's quite a complex example. I didn't want to just take a very simple one and do something. Um, so I'll just break it down into a very simple workflow so that it'll be easy for me to explain it. It'll be easy for anyone who is listening also, because if I get too deep, it might be too boring for everyone. So basically, this architectural diagram you're seeing is from Azure. So I've taken it from their website. So they have posted it for the research purpose. So basically, this architecture architecture is all about securely allowing certain researchers to access a company's data. I mean, it can be a very confidential data. So, like say example, a company XYZ is giving access to uh, their uh, their logging server or their application server to a third party researcher, so uh, they can analyze the logs better, and say, or they can analyze particular data better. So that is the whole scenario which you can assume. So given that, I'll just try to see if I can get a pointer. Yes, I got the pointer. So basically, there's a data owner. So who is responsible for uploading the confidential data, is stores the confidential data, and there's a lot of Azure jargon which might get too difficult to explain. So I'll just assume that there's a data factory, so I'll just very overly simplify things. So just assume that there's a data factory which is going to have the logic to process the data. So to process the data which is inputted by the data owner, and this can implement a certain security mechanisms like access control, having a private endpoints to access, etc. So basically a data factory, and then that gets stored in a storage. It's called a blob storage. Again Azure thing. So just assume a storage, and this storage has a lot of confidential data. So it is been protected with the key vault. So there's a key vault with a public private key encryption. So this key vault is hosting the private key, and it's kind of makes it difficult for anyone to access it, because it will be all sitting inside inside a container, and for anyone to access it, it might get a really different challenge altogether. And then once the data is stored, then there's another aspect of it, that is the researcher who has been given access through a Azure virtual desktop. So basically, Azure lets you host virtual desktops also. So through the virtual desktop. So basically what you can think about it is as a jump machine. So jump machine is basically giving you access to a certain subnet or certain or like or to give access to a certain subnet in the network of the Azure, or like a certain mission inside the network, or it can be just a container, or it can be just a what network that. Okay, so basically through the virtual machine, the through the virtual machine, okay, sorry. Okay, through the virtual machine, the researcher is trying to access the private data. So he requests for the data, and then the data request has been sent to the approver. So the approver approves it or denies it. Based on that, he is going to get the response. So it is as simple as that. And there's obviously a lot of other elements in order to provide access control, in order to implement the identity management system, to implement the firewall, to implement logging, etc. There's a lot of whole bunch of systems which will be continuously monitoring and monitoring the devices to provide the maximum security possible. So, okay, so this is basically the whole example I wanted to explain. But yeah, I would simplify it uh, further. Uh, so, like we were discussing earlier about data flow diagrams. So, data flow diagrams is all about like we getting different diagrams. One is from the network team or from an architectural team. So we will have to compose a data flow diagram which would make sense for everyone, uh, and then which will give us the eye level process. So it will give us the eye level process of what is what, and how we can break things down, and how we can create a certain new level of detail, and how we and this process can be repeated over the iterations to get into a very better understanding of the process itself. Let's see about the very simple data flow diagram which I had built using the same same architectural diagram. So as you might see that uh, this is quite a simple diagram. So it has three different users. So one is the data owner, one is the researcher, the other one is the approver, who is like an admin or like something. So a data owner uploads it, it goes to the storage, and a request and a researcher requests it, it goes to the approver and gets the data back. It's as simple as that. So basically from this it gives us a certain level of understanding, and it is just for the understanding purpose, because this DFD might not serve a lot of purpose in identifying a lot of threats, or even if it does, it will be in such a higher level that it might not make sense at all. Okay, so what I did was to get to the next level of it. And okay, how do I okay so the next level of it, so basically this is nothing but whatever we discussed from the architectural diagram, which has been put into a data flow diagram. So from the previous diagram we could just understand that okay, now we have three set of workflows. One is like one is where the data owner is uploading and then it is getting stored in the private storage. The next one is where the researcher is requesting, and third one is where the approval is coming and then going back to the researcher. Okay, so so in order to have a better threat model, uh, like a very complex I mean, it might not be the complex one, but like a very complex architectural diagram can be simplified into different sprints. So what I'll be doing is going through a single sprint. So you can see it in my next diagram that I'll be going through a very small single sprint. So the sprint I've chosen is that there's a data owner, and then he is just storing it into the is storing data into the private storage. So like this I can have different sprints which can cover different aspects and different workflows. And and then we can apply threat model for each of this, and then combine it at the end, or process it in a hybrid fashion where you have a higher level one and then a lower level sprints and combine everything together. So anything is possible. So now at this stage, we will have to decompose the data further. We'll have to get into more details. We can't be on a very high level, like we have to come to a uh, very lower level into a lot of minor details. And this particular activity will have to go through different flows. So the so let's say it is sprint one of a particular workflow. So now that we have more detail, a data owner is making requests, so is using Microsoft managed keys with encrypted data and sending it to a blob storage, which is a container sitting in an Azure cloud. And this is going to be a public cloud. Sorry, not a public meaning publicly accessible, but like this is not the private storage. Private storage meaning the data is still not encrypted, so data is still unencrypted, and this data is being sent to the Azure Data Factory for processing. And and the Azure Data Factory processes different data based on the security levels, or based on the requirements which are being which basically it has the logic to process different data in a different ways. So this basically processes and sends it to the storage. And and how the Azure Data Factory is communicating with the blob storage. So it is communicating via a private endpoint, the data traffic, and it moves it into a different container so that there's some level of isolation. And then when it comes to the blob storage itself, it is a mounted virtual drive on a particular container for the isolation purposes. And then what kind of a and then the key vault itself, so the interaction between the key vault, so the key vault, as we might know, is basically like say a TPM or something in the real world, where it is just going to give me a private key, or like it is going to house a lot of public private key interest, public private keys, or like SSH keys, which are to be stored in a certain confidential level. And like this actually gives a lot of flexibility to communicate with the storage itself. I mean, as of now, it says just a strong cryptography, and probably in the next iteration, it can get to a level that, okay, are we using RSA? Are we using AES based ciphers to provide, or like what kind of ciphers are we using? What is the cipher strength, and how are we doing it, and how is it stored, etc. All those things can be gotten into the next phase of it. So yeah, so based on this workflow, uh, there's a lot of threats we can see. So I mean, just because we can see doesn't mean that they're exploitable or vulnerable. So all these things have to be accessed. That's why the threat modeling is a group activity where the different teams have to come together. And and like yeah, so let's just get to the next slide. So yeah, so this is in this slide, I'm just applying a simple stride. It's not even stride LM. It's a very simple thing, but the reason of choosing it is that it is simple, so that it is very easy to communicate. And based on this, the different threat models or the different iterations can be applied, and the more complex things can be done. So I'm just choosing the easiest one to present today. Uh, so yeah, like stride, as we discussed earlier, it contains different elements: spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, elevation privileges. So what we are doing in the, if I can go back to the previous slide, so what I'm like, there are different elements where we need to perform threat modeling. So the different elements are the individual elements here, or the data flows, uh, etc. So let's say that for the sake of example, I'm choosing blob storage as the example, and what are all the threats which we can think about. So we can think about, like, okay, is this cryptography strong enough? What about the private endpoint? Can someone just uh, can can a unauthorized user, or can a public user try to exploit it? Is there a rate limiting, or is there a login? Is there a whole bunch of stuff? So the whole bunch of stuff will have to be listed based on the workflow. Uh, and I'm just giving you a very small snippet of the thing here. Uh, so yeah, so the element which we have considered is the blob storage. So when it comes to spoofing, so this is just one scenario. So the scenarios can be multiple, and actually one more thing. Sorry for having everything in one slide. So I just wanted to keep this more realistic. That if at all there is a threat modeling which is done on a whiteboard or on an Excel, so it looks somewhat close to this. So to give a realistic view, I thought, like, I'll retain it rather than showing it in a much different way. But yeah, so it might get little difficult because there's a lot of text here. uh, yeah, but like that being said, let's get to the spoofing, and there can be multiple scenarios of spoofing. So like the first scenario is like, can we impersonate a legitimate user or a system to gain access to the database? Like, so that's a private database. Look, can we impersonate? Is it possible? So when this question is posed from the security team to the cloud architect, so they can say, like, okay, they can only interact using the private endpoint through the Azure Data Factory and Azure Active Directory. And Azure Data Service is there to monitor the security threats. So they are having a certain level of they're having a certain level of security mechanism in order to prevent someone impersonating a legitimate user to gain access. So okay, like the pen tester in me knows that this might be sufficient or might not be sufficient, or there is something else I can do. So obviously this will have to be broken down further and analyzed, and also in a very next phase of the development cycle, if this particular threat becomes something that needs to be addressed, so then it has to be validated as well. So it comes to that phase where the validation also has to be done. Okay. So but I'm not going there, but like, yeah, just to give an overview of how the cycle would end. And then there are other things like, say, tampering. So what about altering the database content without authorization or modifying it? And like, I can give you another scenario where, what about if what about if the data owner uh, computer can be spoofed and the data is tampered? Like, what about the data is uploading? You might have something like a command injection payload which can cause a lot of things, which can give access to a certain number of confidential data, etc. So a lot of more questions can be drawn at each phase, and this particular table is not the entire thing. It's just a very small subset of example I'm taking. uh, so yeah, like, say, here also, when it says about how it is tampered, so so the control mechanism is that there there is a LDAP server which only allows the people within the organization to access the data. So there is no issue of authorization here, and the password policy is quite strong, and it is governed by organization's password policy and uses multi-factor authentication, etc. But like, yeah, but still, like, say, when it comes to authorization bypass, so how are we addressing it? Like, so a lot of things can be further broken down. uh, and then let me get into, like, I mean, I think for the sake of not boring everyone, I think I'll just skip a couple of them, and then I'll just go to the elevation of privilege. Because elevation of privilege or lateral movement is, lateral movement is not elevation of privilege, but lateral movement is also a very important aspect when it comes to cloud, because there is a lot of containers, and each container can be of a different client also. So anyone who can get into a host system who can move laterally can cause much more damage than what you can imagine. So but yeah Let's take elevation of privilege. So elevation of privilege, like say one of the threat is that gaining unauthorized access to sensitive data or system resources. So uh, so getting access to the system resources, like say if an unauthorized access, like say example, I use a remote code injection as my initial threat vector and get into the system, and then I'll be able to access the entire data of the particular system, and from that system I'll be able to move into elevate my privilege and probably get to a root shell and probably stop the service or modify the service or put some Bitcoin miner, etc. So what is that security mechanisms which has so example here it says, like say the control mechanism says is that they have an RBAC implemented, and there's a least privilege access which will always minimize attack surface. So the RBAC is the role based access control. Might itself not be the best control here, but that is something that can be discussed in a later stage. But like the least privilege access uh, is something good. Like say example, if there's a service hosted as like a Apache server, and the privilege what an Apache server needs has to be given in a very minimal fashion. It should not be given the root privilege, because a root can cause much more damage or something like that. Yeah. So yeah. So this is with respect to the sprint one. And then like I was saying about like since I was discussing about the threats and the control mechanism, so there can be flaws in the control mechanism, and those things have to be documented, and then again the new list of threats, and then new sprint with the same with the same diagram, or it can have much more detail. And like I mean, putting more details in this will be getting too clumsy, so I did not do that. But yeah, just to keep this aesthetically well for the presentation. Different mechanisms will have to be placed here, and then say like, and then come with a new set of threats which can be again discussed, and to a phase where there'll be a certain amount of threats which are agreed upon by the group, and those threats along will be rated. It is not the CVSS score here, but they'll be rated based on the risk and the likelihood. So based on that, the threats are rated, and those threats are considered for processing the risk in a different way. So yeah, it is a slightly different process, which I think was discussed even in the earlier slide. So I'm not going to go again there. So that being said, I think I have come to the end of my presentation. So yeah, I think the whole small gist about the cloud security was interesting for you guys. So yeah, so I'm open to questions. So if you guys have any questions, or to me or to the other host, you can go ahead, and probably a lot to. Mhm.
Yes. Well, thank you for the
Yes.
talk, both of you, of course.
Mhm.
If there are any questions from the viewers, please drop them in the chat so we can answer them. Now is your opportunity to ask questions if you have any. Let's give them some time to type, perhaps. I don't see many questions so far. Oh, someone is thanking you guys for the talk. But I don't think there are any questions so far I can see. So I think we can go to the short break because the next talk will start in about 30 minutes. The next talk will start at 12:30.
Hmm.
Yeah. Many people are saying in the chat that they really enjoyed the talk. It was very informative, and they wanted to thank you both.
Okay.
So
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
so
guys.
so there are no questions so far. So I think again, thank you
Hmm.
for the people who are watching. Yeah, go to the toilet or pick a drink or pick some coffee. I don't know. We have 30 minutes break. Uh, Perhaps I
Hmm.
can do something with the CTF again to show people who want to do the CTF. But to our speakers again, one big applause. Thank you both of you for being here doing this. Have a wonderful day and perhaps tune in and enjoy some talks.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
very
Melvin.
much. So thank you, Melvin, once again.
Okay. Well, I'm back for a little short talk, like 5 minutes or 10 minutes before we go further. As you can see on the screen, there is the CTF. Let me see. Yes. Yes. Okay. Well, there's the CTF. No idea what this is, but for those who are interested in doing the CTF, now you can go to CTF dash mystico.com. You can see it right here. Then you go to the page Mysticon 2024. Then you see the instructions, how to participate, how to do it, how to join. You can download the two VMs when clicking on the download button. And then you need to create a user account and you can go to challenge, ignore these matches. And then you can submit the 5 flags. You need to submit 5 flags. You can just click on it and submit the flag. They all start with Mystico and then the hash inside. If you want to make a chance to win some voucher or prize, that's what we give away. You need to submit your write-up to the email address, which is mentioned here. So send your write-up with how you solve it, screenshots, how you did it, the comments you used, and the flag, of course. And send it to Vaserian@vaserian.info. Then we will select the top 5 best write-ups, and those 5 people will, of course, win a prize. So again, you go to ctfmystico.com /mysticon2024, download the OVA files and import them in your virtualization software, and have fun. And don't forget to submit the flags to score points. If you go to the scoreboard, I see nobody has solved anything yet, so you still have a chance to win. But the CTF is up till Monday night, so you still have till Monday night to do it. If you want to do it tomorrow and watch the talks today, it's all fine. That was my short talk for now. We go into a break for 30 minutes, and after 30 minutes we have the next talk, which will take 1 hour and 30 minutes, and then at 2 o'clock we have the next speaker. So I hope to see you in 30 minutes. Take a short break, do whatever you want to do, and I hope to see you in 30 minutes. Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope everyone had a great break. The next speaker is ready for his talk. It's about backdooring chips and hardware supply chain attacks. So I hope you all have a nice next talk and wish you a lot of fun. Yes, go.
Hello. Hi everyone. I hope I'm audible. So thanks for having me. I think Mysticon. This is my second time in Mysticon, and I'm as excited as the first time. And so my topic for today is gonna be about backdoor chips and what are the different hardware supply chain attacks. And so the practical demo will be that will show you how a very basic chip implant can give you a shell across wide area network. So that's the topic for today. And a little introduction. We are from IoT SRG. So we are known for building cost-effective solutions. So a couple of our work in the past has come out with icebergs. We have our IoT PT V1. So entire demo and use cases of icebergs will be taken by another researcher at IoT SRG called Karthik. So that's for later on. And apart from that, so the entire intent behind IoT SRG, that is nothing but IoT Security Research Group, is to first, of course, which I've spoken, cost-effective solutions, and along with that, doing research, which is going to bring change. So that's one thing. And apart from that, we have also been conducting villages, workshops, training for different conferences and commercial companies, and also our team has built a hardware CTF and badges. So that's about IoT SRG. And about me, I'm Falknex. I focus more towards the hardware attack, and I'm one of the core team members of IoT SRG. And in my professional setting, I look after the hardware security lab at CISA, and yeah, that's about me. So I think I just wanted to say that my slides are very not up to mark because I should have focused a little more on the slides and not just on the POC. But my POC took a lot of time, and unfortunately, the power is also out now, so I'm running on a generator. That's why you're going to hear the beeping sound every now and then. So that's a core team member. We have a founder, Mr. IoT, and many other guys along with them. So that's something. Okay. So the agenda of the talk today, right? So we are going to talk about limitations of hardware security and the main intent behind the attack, the supply chain attack, right? We'll be talking about that and how you can scale it up, and what are the benefits of such attack. So there are two different benefits. Of course, one part of it, and also there's a business use case as well for OEM. And then we'll see some of the real life scenarios which is happening. And then again, we'll also be going with the tools that we have used for this purpose, and what are the alternative tools you can also use. And then we're going to talk about the entire attack cycle, which includes reconnaissance, as to how did we start off with exploitation, and then we'll show you a demo. And there are multiple different ways you can improvise this attack, and then some mitigations and the things you have to be very careful with, right? So those are the things that's in the agenda today. So yeah, so some of the limitations when it comes to hardware attack, and that has stayed for long. Yeah. Yeah, I think just to add, the beeping sound is because I'm running on a secondary power. The power is out, so that's why you're going to hear the beeping sound. It might irritate you also. Apologies for that. So yeah. So some of the limitations of the hardware attack, right? So every exploit or every attack boils down to cost-benefit analysis. So when it comes to hardware, the amount of the money spent for identification is the same amount that you would need to spend for the exploitation as well. But then when it comes to software, it's not the same. So the money for identification will be much larger, but the money for exploitation later on is going to be much lower, or sometimes almost nothing. So that's the difference between hardware and the software attacks. And then scalability, right? So when you talk about cost benefit analysis, attacks are more beneficial, profitable when you can produce it in a large format, when you can scale it up. But then there are some other attacks, like for an example, there was an attack of Joey Grant where he glitched a crypto wallet to secure $2 million. So some of these sensitive attacks do not require scalability. So that's one thing. And I think just give me a minute, because I think the good news is the power is back. So you're not going to hear any beeping sound anymore. Okay. Hello. Am I audible? Okay. I think something isn't going. My screen is out and I can still hear you. Okay. I'm unable to see my screen. Okay. Yeah. I figured out the issue. Just give me a minute, please. Okay. Yeah. Could you please confirm if my screen is still visible?
I think there are some problems with his screen or desktop. I cannot reach out to him. So I think we go to a short Yeah, I think we go to a short break. We go to a short break for about, I hope, 5 to 10 minutes. If that's not the case, then there will be a different session about malware uh, reverse engineering 101. But I hope he can come back. So I hope to see you soon.
Yeah, yeah. Apologies for all the issues that have been caused because of me. So yeah, so the limitations, right? We were talking about it. So the entry barrier, when it comes to hardware hacking is too pricey, because unlike other domains, the better the equipment, the better the outcome is going to be. So that's when it comes to hardware hacking. And it is an interdisciplinary subject where you'll have to learn about different subjects to go along with hardware hacking. So that's another challenge. And again, when you play with these hardware devices, right, you have higher chances of breaking the devices. So I still recall it was in our lab that one time we actually went on destroying, I think, good amount of 5 devices just to figure out something. So we had to break, and then it was, and again, it's a pricey affair because 5 devices, right? So that's one thing. And again, getting hands on to the devices is the biggest challenge, because due to the political tensions and different sanctions, you cannot import devices, nor you can send to them. And again, these are electronic devices. If you're sending it, there has to be a proper justification, proper documentation, and even if you're importing, it's like in the current region that I am in, you have to give information about every chip that you're importing, the use cases and etc. from which fabrication unit it's coming. It's a complex process. So these are some of the limitations. But nonetheless, all this can be sorted out. These are just like challenges. So yeah. So okay. So the reason behind this attack, right? I think I can just tell you the story behind why this research topic came into an idea. So yes. So every time we see people talking about hardware backdoors, the scapegoat is Chinese over here. I'm pretty sure every nation, if had that power, would have done it. But the whole question was that, okay, these type of attacks we think from a state sponsored level, but is it possible that someone like us, researchers, will they be able to do it? And if yes, will they be able to scale it? Right. So that was the whole idea behind it, and also to show that an hardware implant can cause a lot of severe issues. So that's something we'll come to later part. That's one thing. And then again, when you add a chip backdoor, right, it becomes difficult for anyone to identify it. For example, if you're adding one in the firmware, you at least have a chance where I'm not saying it's easy, but then you can figure it out. But generally, the idea behind we humans until now is that we trust our hardware. irrespective of anything, we're like, okay, you know what, nothing could be present in this hardware. It is definitely the software or anything. So we just place our trust in hardware. And then again, to our surprise, it was pretty cheap to add a chip backdoor. So we made use of a chip that was costing somewhere around $50. Again, if you import that from Shenzhen, that's something. And then again, not everybody is paranoid about hardware. You know, nobody's going to open and is going to look out for any spy chips or anything. And if you hide it very well, it becomes very difficult to even identify it. So we'll show different ways that you can even hide that. So to one possible way that you can identify is of course through PCB reverse engineering. But how many of us are going to open the device and going to look into each component, see what it does? So there are different ways. We'll talk about it. Okay, so we spoke about the intent behind the attack. So now coming back to the benefits, right? Just think about it. So we've talked about software trojans, but then when it comes to hardware trojans, how many of us had a scenario where we buy a device and it just works perfectly all right for a year, and then it just goes bad every time, just at the right amount of period, which is like 1 year. That's something which triggered us that okay, this is a very crazy business idea that let's say for an example, you invest in a device which is costing you 1,000 US dollars, which is costing you around 1,000 US dollars, and you use it. So whenever you buy a hardware device, you think it's a one-time investment. But for the OEM, it has to be a recurring revenue. So what they could do is they could place a counter which will work on the clock reset of the CPU, saying that after so many resets or after so many clock cycles, you just let's take short 2 points, or you get rid of that particular connection. So what happens? So now you'll do two things. One, if it is a device where if it is a costly device, you'll send it to the service center. So two ways the OEMs gets benefited. And how many of us think that okay, no, this could be another reason of a hardware trojan, that I have to give the device back? Not everybody. People would not have that particular thought, right? So that's one thing. And this particular attack that we spoke about, right? This works both for devices which do not connect over the internet. Of course, for the devices that don't connect over the internet, the attack vectors will be different. For the devices that connect over the internet, the attack vectors are going to be different. We'll talk about the devices for which there is no internet connectivity as well. Let's say for maybe at the end, I think I'll take the topic then. Yeah, and again, this type of attacks have leave a very minimal track. So in our current scenario, what we do is we download the file to a partition, which in that particular partition, what happens is for every boot up, the entire files in the partition are removed. So it's like the file is fetched, and the file is fetched over the internet whenever the device boots up, and it's not stored locally. So what you could also do is that maybe you could dump the firmware and try to perform firmware analysis to see if you can find any traces. And even if you do that, you won't be able to identify it, because it is happening at every boot up and nothing is being stored inside your firmware, right? So that's one thing. And again, the POC that we are planning to show you, it's not a local network attack. It's basically a WAN based. So yeah, and okay, so I think credits to Mr. IoT, because initially when we had thought to have this, we thought we'll just show you a POC and we'll just show you some local network based attacks. And then based on his reasoning and questioning is where we he thought, why don't we just get something over the WAN? So credits to him for this. And okay, so the real life scenarios, right? Very recent one. We all know about the Lebanon pager attack. So that is one real life scenario. Just think about it. If 3,000 pagers, I don't know if the count is 3,000, but I know that 3,000 people were affected by this. So if so many pagers could have gone unnoticed, then I'm pretty sure there is a lot more that can be done now that the embedded devices are just increasing drastically. So one thing, and also how many of OEMs consider you give a device to manufacture, and the PCB manufacturer will tell that there is a cheaper part for which you can compensate this particular one chip. You will be more than happy to go for it because it is going to save you, and so-called ROI can be justified. And in a similar way, the PCB manufacturer could also tell you that we currently don't have the stock for that particular chip. You'll have to wait for consider another 2-3 months, which will affect the device time to market. So we can compensate with a different one, or we can have some changes in the build. So based on this, you will go for it. So these are the different ways that this attack can be, can be widespread. The scale can be increased. Okay. So now coming back, a couple of the tools used in this particular attack. We have an SMD rework station. So this SMD rework station, I think you'll also get it for $25 to $30. And it is not just for this particular attack purpose. You can use it for multiple different purposes as well. So that's your SMD rework station. And all the tools that you see are the ones that we have used, right? And then a soldering station. So a soldering station typically varies. It goes from $5 to even $100. But I think going up to like a good soldering station up to like $50 is more than enough. Suffices the need and gives you the output. And then a stereo microscope. So currently, I am making use of a stereo microscope just for the sake of this particular demo, and because we have to use it every day. So if you're planning to work in this particular domain for long enough, it is better to invest in a stereo microscope, right? So let me show you. I think, yeah, that's my stereo microscope. So yeah. So we'll come back to this. So that's something. And if not optional, you can go with a digital microscope. So a digital microscope is going to cost you around $50. But there's going to be a little less latency. There's going to be a little latency, not less latency, but it should be fine. And so for this attack, we have made use of an ATT&CK. So if I can show you the chip that we are going to use is going to be this one. So that is the chip that we are going to make use of. I don't have a scale to show you a comparison, but if I can keep my finger on it, I think that's what we are going to implant. Yeah. So that's a ATT&CK chip, and it will just cost you around $50 to $57. Sorry, $0.5. Yeah. And again, we'll be making use of micro jumper wires. So the micro jumper wires that we're going to make use of will be with a diameter of 0.009 mm. So that's when things like stereo microscope will come into picture. Will be really helpful. And then again, So to give you an example of a micro jumper wire, I think I can show you a comparison. Yeah, that's a micro jumper wire. That's I think 0.00 0.009. Yeah. So you need some hand skill to pull this off. And then again, we have general things we're going to make use of. We'll be making use of UV glue mask and a curing lamp. We'll tell you the reasons why we're going to make use of that. And then there are a couple other things like, IPA debuggers. These debuggers come at a cheaper price, so we're going to make use of that one. Okay. The very first phase, right? So the very first phase, we thought that, for this first stage of adding a chip backdoor, we wanted to go with UART because one, UART is on most of the devices that you see out there, and even if there are protections that are placed to protect UART, you can bypass it. Like so, in our case, what we're going to do is the very first step. We'll identify the UART port onto the device. We'll interface with the UART to understand the device internals and the functionality. And then we'll identify the architecture of the device. The reason why we identify the architecture of the device is because we'll have to cross-compile the binary, which will be uploading it in our server, and then we'll be taking that particular file from our server to the device for every time it boots up, which is going to run. Yeah, and then again we have to identify different directories where we have write permission. And then, if it has functionalities like DFDs, we'll have to check if it is working or not. So what I'm going to do is maybe I'll just talk a little bit about UART, though this is not comprehensive. We have blogs that we have written in our website. You guys can always go and just check it out. Okay. So the abbreviation of UART is Universal Asynchronous Read and Write, which basically means that there is no clock. There is something called as a baud rate. So a baud rate is nothing but number of bits which are sent each second. There are a list of baud rates, right? The most common one is 115.200. But then there are other common list of baud rates. So we have also given you the list of generic baud rates in our GitHub repo. But just for your information, if you see this, the serial data, this is how it basically sends the bits. It is sent in zeros and ones. Okay. And two things you have to remember. One is the RX and one is the TX. RX is the one that receives the signals. TX is the one that sends the signals. TX is where you're gonna see the serial logs. Okay, simple. Okay. So visual identification, right? So what you can actually do is, there are different ways you can identify UART. If you're lucky enough, like in our case, we made use of the most iconic TLWR841N. So once again, let me show you this one. So you can see this. If at all, if you're lucky enough, you'll find the labeling, which is VCC, ground, RX, and TX. So, and that's something. And also the other thing what you can do is, most of your debug port will be very much near to your microcontroller. So in case you don't have the fill screen marking, you first go with the approach of making use of a voltmeter to identify it, or you can make use of a logic analyzer to identify it, or what you can do is you can take the data sheet of this particular chip and then trace the point from here to wherever it's going to this. So that's another way that you can identify it. And sometimes you might have to place some resistors, or short some points to actually get a full-fledged signal. Because what happens, though you might be able to receive the data, but you'll not be able to send the data, right? So these are some of the challenges that you're going to face in real life. So in our case, we have VCC, ground, RX, and TX. So that's good for us. So to talk to the device, right, you'll have to make use of a USB to TTL converter. So the price of a USB to TTL converter is it's very cheap. I think you'll find it for less than $1, which is going to work just fine. So what we'll be doing is we'll be attaching the ground of a device to the ground of the TTL converter, and then RX to TX. So it's like, whenever you're talking, I will have to listen. So that's when, whenever the device is trying to talk, I'm going to listen. And whenever I am going to talk, the device is going to listen. So it's just that. It's very simple and straightforward. Yeah. Okay. So now in our case, let's just connect to the UART. And let's see. Okay. Yeah. I think, unfortunately, I'll have to solder some points for the device over here. I'm just gonna get some hidden pins. Just have it over here. So this device that you see over here, right? So this is a new device, that I've just opened, and that's why you won't see that, there is no soldering which has been done before. So that's it. Just a minute. Okay, I'm just done. Okay. Yeah. So what I've basically done is I've soldered all the 4 points. So what we'll be doing is we will be making use of jumper wires. I think So you can make use of something like a screen or GTK term. So I'll be making use of GTK term for this. You can find a hell lot of tutorials for this, so I'm just going to fast forward on this particular process. I'm making use of a USB to TTL converter. Okay, so I'm going to connect this to a device back. Okay, so let me try powering on the device. So the baud rate that I have selected is 115200. So okay, so now when the device is connected, I can see the logs being printed. Okay, so now now we are into the particular device. Okay, perfect. Can I send the data? Yeah. Okay. So this is the shell of the device. Okay, and to reiterate again, UART is a misconfiguration. It's not a vulnerability. So it depends on how you leverage UART. Okay, so I'm going to type mount to see what are the file system. So if you see over here, we have proc, we have ramfs. Okay, yeah, and then we have ramfs on var. So what this particular thing it means that whenever the device boots up, it is gonna mount it back again, and all the details which are present before, the files that were present before will be just gone. So and that's that's something we can basically read and write. So we'll go into that particular shell. Okay. So now you can see this. We'll go to the temp directory. Okay. So now we have identified the place where you can basically read and write. So you'll have to identify what binaries are at your leverage, because these embedded devices are not gonna have extensive set of binaries like how you have in your Linux system. So if you go to your bin, we see BusyBox. Okay, so in BusyBox, we have only certain functions which are defined. So thing, do I have file? No, I don't even have file. Okay, and etc. CPU. Okay. Okay, so if you see this, out of all the defined functions, right, the only very interesting function that I see over here, which has the potential to fetch files from a different hosted TFTP, is nothing but the TFTP over here. So we'll have to check, if this is something that we can leverage for our particular attack, right? So yeah, coming back to our slides again. Just a minute. Sorry. Okay. So that's one way. So now what we basically do is, so the ideology was that we are going to fetch a binary using TFTP. Now that we have seen it is TFTP, and then we are gonna cross compile it for that particular architecture. Let me take out that. So the thing what we'll have to do is, I think we forgot to identify the architecture for this particular device, right? So okay. So here, if you see this in the CPU information, we have MIPS architecture. Okay. So we'll have to ensure that the particular file, the binary that we are going to compile, it has to be on MIPS architecture. So fortunately, cross compilation is something that you guys can look up to. But to our rescue, BusyBox already had some binaries which had MIPSL for MIPS. So this is the one. So that worked fine. So if at all, if I have to like download that, I think I'll just show you. Yeah. So if you see this, it is 32-bit LSP. That is MIPS1, and it is statically linked. Okay, so there are reasons why we. I wanted to tell the difference. The difference between static linked and dynamic linked. So the reason why we went for static linked is that the entire code is in the executable. So there is no dependency or on dynamic linking, where you might need different libraries referenced. That's one thing. But the other side is that here the executable file that you'll have to use will be a little larger, but it will not be that much. So that's the only major difference why we make use of static link than a dynamic linking one. And okay, so what we did was we hosted an AWS in an AWS we hosted an EC2 instance. So let me just so what we did was that we hosted an EC2 instance. We connected to the EC2 instance, and we pulled out this particular file, which was already cross-compiled for MIPS architecture, right? And then we wanted to host a TFTP server. So if you want to see. So, okay, that's it. Okay. I think that's my TFTP server. I think I'll just restart. Yeah, it is working. So that's my TFTP server. And then in this particular TFTP server, I have hosted one file that is BusyBox MIPSL. Okay, and so what we'll try to do is once you host this one, right, in an EC2 instance, you'll have to ensure that your security group allows all type of traffic. Just for this particular scenario, in my case, I'll just allow traffic from everywhere, but I'll be just shutting down this instance right after show you. And outbound is going to be all for everything. So that's how I've hosted, and this is all free tier. So I've just hosted it on a very basic free tier. And then the one challenge that I faced was regarding to the speed. So I could not get my TFTP running to a good speed, though for downloading a 1.5 MB file, it takes me almost 2 minutes, for which I had to tweak with the UDP buffer sizes and also make some changes to the configuration file of your ATFTP. I think it is here. Yeah, we had to make some changes to that particular file. So it was taking somewhere around 6 minutes, but with some changes we were able to bring it down to 2 minutes. So what we'll basically try to do is, let's try to fetch that particular file, right? In our this thing. So let's go to var. Let's go to temp. Okay, let's go tftp. tftp -g-r. These are your commands. And the file that I'll have to fetch. Yeah, the file that I have to fetch will be busybox MITRE. And then I have to type the IP address, the public IP. So oh yeah, of course, this is not going to because I've not attached my ISP line to it. So let me attach the ISP line to the router for which I've connected my yeah. Okay. It should be fine right now. Okay, so okay, let me go through the command again. So if you see, what I've done is through TFTP, I'm pulling out the busybox MITRE binary. So you see the speed, right? It's going to take 2 minutes to download this file. So until 2 minutes, let's go back to our slides and let's move forward. So that's one thing. Coming down to the programming part of your Tiny85. So let me get the exploit. So now there are basically two things. I think let's just wait for that particular TFTP. So the agenda is for the device to connect back to our listener that we run, and this should happen at every boot time, right? So we'll have to prepare the exploit code in such a way that whenever the device boots up, you'll have to ensure that it fetches the file over TFTP, and then it has to change the permissions, and then it has to connect back to the listener that I have. But the challenge is that in here you'll have to. I think I'll come down to. I think the next slide is that one. And again, programming a Tiny85. I referred the two links. So you can refer back to them. Kudos to this guys. There was a YouTube video and another blog post. So yeah. So now coming back to the delivery part. Maybe let us just wait for the particular file to come. Yeah. So now that we have this particular file fetch, right? So we'll have to change the permissions for it to execute. I'm gonna make use of change mode. Maybe it's okay. So now when I execute this, look at the functions that I have written in the device. You see this? The one that we're gonna look at is netcat. Okay. So now you see that we have it over here. So we have netcat present over here, right? So what we're gonna do is we are gonna first fetch the file. First, we are gonna get the MITRE binary. So after getting the MITRE binary from our AWS Azure DFDs server in Debian EC2 instance, we are going to execute netcat where it connects back to a listener. Okay, just to maybe show you a demo. This is a brand new device. I've just opened it for the very first time. Let me get. I think the exploit code is present here somewhere. Let me just take this to somewhere else here. Okay, so I'm going to download the so this is how we'll be leveraging. First, what we are going to do is the first thing that you're supposed to do is go to your var temp directory. I think the exploit code is here. We'll make use of the steps to to install the necessary libraries that you need to burn the code onto the Netiny 85. It's all present out there, so you can just leverage that one. So we know that the baud rate. And this is another example. So once you install the library, you get certain examples. So I've just leveraged that particular example to write my own code. So what I've done over here is to show you for an example, Netiny 85. There are pins in Netiny 85, right? So these are the pins. So we have VCC, we have ground, PB0, PB1. What I've done is I've made use of VCC and I've made use of PB0. So I'll tell you the reason why I've made use of PB0. So this is nothing but 0, which is nothing but a TX. So what happens? I'll show you an example of that one as well. Excuse me. Yeah. So going back to our code again, I initialize that, and if people are aware of Arduino programming, I have not kept this under loop, because once you keep in the loop function, right, it keeps iterating again and again. To make it more simple, what I've done is we start with the baud rate of 115200, and this is an escape character. It's like enter, like how we press enter, right? So it's nothing but just an enter. Okay, it's an enter. And then it moves to your cd var.temp, and then the first one, this is a milliseconds delay. It causes all the milliseconds delay, and then TFTP to MITRE, the IP address of my TFTP hosted in EC2. Then I sleep for 9 seconds, and then I change the permission. Over here, if you see, I have given approximately 4 minutes. The reason why I had to give 4 minutes was that I was trying to set up the TFTP server, but I think I'm still supposed to tweak it more to give the right speed. So a 1.5 MB file is taking somewhere around 2 minutes. That should not be the case in general scenarios. So that is something you could optimize it. And then again, what you do is, now that you have taken the binary, right, to see if this particular code works, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go to my newer machine. I'm going to start a listener. I'm going to start a listener. It's 4321, yeah. And then I'm going to type this to see if it works. You see this? So we've got a connection from there. And you see? Okay. So now we have a connection, and if at all, if I have to execute the same binary, and this way you can also pull curl. You can pull curl, or you can cross compile any binary that you want, and you can put it in your TFTP server, and from that TFTP server you can pull it onto your device. So now let's take who am I? So just give you yeah. It gives you admin, but whenever you try to do this over here, you don't have who am I. So who am I has come from the busybox binary that we have taken from TFTP server. And so let's take for an example, if I have to figure out the Wi-Fi password, it's just for the sake of doing it. There could be various things you could do. Let's just go on to CD. Okay, the spelling. Okay, so let me cat out this file. So once you cat out this particular file, you can identify the Wi-Fi password, and not just that. What you can also do is you can spin up another Wi-Fi just from the serial commands. The way the approach that I took was I went down to the particular admin management portal, and whenever I used to do the changes, I would see how it would log in the serial console. So it will give me, I think it is not in this, yeah, it's in other PC. So what it would do is, it would log certain commands over my serial console. I would take that and you can just execute it. But also another challenge over here, if you see, I've not given each of thing in a single line, because in a UART, there is a restriction that in a certain in a certain line you can only give so many characters. So that is why I've given them separately. Okay, so that's another reason for this particular code, and then you can spin up, you can change the passwords. It's like you can do anything thereafter, right? So now comes the tricky business. So now we have done all this. Now we have to install a chip to this particular device to see how we can leverage this, because now the setup is something very complex. It's like, coming back to this, the setup is so the setup is like this. So I have a USB to TTL converter over here. I have that tiny 85, which is these are the same modules. So both are nothing but the same modules. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, both are the same modules. It's just a different interfaces for it to be programmed. So so we'll be making use of this particular chip. So what we did in our previous scenario was that we first programmed the chip, and then with the use of the SMD rework station, we got the chip removed from here, and okay, yeah. So I'll also show you what we have basically done. Okay, so we have seen how it works. So I'll just get rid and I'll show you. Okay. So at the back of, you'll have to place it in such a way that it is difficult to recognize. So what we did was we decided that we just place it at the back. Okay. So these are my pins. These are my 4 pins. If you see this, these are the pins right at the front. So that's TX. There's my TX. There's my VCC. And the center one is the ground. So over here, I'm so sorry. Yeah. So just to give you, okay. So this is the VCC. This particular one. Second one is the ground. The third one is the RX. So here we don't need TX. We don't need to have that particular feedback when it is doing it. Okay. So what you can just do is we are going to leverage these 3 pins where it sends the data. So okay, don't tell me where is the chip right now. Okay. So what we did, let me take a tweezer and let me show you. We have programmed for 0 pin and this one. Okay. So if you see over here, this is the one. Okay, whenever you find the round corner is where you have the first pin. Going back to my slides again. The fourth is the ground and the VCC, the 8th pin. So this is my VCC and okay, that is my VCC and that is my PB0, which is nothing but the TX. This is the one which is going to send the data. So what we decided was that we will have the chip placed somewhere over here. Okay, we'll have the chip placed somewhere over here. So whenever the device boots up, it is going to take the power from here. This is the RX. Okay, that's where it is going to send the data. And then over here we need the ground, but the ground is over here. So we spoke about micro jumper, right? So what we did was that so if you see this, we have taken the micro jumper wire from here, and it's a 0.009 mm silver conductive wire, and we have taken it to the center. So now what we'll do is we will solder this particular this one which is coming, right? So that's the ground. This particular ground is connected to this one, to this particular pin. Okay. So now you have your ground, then you have your VCC, which is the pin number 8, and then your TX. So if I have to show that in real life, right? So let me pull out a device, the device which actually has an implant. I'm going to open up and show it to you guys. So you can see I'm just opening it right away. Okay. Get the device. Open the device up. So at the back of the chip, what discretely we have done is, this is the one with actual implant. You can see how we have done it, right? Let me try to get the zoom correct, right? Okay. So this is how we have done it. So you can see this. I think I can, if I just use a brush to clean it up a bit, it'll be much better. Okay, so. You make use of this one. So that is to remove the residue. So this way, it becomes difficult to identify. But then, when I asked to my team to identify the chip, it just took them no time to identify. So we came out with different ways. So before we go ahead with that, let's do one thing. And this is the one with the implant. So I'm gonna place it back. I'm gonna put the device back as it was. And let's run an actual an actual exploit. Let's see how it works, because now that the implant is in, right, because it takes somewhere around 5 minutes and 40 seconds to actually execute downloading the MITRE binary and then doing it. So okay, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna ensure my listener is up. Okay, I have my listener up and running. Then again, let me connect my ISP link. Let me connect the power to this device. So I connect the power to this device and I just leave it off. So let's come back. Let me start my timer. Let's come back and see if you actually get attention. Okay. So also what you can do is you can place it in places like this. So in multiple devices, you're going to see this. So what you can do is you can place it in here as well. Okay. And also coming back to the point how you can hide it in a much better fashion, right? You can perform encapsulation. So encapsulation is something which is used for waterproofing it. So you can have something like this, or I'll just show you an example of a UV glue mask. So I have a UV glue mask. Let's consider one UV glue mask. Okay. And then if not, you can have the warranty protection sticker. So what you can do is you can just put it in such a way that, if somebody opens it, it's voided. So you can have that. These are ways you can hide it better. You can have an epoxy like this, or you can etch off the chip layer. So let's consider this particular chip ESP. Sorry, a tiny 85. Okay. So you can see this. That's my tiny Atmel tiny 85. Okay. So what you could very peacefully do is, okay. This is to make the life of the reverse engineer much difficult. So I'm going to take a small sandpaper and let's just sand off the chip details. Yeah. So I think I have 2 more minutes for the exploit to function. So until then, I'm just going to sand, and I'm just going to show you now how you can just get rid of the entire name. I think it's good to go now. So you can just do something like this, where we just make use of, and that's it. So now you don't know what the device does. And also what you can do is to hide that, you will make use of epoxy, sorry, a UV glue mask. hide the entire chip layer over here. So it becomes or something of that sort. So you can apparently make use of a cotton bud to spread it evenly. So this and we make use of a UV curing lamp, solid within no time. So I think it will work. Okay, so I think that should be good. A little more. It should be fine. Yeah. So if you see this now, it becomes much difficult, and so it has become like a rock solid. So you see this, it becomes like a rock solid. So you can do something like this, and you get different colors if you want to get it in the black, red, green, or whatever it is. So you can make use of these type of components to, okay. Unfortunately, when we opened, we got a reverse shell on a device. Well, this is from the device which is connected to my ISP, and I am in my hotspot, and this is my EC2 instance. So that's how a chip backdoor can basically get you a WAN-based shell. Okay, so different ways you can do that. And okay, so the mitigations. The mitigation is that you have to perform reverse engineering for the devices at the end of the supply chain. So that is one way you can identify, and the other way is related to the policies and the regulations. Even though things are good at paper, you know how hackers work. They don't know how to evade that and just get things. And so that's something. And coming down to PCBRE, right? There's an amazing book written by Keng Tong. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing his name wrong. So and always be paranoid. So never trust, right? So if so let's consider if I give this to a friend or anyone for that matter, fact, they're not going to open and just check it out. So and then while you're doing this, right? So a couple of things. Be very careful because you're going to burn your hands. And my mentor recently burned his hand trying to remove the epoxy encapsulation. And the other part of the, I forgot to say, right? So what happens whenever there is a encapsulation, right? To remove the chip from the device, you need to take the chip up to like 250 degrees Celsius because the melting point of the solder is somewhere around 183 degrees Celsius, depending on the different paste used. But when you add this encapsulation layer, right, you'll have to take the device up to 800 degrees Celsius for the encapsulation layer to burn. If they're making it depends, okay, that particular temperature, it clearly depends. But once upon a time, in one of the scenarios, we found a chip that had the chip glue, and even though you get some adhesives where you add it and keep it in a Ziploc, even then, after taking the device up to like I think 600 degrees Celsius, I could not remove the chip, and the device failed. So things like that, and this one could be very effective. So that's one thing. And beware, always make use of gloves. Soldering fumes are very toxic. anytime have a soldering extractor and ESD wrist strap, and your ESD wrist strap not connected to your mains, have a whole different ESD wrist strap and glasses, and ensure that you don't burn your home down with a soldering station, which apparently I did once upon a time, burning the sofa down. Not that much, but with the soldering station. So I think that's. I believe I might have. I'm just checking if I think there was something I said I will discuss the last part. Okay. Let's take that as questions if I've missed anything. Yeah. Again, apologies. I think slides could have been much better. I could have shown you guys in a different way. So that's one thing. And conclusion. Hardware attacks can be now scaled and monetized big time, because the price of Attorney 85 is $0.50. And the other equipments might cost you a little, but eventually, as you know, you're using it will be justified for the price that you've invested, right? And it is pretty easy to hide hardware backdoors like this. That's one thing. And what I've generally seen is, once your software security is up to a certain mature level, I think that's where not just that, but just my observation that that hardware attacks are going to be more relevant, and of course hackers like guys keep getting smarter. And then supply chain is one of the critical. So the whole point is about the supply chain attack, and again is the key forward. So I think that's the end of slides for me. And if you guys have any questions or anything, please feel free to ask. I think we can have like another 5 minutes or something of that sort for questions.
Well, thank you for the amazing session. It was very cool to see you, soldiering and UART bleeding. Of course, I was interested in the in the drop beer that I was showing on your screen. Was curious why is drop beer there, but never mind that. But thank you for the amazing session. There was one question from someone. I hope you remembered it. Let me see. Yeah. The question is from Niron John G. The question is, what is the forget me not username and password?
Sorry?
The question is, what is the forget me not username and password?
Let me check. Where is the question? I don't the question. Can you just send it to me over Telegram, because I quite didn't understand the question.
Yeah, the question is, what is the forget me not username and password? He probably saw it somewhere in the stream. I think it is some kind of comment.
Okay. I don't know. I think so. In that particular file system, right? You have password.bat, and I don't know. It might be in the file system, but I'm not sure what he or she's different. I think. Just a minute. Let me see that.
If there
where is the question? Please keep this.
If there are any more questions for the people who are watching, now is the time to ask your question. It was a big, huge topic that he explained in his talk, so I can imagine there are some questions that you have when seeing, as hardware hacking is cool.
So just send me the question. I quite didn't get the question. So just to answer, right? To perform this attack and for this attack to be successful, even if you're flashing the firmware, it does not matter. It will work. And second thing, you're not
Okay, yes.
writing anything to the firmware because yeah. Sorry.
No.
Okay.
the person who asked the question was about the CTF, not about the talk.
Correct. Yeah, it was about the CTF. Correct. Yeah. So, and again, when it comes to firmware-based backdoors, right, your firmware verification. So it is not possible to add there. And over here, you can make changes, even to your IP table or anything, without having any credentials of sorts. So, just from the credential side. So that's something I wanted to add.
Well, I don't see any questions in the meantime popping up, so I think there are no questions so far. If you still have questions for the people who are watching, you can always reach out. His name you can see on the screen, Falknix. You can reach out to him on Telegram. And yeah, if you have any questions, please reach out to him. Yeah, I want to thank Falknix for the amazing talk, for the amazing demonstration live with the soldering and the chips. It was very cool. For the people who are watching, we are back in about 10 minutes with the next talk. So I hope to see you in 10 minutes. And again, a big applause for Falknix for the amazing talk.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I think Mysticon is one place which has been very cool. So thank you so much for the efforts. Yeah, it's just amazing. Thank you.
welcome back, everyone, or at least to the next speaker. Welcome. The next talk will be, as you can see on the screen, orchestration of Docker attacks and security. So for those who are interested in Docker, you definitely need to stay and and watch. Yeah, I'm going to give the word to the next speaker and wish you all an amazing and great session. So enjoy.
Let me change it quickly. Yeah, this works fine. All right. So this for today's session, what I'm gonna do, we will talk more about orchestration of Docker attacks, as well as how we can secure it, how we can properly configure it. Okay. So that's why the topic for today's session is orchestration of Docker attacks and security. Okay. Now, as for the tools, so little bit about me. Myself, Monel. My real name is Deepak, and I go with my alias, which is Monel, definitely. And yeah, I have been in the cybersecurity industry from past half a decade, more than half a decade. And I love to talk more about, I love to work more about web applications, APIs, mobile apps, network, Active Directory, big content client, such as desktop applications, cloud audits, pen test, and more. And today we are gonna discuss more about Dockers, like what are the different attack vectors of Dockers and how an attacker basically targets the Docker container, as well as a small test case, like how one of the well-known threat actors was able to spread the malicious Docker container. Okay. So I'm going to start with the very basics, such as the differentiation between the virtual machine and Docker. So as you can see on my left-hand side, let me quickly add a laser. So as you can see on my left-hand side, there is our architecture which demonstrates what exactly is the virtual machine, the architecture of virtual machine. On my right-hand side, there is the architecture of the container. So the major difference between virtual machine and Docker is that all the containers in which my application is running on, in which my application is hosted on, are entirely isolated. Okay. Whereas when we talk about virtual machines, you see it basically shares so many different dependencies with my own operating systems. Okay. This is what exactly the Docker architecture, a simple Docker architecture looks like. So we have client. Client is nothing but the CLI tool which we install in our operating system. Okay. Then we have the Docker host. Docker host is nothing but the actual Docker application or the actual Docker tool which we install in our host machine, and through which we can create, manage, and destroy the containers. Okay. Then we have the registries. Registries are nothing but the remote location or a place where we can store our images, where we can upload our images, and from which we can download our images. So from the client, as in once, at first what I have to do, at first I have to download the Docker in my operating system. Now it doesn't matter whether I'm using a Linux-based machine, Windows machine, or a Mac-based machine, or whether I'm using the Docker in the EC2 instances, or whether in Azure, it doesn't matter. First, I have to download the Docker engine. That is, I have to download the Docker. Then later on, while installing the Docker, I will get the Docker CLI, and the Docker CLI, I will call it as the client. And the Docker CLI will be responsible to communicate with the Docker daemon, which is running in our own operating system in my host machine. And with the help of Docker CLI and with the help of Docker daemon, I can create the container, I can manage the container, I can destroy the container, and I can pull as well as push the images through and from the registry. Okay, now talking about the registry can be public registry, such as we have the Docker's own public registry, as well as majority of the companies who currently uses Docker in their environment. What they do, they don't much rely on public repository, rather than they rely on creating as well as hosting their own images in a private repository. Now those repositories can be their AKS or EKS, depending upon the cloud architecture which they are using. Suppose for EKS, they will gonna have to use the Amazon. For AKS, they might have to rely on Azure. And for GCP, the scenario will gonna be different. Okay, so majority of the companies, they don't directly trust the images which are available on registries. Not registries, but basically on the Docker public repositories in the public registry, but they tend to create their own images, or they tend to store their own images in the private repositories. Okay. So why we basically need a security in what you say in Docker? Because traditionally what used to happen? Traditionally our application, we tend to host our application in a non-microservice architecture. Correct. It was in the monolithic based application. In the monolithic architecture, we used to host our application, and in that sense, we have to allocate the entire operating system's resources to the application. Suppose I'm using EC2 instance, okay, and in that EC2 instance, suppose I have to host my application. Then what earlier on we used to do? We used to deploy the entire dependencies, entire application code, as well as a database in the same EC2 instances, and then we have to provide the resources for that EC2 instances, such as CPU resources, as well as 8 to 12 gigs of RAMs. Correct. So in order to just run a single operating system, no, sorry, not a single operating system, but a single application, single website, we have to provide a lot of CPU and system resources to that EC2 instances, so that it can handle the traffic well. It can, what you say, it can manage, it can help me so that my application should not go down, or my application should be able to handle the traffics or the load properly. Although in order to have the proper load management or the traffic management scenario in cloud, we have different load balances. That is entirely a different story. But nowadays, what companies have adopted to, companies have moved from monolithic architecture to microservices architecture, where the companies, where the developers, they tend to create the small containers of each and every component, such as I have the front-end application developed in Python. So the developers will wanna create a small container of that Python image. Then the backend, suppose my backend is built in MySQL or else in PHP, or you can say MongoDB. So the developer will wanna create a separate container for that backend and architecture, and they will gonna join those two containers with the help of links, and then they will gonna host those containers in the EC2 instances, so that the container should not consume the entire system resources which are allocated to the EC2 instances. Instead, it should only consume the limited resources which was assigned to the container while creating the containers by the developers. Okay. But now in all of this architecture, where is exactly the security, right? So the security part comes into the picture because a lot of hackers tends to perform different sort of attacks in Docker, such as they can backdoor the Docker, they can escape from Docker to the host machine, because again, at the end of the day, Docker will definitely gonna be installed in my own host operating system, whether it can be my own laptop or it can be my EC2 instances. That doesn't really matter. Okay. So there are a lot of different attack vectors. There are a lot of vulnerabilities when it comes to the software which are installed in the Docker instances, in the Docker container, as well as one can manipulate the and Docker images, which I earlier on said that backdooring the Docker image, correct? So we have to keep in mind that we are securing our Docker as well as we are securing the image as in we are securing the applications which are currently available in that Docker container. So in that sense, OWASP came with the top 10 best security practices, which we will gonna look at in a bit. Okay. Now, again, why security in Docker? Because as you know, there are a lot of threat vectors, but some common attack vectors are such as someone can attack on the Docker from external environment. Someone can attack on my Docker instances from internal organizations, and there might be some some developers might make a mistake while downloading the containers, and later on they might get to know that the containers which they have downloaded are already backdoored. So there are some common areas through which the attack can happen on my Docker container. Correct. Now, this diagram, which was again, I copy pasted it from the OWASP website. Okay. So over here, we can see that there are a lot of different attack vectors, which at the end of the day affects my Docker container, such as compromising the secrets. Correct. Secrets as in the environment variables or the parameters which we are additionally providing to the Docker container in order to start the applications. Then later on, we have the poison image, such as again backdooring the image files, which we will later on gonna use to create the container. Correct. Then we have the container breakout scenario, such as suppose an application is hosted on the container, and that container is again hosted on my EC2 instances. So if there is any vulnerability, then what the attacker might gonna do? Attacker will gonna first compromise the application which is hosted inside the container. They will gonna gain the access of that container, and then later on, if the container was started or if the container was created with some misconfigurations, which we will gonna look at in a bit again. So if the container was started with little bit of misconfigurations, then they were gonna utilize those misconfigurations, or they were gonna abuse those misconfigurations so that they can break out from the container and they can gain the access of the EC2 instance machines. Later on, there are again kernel exploits. Why kernel exploits? Because at the end of the day, when we create a Docker container, okay, when we create a Docker container, that Docker container at the end of the day depends upon a particular operating system. That operating system either can be a bulky operating system, or else they can be the lightweight operating system, such as the Slim, or else the I forgot the name, but there are a couple of different lightweight operating system images available, and those images again based on the Linux kernel. So similarly, we have kernel exploits for normal Linux operating system. Same way, we will have a lot of different kernel exploits for our Ubuntu images, which are based on again operating systems. Correct. Then later on, we have denial of service attacks. So again, in that sense, attacker can perform denial of service after compromising the container, so that they can overload the bandwidth. Okay, they can overload the CPU as well as RAM utilizations with the help of fog bombing attack or creating multiple PIDs, which we will again going to look at. Okay. Later on, we have the network-based attacks, such as compromising a container, not compromising, but scanning the different containers which are available in the network by utilizing the by utilizing their exposed port numbers. Okay, so these all are the different threat vectors which are available in Docker. Now, what we will gonna do? We will gonna look at each and every one of them, but according to OWASP. Like again, at the end of the day, OWASP is a well-known organization which likes to create the vulnerability category in the form of 10. Okay, so that is what we will gonna look at. So over here, OWASP has created in 2019 the 10 categories of Docker security. So in that, we have a lot of them, such as, just a sec, where is my, So we have secure user mapping, then we have patch management strategies, network segmentations and firewalling, secure defaults, then machine security, context, protect secrets, resource protections, container image integrity and origins, following the immutable paradigms as well as logging. Okay, out of all these 10 different categories, not every category involves the attack vector as in not every category involves the way to attack on the Docker. In these categories, there are a couple of the categories which purely focuses on the best practices. Okay, so let's look at them real quick. So the first we will look at is secure user mapping. So over here, we tend from the developer's point of view, whenever we start a container, so the container automatically has the root access, which is again at the end of the day quite not secure, quite dangerous, because once a user gain access to a container, I mean, if the application is vulnerable, which is hosted in the container, and if an attacker is somehow able to perform the RC or somehow able to upload a file, then there is a major possibility that they can compromise my container. Correct. But again, after compromising that container, if the attacker is prompted with the root access, then there is quite a lot of scenario which has been observed that the attacker can utilize those root permissions in order to enumerate further, such as they can check what are the capabilities which are currently assigned to that container. And if a misconfigured capability found, or if the vulnerable or dangerous capability found to be loaded in the container or assigned to in the container, then they can use that capability to break out from the container and gain the access of the host machine. So that is quite dangerous. So as a result, OWASP basically says that never ever start a container with the root privileges. Always while starting the container, what they have to do? They have to over here. Let me quickly go. Okay, I don't have over here. So this is how normally we create a Docker file and normally we start a container. But according to OWASP, what OWASP says, OWASP always recommends that never ever start the container in this default mode. Always tend to create a user and always assign a normal level user to the container, so that whenever container starts using Docker file, the container should always gonna have a normal user access instead of a root user access. So this is one of the best practices which was provided by the WASP. Later on, there is one couple of more attack vector scenarios, such as the privileged flag. Okay, this privileged flag is one of the dangerous flag which is currently available for a container. Okay, so what this privileged flag does, this privileged flag basically it is going to give the entire Linux operating system capability to my container. Okay, so if an attacker is able to gain the access of the container, they can again take advantage of this capability in order to escape directly from the container and compromise my host machine. So at the end of the day, it depends if I am hosting that container in the EC2 instance, in the AWS, Azure or Google Cloud, they will be able to gain the access. And out of all the, the Linux capabilities, there are some quite dangerous capabilities such as capsys admin, capsys ptrace and capsys module. And out of these three, this one, capsys module is quite dangerous because capsys module gives us the capability to inject the kernel module into the Linux container. In my case, it will gonna be the the Docker container. Okay. So this capsys module has the capability. So if at all this capsys module is available as a capability for my Docker container, then yes, definitely. And if the Docker container is started with root user, what the attacker will gonna do? Attacker will gonna first check the privilege, like what type of privilege they have got. Then later on, they will gonna check all the capabilities allocated for that container. And then in that sense, suppose like this, okay, attackers will gonna use this command cap-sh-fn print, and over here they will be printed with a lot of different capabilities which were currently allocated to the container. And out of all these capabilities, they will gonna look at this one, capsys module. And once the attacker gets their hands on this capsys module, once the attacker finds that this capsys module is currently allowed as a capability, currently available as a capability, they will gonna create some C file, and they will gonna inject, with the help of those C file, they will gonna create the kernel module, and they will inject those kernel modules in my Linux container in order to break free from the container and to compromise the host. Okay, so that's why again it is always recommended from the OWASP that never ever start any container with this privilege flag. Okay, and just for the fun part, I have also not assigned, but I have also written the syntax, like how we can start a particular container with the privilege flag. So this is how my exact syntax looks like. And first one is to start the container with the privileged mode, with the privileged flag. Then later on, in order to get the list of capabilities which are currently assigned to my container, we have to first update the containers. Then we have to we have to install the libcap package or the libcap tool in the container. And then later on, we can use this cap-sh print command to check all of these capabilities. Okay. And by default, see, I have started my container using this command, the first command. And over here, as you can see, that by default, I am getting the access of root user, which is at the end of the day quite dangerous. Okay. Now moving on to our next category, which is patch management strategy. So patch management strategies are at the end of the day similar to how OWASP basically recommends for the web application or for the other domains. So for the patch management, the worst thing which can happen to my container environment is that either the host can get compromised or either my orchestration tool. Now, while talking about Docker, I don't have Kubernetes over here, because when we purely talk about Docker, we have the Docker Swarm as an orchestration tool. But when we talk about Kubernetes, then Kubernetes is by default an orchestration tool, and Kubernetes have this kubelets, so that with the help of that we can create the containers. Containers, basically we can create the pods, and pods will gonna have the different images. So we will not gonna touch the Kubernetes at all for the moment for this session. We will purely stick on Docker. So the worst thing which can happen to my container environment is that either the host environment, not the host environment, but either the host machine can get compromised, such as the host machine on which the container is currently running, or else the orchestration tool can get compromised. Okay, so if my host machine is getting compromised, then it will gonna enable the attacker to control all the containers which are currently running on that host. Suppose in my EC2 instance, I am running 4 to 5 different containers. So if my host machine is getting compromised, so the Docker daemon will definitely gonna be available on my Docker host machine. And by default, majority of the time we have been observed that the container has root user privilege. Okay, so in that case, what attacker can do? Attacker can further enumerate different containers. Attacker can further manipulate, manage all those containers which are available on my current host. So this was the scenario number 1. And as for the scenario number 2, if my orchestration tool gets compromised, then it will gonna allow the attacker to control the container on all the hosts which the software is managing. So suppose in my EC2 instances, there are only 5 containers available, but the orchestration tool is currently managing total 20 different containers on different EC2 instances. Then at that point of time, it is quite dangerous if my orchestration tool gets compromised, because in that case, what attacker can do? Attacker can entirely manage as an attacker can entirely control all those 20 containers which the orchestration tool is currently managing. Okay, so that's why patch management comes into the picture. Why over here patch management comes into the picture? Because there is a quite possibility that an attacker can compromise the host machine directly from the Kubernetes containers, which are the attack vectors are either the images which the developers are using for the container are quite outdated, or either there are a lot of vulnerable dependencies which are currently utilized in the container. Okay, so talking about the patch management again, suppose we are sticking with the first attack vector, which is outdated image. In that sense, what an attacker can do, attacker can use tools such as Docker Scout to identify different vulnerabilities which are available in the images. The syntax for that will be this: Docker Scout. This scout will gonna search for this command. Using this command, we will gonna search for all the CVEs which are available in the Nginx latest image. Okay. Now talking about the second attack vector. So suppose I am creating my container with these two, in my Docker file, I have added these two dependencies. So while creating the container with this type of content in my Docker file, we will gonna install Python version 3.9, the lightweight version of Python 3.9 in my container, as well as we will gonna install the Flask version 0.12.3. And by defaulting nature, Flask version 0.12.3 is quite vulnerable to DDoS attack. So at the end of the day, what developer might mistakenly do, they might mistakenly install the vulnerable libraries or vulnerable dependencies inside the container. And this later on somehow can be utilized by an attacker to attack on the system or to compromise the system or to gather information of the architecture directly via web application which is hosting in the container. So in order to directly use this vulnerable or the outdated Flask version, what we can do, we can simply provide as a developer, we can simply provide the latest or the specific version which are either up to date or either they are free with vulnerabilities. Okay, and at the end, while talking about patch management strategies, we have one automated tools which is known as Watchtower. Okay, so we can use this tool to automatically monitor as well as update the running containers. What this tool does, this Watchtower tool will automatically gonna check for the updated images. So suppose in this scenario, what I'm using the lightweight version of Python, which is version 3.9. And suppose I'm using the Watchtower. So what this Watchtower will gonna do? This Watchtower will gonna check whether the version which I'm using for my base image, whether is there any updated version available so that I can use in my base image or not. The Watchtower will gonna look for that, and it will automatically gonna pull it from the Docker registry, and it will automatically gonna restart the container with the latest version. Okay, and the syntax for that is this. So all we have to do is we have to run the container with the Watchtower, and yes, this Watchtower will gonna look at my container. It will gonna monitor the container, and it will check what are the outdated versions or images versions available. Okay, so this was all about the patch management. Then later on we have another section which says about network segmentations and firewalling. So this is quite common, correct? Like whenever we are creating a network, it is always recommended by everyone that we have to isolate our network from external attackers, correct? The same thing follows for Docker as well. So it is always recommended to isolate the containers from unnecessary network access by creating a separate network interface for that Docker. Okay, by default, in one of my recent audit, which was again last year, what I was able to observe, I observed that there was the container running It was not the Docker, but it was the Kubernetes. Okay. So in that sense, I observed that the container is running, but there were no separate network interfaces created. So the user who is accessing my EC2 instance, they were able to access the container or properly or without any hurdles, they were able to create the containers. Okay. So from the compliance point of view, it is quite not recommended at all. Okay. And there are again couple of attack vectors such as sensitive containers, for example, databases needs to be shielded from unauthorized access by other containers or external traffics, because attackers can compromise the web application. I mean, the web application which is available in the container number one. For example, attackers can compromise that container number one, and from that container number one, they can easily escape the container to compromise the host, and from that host, they can move on to container number two quite easily. Okay, that is one scenario. And another scenario will be that they can install Docker inside the container if they have that privileges. So they can install Docker inside the container, and they can use some mount feature as well as socket features, so that they can break out from the container and access another container eventually. Okay, so there is one feature which is DIND provided by Docker. Full form of DIND is Docker in Docker. So developer use this Docker in Docker feature so that they will have less number of containers to manage. But at the end of the day, Docker in Docker feature do comes up with a lot of security issues, which we have to make sure that they are not there. Okay, so this was for the default networking. So below are the commands, like this is how we can first create the interface. So the interface which I am creating is secure network. This is my network interface. And while running the Docker image, in my case, it is Nginx. So what I have to do, I have to attach the created network to my image, so that I can run my container in an isolate network, in an isolate environment. Okay. Later on, we have another category provided by WASP, which is secure defaults. Now, these secure defaults have a lot of different things which we can talk about. So let's first understand what exactly this category is saying. So the Docker container as well as the Docker engines must not use any configurations that are inherently insecure, such as running with excessive privileges, which we already talked about in category number one. Running the container with root privileges is prohibited, but by default, whenever we start the container, it will automatically gonna inherit the root privileges. Okay, but yeah, we can do one thing. We can use control groups over there, so that we can isolate the root user available in the container, and we can isolate the root user available in my host machine. And not only for the user, control groups are meant for so many other things, as well as in order to isolate the users, I'm gonna use the namespaces, not the control groups. Okay, that was my mistake. We can use control groups for some other things, but in order to isolate the users, we will gonna use namespaces. Okay. Developers or administrators should deliberately configure settings to meet their application's need instead of relying on unsafe defaults. Okay. And there are again a lot of attack vectors which comes with the default setting of containers, such as user can perform privilege escalations, user can access sensitive files directly from sitting inside the container to the host. If the developer has started the container with some volume mounts, okay, and then inside the container, what developer can do, developer can not the developer but the attacker, what attacker can do, attacker can install the Docker inside the container, and then they can perform further enumeration type of scenarios. Okay, so there are a couple of attack vectors such as default user privileges, expose ports on host machines, then shared volume with full permissions, and then capabilities and privileges. So the capability part, which we have already talked about in the category number one. So let's see what exactly are those. So first one we will talk about is default users. Again, whenever my container starts, it will gonna inherit the root privileges. Okay, so all we have to do is we have to start the container with a non-root user, number one. Number second scenario, what we can do, we can use namespace to isolate the usernames. We can use namespace to isolate the process IDs, networks, and whatnot. Okay, there are a lot of things which we can do with namespace. Then talking about exposed ports, by default, if we use -p flag, we can expose a particular port of a Docker, and we can bind the application's port number running inside the container to the port number which is available on a host machine. In that way, what a developer is doing, a developer is allowing the other user which are available in the network to access the application running inside the container on a particular port number which was allowed on the host. Okay, so this is the normal scenario. So over here, suppose a developer is starting a Nginx image in which suppose the XYZ web application is running on. Okay, so over here, what developer is doing? A developer is assigning, or developer is binding its own operating system's port number 8080 to the port number 80, which is on which the application is running inside the container. So in that way, any user which is currently present in his network or in her network, they can access the web application running on port number 80 inside the container directly via port number 8081. That's why from the OWASP it is always recommended not to assign or not to bind the port in this way. Okay, instead use the IP address also. So suppose I want to expose the port number 8080 of my host machine. What I'm going to do? I'm going to use my own localhost IP address so that only I as a developer will be able to access that application. In that way, what will going to happen? Suppose an attacker is able to compromise the network. Suppose an attacker is able to compromise my network. At that point of time, if attacker starts enumerating the entire network, the attacker will not at all be able to identify whether there are any applications running inside the container or not. Attacker will not be able to identify it. Okay. But again, there are quite a lot of different enumeration techniques through which an attacker can identify whether the Docker environment is running in the network or not. Okay. Now, coming to the shared volumes. So, whenever, as a developer, again, if a developer is mounting the host particular location to the container will gonna have the entire read, write, execute permission on the host file system. So, at that sense, it is always recommended from the OS to use the read-only feature. Okay, what this read-only will gonna do? This read-only will gonna restrict the container to write anything inside the user's shared volume or the host shared volume. Okay, and the capabilities and privileges. So over here, we did saw that whenever we start the container with privileged flag, all of the not all of the, but in my observation, it has been observed that majority of the dangerous capabilities gets inherited to the container as well. So what we can do, we can either stop using the privileged flag, or else what we can do, we can drop all the capabilities and we can only allow specific category, specific capabilities inside the container image. So for this example, what I wrote over here, I dropped all the capabilities, and then later on I only allowed the network capability to be present inside my container so that the container can use network capabilities to host the application, and me as a developer, I can expose my host port number to the application's port number running inside the container to easily access the web application directly via browser. Okay, that was all about securing the defaults. So the securing default category talks entirely about the default feature or the default use cases of container and how we can secure them. Later on, we have the machine security context. So over here, again, from the OWASP says that mixing the production containers on the host with other staged or unstaged or QA instances is not at all recommended at all. Okay. So in that sense, what OWASP says, OWASP basically allows us to use a lot of different security features such as AppArmor, SE-Linux, and SecOps profile. So AppArmor and SecOps, AppArmor is nothing but AppArmor is a Linux security module, and it is quite recommended from the OWASP to use AppArmor in order to limit the container permissions such as read write execute permissions on the file, on the network, as well as for the capabilities. And same goes for SecOps. OWASP recommends us to use the SecOps profile to limit the system calls so that whenever attacker compromises the container, attacker should not be able to inject the kernel module inside the Linux kernel in order to escape the container. Okay. While talking about AppArmor is we write the AppArmor's config file in a C language, whereas when we have to create the SecOps, what we do, we basically use JSON format to limit the system calls. So AppArmor deals with C programming language. The configuration file for AppArmor is entirely in C language, and the configuration for SecOps is entirely in JSON language. Now, coming back to our sixth category, which is protecting the secrets. Okay, it is always quite recommended to not to store sensitive data like passwords, API keys, or any tokens directly inside the container image. Okay, we can use different sort of tools in order to manage the secrets entirely. Okay, but let's talk about the attack vectors first. Okay, so suppose an application is suppose a developer started the container, but before starting that container in which my current web application is hosted on, what developer did? Developer basically exported a lot of secrets directly via terminal, or developer, instead of directly exporting the secrets from terminal, what developer did? Developer added those secrets inside the Docker file and started the container. In that kind of scenario, what are the different attack vectors which can occur? Those are such as we can inspect the Docker images to search for quite sensitive informations or for secrets. We can also use Docker history command to reveal the environment variables which are currently allocated to a particular container. And we can use env, environment syntax, to see the secrets. Okay, but all these three different scenarios are only possible when we either compromise the host machine on which the container is running, or either we compromise the container itself. Okay. So for the first one, inspecting Docker images to search for secrets, if an attacker is able to compromise the host machine, definitely, then they will be able to use the Docker inspect command, and with the help of this Docker inspect command, they can view the secrets of a particular image or a particular container. Okay. Now talking about the environment variables, if the attacker is able to compromise the host machine again, they can use this time Docker history command to check what are the different layers which was downloaded or created by the Docker. Why I'm talking about Docker layers? Because whatever information I write in Docker file, what Docker does, while creating a Docker container, Docker CLI will gonna always create the layer of all the syntaxes written in my Docker file. Okay, and what this Docker history command will gonna do? This will gonna reveal me what are the different layers created by the Docker for a particular image or for a particular container to run on, as well as it will gonna reveal the reveal the syntaxes which are available in the Docker file. So just by using this Docker history command, we can get a lot of sensitive information which are written in the Docker file. Okay. Then we have this, we can use this env to give the secrets. And in order to do that, what an attacker have to do? An attacker should be able to compromise the container, and then they can use the environment variable in the shell environment, which they will gonna get after compromising the container, in order to give the environment variable. Okay. So these are some of the attack vectors for category number 6, which is protect secrets. Now, here are a couple of different recommendations also provided by OWASP, such as we can use or we can store the secrets inside the Docker Swarm. And Docker Swarm, which is an orchestration tool for Docker containers. Docker Swarm provides us the Swarm mode, which definitely we will gonna use or we can use to store the secret. This is one of the recommendations provided by OWASP, such as we can first create the secrets. Okay, we can create the secret vault inside the Docker Swarm. And then what we can do, we can save a lot of sensitive information inside that, inside that secret, okay, inside that vault. But instead of using Docker Swarm, there are a lot of different and quite good alternatives available, such as storing Docker secrets, as well as if I'm using Kubernetes, then I can use HashiCorp Vault to save all those secrets directly into the HashiCorp Vault. Such as if I'm using Docker container, no problem at all. I can store Docker secrets inside the HashiCorp Vault. If I'm using Kubernetes, no problem again. I can store all the pod secrets inside my vault. Okay, and these are the commands through which we can easily create the vault and we can map it out. I mean, mapping the secrets to HashiCorp Vault, I have not written it over here, but this is the command which we can use to add the sensitive information such as secrets, API keys, and much more things inside the HashiCorp Vault, the first one. And the second syntax is all about fetching the secrets which are available in the HashiCorp Vault. Again, we will need certain set of credentials in order to access the vault so that we can pull as well as push the secrets. Okay, pull and push the secrets as in we can add the secrets as well as we can retrieve the secrets. Okay. Now let's talk about the 7th category, which is resource protection. And this is exactly the place where my control groups comes into the picture. Okay. So let's first talk about resource protection. So depending upon the host operating system, by default, when we start the container, what container will gonna do? Container will gonna utilize my entire host machine's CPU as well as RAM utilization. Okay. So now here the threat vector is that if an attacker is somehow able to gain his hand on the container, what an attacker can do? Attacker can then later on use an attack known as fork bomb, FORK, fork bomb. The attacker can use such type of attacks in order to exhaust the system resources allocated to the container. Okay. And below are the syntaxes. So suppose an attacker is able to compromise a container which is having Alpine based image. So in that sense, attacker have to use this syntax so that they can utilize the entire CPU resources. And if my container is based upon Ubuntu based image, which is this, they can use this syntax. And to be honest, I have not yet performed the fork bombing attack on different images, different operating system based images such as Red Hat, CentOS or Fedora emojis, which I haven't performed. So far, I have performed this fork bomb attack on Alpine based as well as Ubuntu based images, and these are the syntaxes which I have used. So if an attacker is able to perform such type of attacks, then the container will gonna exhaust all the resources. And at the same time, if there is no restriction being implemented, the container will gonna keep on utilizing the host resources as well. So in that sense, it is quite recommended from the OWASP to always limit the CPU cores over here, as well as the memory which we have to allocate to the image. So my command number 1, which is this, what I am doing, I am only allocating the 512 megabytes of RAM as well as 1 core CPU to my Nginx image, which is currently having my web application running on. And in the second command, what I am doing, I am only allowing the container image to use this much bandwidth. Okay, so this bandwidth is nothing but the numbers. The higher the number of the bandwidth, the more operations the container can use. Okay. Now coming to the 8th category, which is container image integrity and origin. As I was explaining earlier on while in the beginning of the session, that what attackers can do, attacker can backdoor the entire image, so that if a developer somehow downloads the backdoor image created by an attacker, and if the developer start utilizing those images to create the container and start the container, then at that point of time, there is a huge possibility that the developer might accidentally or mistakenly hand over the entire container's control directly to an attacker. Okay, this is quite possible. I was able to do it in one of the CTF environments. So over here, what attackers can do, attackers can publish as well as spread the backdoor images so that it can provide the shell access of the container directly to an attacker. Okay, and from the security enthusiasts like us, like people like us, what we can do, we can simply use an open source tool such as Docker scan. It is entirely available on the GitHub. Okay, so what this Docker scan tool will gonna do, this Docker scan tool will gonna create the modified version of my ME image. And what we can do later on, we can modify the image. Not modify the entire image, but we will gonna add a modified layer inside my image, and then we will gonna publish that image into the Docker, or we can spread it to someone else, or we can share it to someone else. Okay, don't entirely get don't rely on this word, okay, because the word itself, it says that Docker scan, but at the end of the day, it is not at all scanning an image. Instead, it is creating the backdoor image. Okay, so the creator of this tool was quite mischievous. He named this tool in such a way that people might get confused that this is a tool which we can use to scan the image. No, we will use this tool to create the backdoor of the image. So basically, we will use this tool to create the backdoor layer, and then with the help of this below command docker load -i, we will gonna load the we will gonna load the backdoor layer directly to my image, and we can upload that image to my private repository, or if I'm working in an organization, okay, I can upload that image, background image in my private repository if I somehow get access to the private repository, or else I can do a couple of other things, couple of other verifications, and I can host it on the public Docker repository. Okay. So from the OWASP, there are a lot of recommendations provided, such as always pull as in always download the verify images, okay, and use the Docker scan syntax. So if you can look at the syntax, so the syntax, not syntax, but the words of a tool which we use to create the backdoor, it doesn't have any space over here. Okay, but the syntax or the tool which we will gonna use to scan the image, it has space over here. Correct. So this is the tool which we will use to create the backdoor image, and this is the syntax which we will gonna use to scan our image, whether it is proper image or not. Okay. So it is quite recommended to always scan the images after downloading. It is also recommended to pull the image with the SHA-256 hash. So in this way, we can ensure that we have downloaded the correct image. And at the end, instead of doing all these two things, what a developer can do, a developer can utilize Docker content trust mechanism. And with the help of the Docker content trust mechanism, developer can verify the image, developer can create the verifiable image. Okay. Now let's talk about follow immutable paradigm. So this is one of the best practices, to be very honest. So over here, what OWASP says that if I want to create a Docker container, okay, and if I want to install any application in it, so instead of first starting the container and then manually installing the application in it, what WASP says that always consider the container as read only, and whatever applications which we have to install in the container, or we have to just update the libraries inside the container, don't do it manually by logging into the container, by accessing the container. What we should do, we should always write all those syntaxes, all those activities which we have to do inside the Docker file, and utilize that Docker file to start the container, so that the container, once initialized, it will automatically gonna install, or it will automatically gonna do all the things which we are mentioning inside the Docker file. So why OWASP is saying us to utilize Docker file to perform all the different activities inside the container? It is because of versioning issue. Okay, versioning as well as for tracking purposes. We can, from the developer point of view, we can use Docker history command to check what all are the things which has been done inside the container while initializing the container. And from the attacker's point of view, we can utilize Docker history command to check the sensitive information which are mistakenly hard-coded inside the Docker file by the developer. So the same command can be utilized in two different ways from two different entities. And again, attack vectors, as usual, it is none. Okay. And see over here. So what I am exactly doing over here is, I am not starting, but I am creating a container with the Ubuntu version 20.04 as my base image. And then instead of me going ahead and manually accessing the Docker container, accessing the container and manually running the second command, what I did, I specified all the syntaxes for the update, syntaxes to install the application inside the container, as well as the activity which I have to perform directly inside the Docker file. And when I create the Docker container using the Docker file, what my CLI will gonna do? That CLI will gonna read all the content inside the Docker file, and it will gonna first create the container using this Ubuntu base image. And after creating the container, it will automatically gonna do all the activities which I have mentioned over here in the layered format. Okay. And in that way, we can successfully follow the guidelines provided by the OWASP for category number 9. Okay. This is quite a best practices, and nowadays, this is exactly the scenario which a lot of developers, almost 99.99% of the developer utilizes. Okay. Now coming back to one of the last topic, one of the last category, which is logging. So again, this is a best practices, and over here OWASP basically says that always keep the track of all the activities which is currently going on in regards to my orchestration tool, as well as in regards to my container. Okay, why? Because it will be quite helpful to identify any sort of issue if something goes wrong. Okay. And by default, we can access all the Docker logs inside this current directory. Okay. And this is again the best practices, such as while starting the container, what we can do, we can start the container with syslog driver. And in order to start that, what we can do, we can use this syntax, and we have to provide the IP address on which my syslog tool is currently running on. Okay. And again, we can mount the location so that we can share all the application log which is getting generated inside the container to the host. That can also be possible. And again, at the end of the day, we can perform static analysis of the image using a tool known as Trivy. So Trivy is one of the important tools through which what we can do, we can scan the local repository, which is not the local repository, but the local images which is available in my own host. We can scan that image. Similarly, what we can do, we can also scan the repository. We can also scan the images available in the remote repository. Okay, and that remote repository can be my public repository such as Docker repository, or else that repository can be my private repository such as created within the AWS environment or Azure environment. Okay, and with Trivy also what we can do, we can export the scan result either in JSON format or else in Markdown format. So to do so, I have written the syntax over here. Similarly, along with Trivy, what we can do, we can also perform the benchmark security. And this tool over here, which I have mentioned, this entirely relies on CIS benchmark. Okay, so first what we have to do, we have to install this tool in the host machine in which the Docker container is currently running on. And then later on, we can use this syntax in order to scan the image. Okay, so currently over here, this vulnerable is nothing but the vulnerable is the name of my Docker image. Okay, and by using this entire syntax, what we can do, we can scan this image, and this will gonna give me the information, the best practices which we have to follow. And okay, and I guess I don't have a lot of time remaining. Otherwise, I would have discussed a test cases scenario, like how one of the well-known threat actor named TNT was able to spread the malicious Docker image so that they can use those Docker image to perform the crypto jacking attacks. So for the moment, I'm gonna stop over here. Okay. So if anyone have any sort of attacks, not attacks. If anyone have any sort of questions, do let me know.
Well, thank you for this amazing talk. I see many good responses so far. Again, thank you for this talk today. I see many good responses in the chat. If you have any question that you want to ask about this topic or this talk, then now is the time. Please write the question in the chat. You can ask anything that is related to Docker or security of Docker. Let's give them some time to type. I don't see any questions yet. I don't think there are any questions so far, so I think it was very clear for everyone. So, thank you for the amazing talk, and I want for everyone to give a great applause for the speaker and the amazing talk about Docker. But you don't need to cry yet, because within 2 hours the same speaker is back with a different topic. So you will hear more from him later. But for now, we need to say goodbye. He will come back 1 hour after the next talk. Yeah, I see someone in the chat mentioning that it was a very well explained talk, and he has no questions. So I think everyone was very happy with your talk. So give a warm applause one more time, and I hope to see you at the next talk.
Sure.
Well, welcome back, everyone. We are ready, or the speaker from the next talk is already ready. So we are already going to start. The next talk will be about defeating proxy issues in Android app pen testing. So another great topic. I will no longer hold you guys. I wish the speaker a great time, and I wish all people who are watching also a great time. And yeah, enjoy.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Gopal Sami Rajendran, and I'm going to present to talk about defeating proxy issues in Android application penetration testing. So when it comes to Android application testing, this is going to be the hectic part where how we are going to capture the traffic. Even we can perform the pen test once the traffics are being captured. We can perform the pen test, and that should be an easy task when we compare with the proxy issue. So different applications are completely different. So every applications are different in their own way. So in the latest, the current technology world, the modern applications, they're using a lot of proxy unaware frameworks while developing their application. So in this session, we are going to see how we can capture mobile traffic from such a proxy unaware application. If you have any doubts in between, you can post it in the chat. I'm having it on my beside, so I can respond to your queries. So let's get in. Who am I? I'm myself, Gopal Sami Rajendran. I'm working as a senior consultant at Protivity India, and I'm also a OS chapter leader for Kadalur, and I'm also a cybersecurity enthusiast. So today we will be discussing about what is proxy unaware applications, difficulties in capturing traffic, and different ways that are available to capture such traffic. And we are going to see a live demo along with the workflow, how it works, and then that's it. So catch up at last. So first, what is proxy unaware application? Why we call it as proxy unaware application? Because they doesn't recognize the system proxy. Usually, when we are performing penetration testing, we used to utilize the system proxy. We'll configure the system IP and then some port from the system. Usually, it will be 8080, and we will be capturing the traffic. And one step ahead, we'll be doing SSL unpinning via FREDA and objection. A lot of different techniques are there. So we'll be doing it. But these proxy unaware applications doesn't recognize the system traffic. So that way, we cannot use the usual way to capture the traffic. So why is it happening in the first case? It is because it sends traffic directly to the server. It doesn't know. It doesn't recognize system proxy. That is the main reason why is it couldn't able to capture the traffic. So because it sends traffic directly to the server without routing it to the configured proxy, and it does not. It actually, in first place, it doesn't have the mechanism to understand the proxy server that we are hosting in our system, the system proxy. So that's the thing. That's why it is unable to capture the traffic. I mean, it is unable to understand the system proxy, and this makes it hard to intercept or inspect or modify the traffic that we usually do while doing penetration testing. And in this proxy unaware, there are different frameworks available in the market, but out of that, most familiar one is Flutter. So that's why I've chosen Flutter. But other unaware application, well-known unaware application, proxy unaware application frameworks are Xamarin. So today, in the entire session, we'll be concentrating only on the Flutter side. So why Flutter? Because in lot of nowadays in the modern application, developers are utilizing Flutter-based applications more because it has a single code base. So both iOS and Android can share the same code, and it is easy to develop and to create application out of it. So they don't need to create two different set of code base for Android and iOS. So they can use the same code base. So that's the main advantage of Flutter. And also it is an open source developed by Google. So fast for development. I mean, development activities can take lesser time than compared with our traditional way. And this uses Flutter framework uses a Dart programming language for code and everything. Developers use Dart programming language to write the application code, and it compiles. Another main advantage is it compiles directly to the native ARM code. So if you are using ARM devices, it will be very easy it compiles directly for that based on that device. So that it will be very easy, and the performance will be also very good when compared with the traditional way. So that is why most of the developers are nowadays opting for Flutter. And Flutter, if modern technologies gets evolved, right? So in that way, security features also gets evolved. So comparing to our traditional ways of security features, Flutter gives more options for the developers to with security features. It has a lot of security features in it. So I have listed down few of the major security features that Flutter provides to us. So in that, first thing is it can as I mentioned earlier, it compiles from the native code. So the native code compilation is there that reduce the risk of the code being exposed, and encryption during the data storage that facility it is giving, and then access control, supports SSL, TLS, and another main advantage is proxy unaware. It's proxy unaware, which makes hard for the attackers to capture the traffic. So that way, these are all the major security features that Flutter provides us. So this is the Flutter architecture. So first, the first thing is embedded, and then engine, and then framework, which is Dart. So let me decode this architecture for you, so you will understand better. So first thing is a Flutter framework. The first thing comes in is the Dart layer, the first one. So for the Dart layer in Flutter framework provides a high-level building blocks to create the Flutter apps, as I mentioned earlier. So it is where the developer writes most of their code. So that layer, it's about building the blocks, widgets, all those things will be happening. So the developers will develop the code on the Dart layer. And then comes the low-level layer called as Flutter engine. It's responsible for executing. So between the first layer and the second layer, this will be the middle layer, which executes the app and renders the UI, whatever command comes in. All those, it facilitates everything. The communication between platform layer and the dark layer. So that's the Flutter engine's main work. And then Flutter embedder. So this is the main component of this architecture, where it acts as a bridge between Flutter and the host operating system. That is where that's why it's a very important layer, the embedder layer, which actually runs the application smooth and acts as a bridge between Flutter engine and the host operating system. This is the architecture, and I've taken this. I forgot to mention the credits. I took it from the official documentation. So this is all about Flutter architecture. That's why we are. Okay. So let me jump into this. Difficulties in capturing traffic. So this is where the most important thing that we as a security professionals get lagged. So once we get an application for testing into our bucket, the very first thing we will be doing is we will usually follow different SSL pinning techniques to capture the traffic, which is quite easier in the early days. But now it's getting complicated, and these are all the difficulties. With the Flutter applications, we have to, bypassing the proxy configuration itself is a painful job, and then TLS encryption is there, SSL pinning will be there. Some customers use, some of the organization use their own encryption way, and limited tool support. That is also a problem in this, and application modification. So these are all the different difficulties. Why I'm mentioning application modification is not every time it will work as expected. So sometimes there will be a problem while you modify the application crashes, or the application doesn't open, or it doesn't allow us to capture the traffic. Even a single mistake can ruin a lot of time, of your precious time during testing. So these are all the very basic difficulties that we face while performing penetration testing, Android penetration testing against Flutter applications. So ways to overcome. What are all the ways that we can perform to overcome these challenges? Are DNS manipulation. We can manipulate the DNS, and then we can decompile and modify the APK, and we can use a reflutter, a separate tool that can be used to modify the application. And Proxy Droid is there. That's an Android-based application which forcefully transfers all the traffic towards our device. I mean, it routes the traffic through our device. It forces the application to route the traffic through our device. So that is one thing. And OpenVPN, this is one of the core concept that I've seen in recent times. So you have to set up an VPN, OpenVPN, and via IP tables you have to route it. It's a big process, but it is a promising way that can be used to overcome the challenge. And another one is no proxy extension, burp extension. That's a good extension which can be used to capture such traffic. So in this today we are going to discuss only about decompiling and modifying APKs. So I have a sample application with me, so I'm going to decompile it and modify the APK and repack it, and then capture the traffic. That is what I'm going to do. So let's capture the traffic, Flutter traffic. And before that, let me explain you the workflow. How is it actually working? So usually our mobile application, before this is our exact workflow that I'm going to perform. But before this, we can eliminate this burp suite and fake DNS process. So these two processes won't be there usually. So once the application installed to the device, it will directly send the connection request to the original server. And once the response comes in, it sends back to the mobile device. So this is what the actual thing will happen. Even if you even if you put a proxy in it, it won't recognize it, and it will directly try to reach out to the server. But what we are going to do is we are going to modify the application and inject a fake domain into the code, and then host a fake DNS server inside our laptop. So that makes we are going to force the application to make the DNS request to the local server. So that way we can capture, we can fake the mobile app, say thinking like we can trick the mobile app thinking that this is the original server. So instead of original server, first it will we are going to force it to communicate with our local system, and that's where we are going to capture the traffic, and then the same will be, and then we can analyze the request and response, everything from once the requests are being captured on the burp suite, then we can modify it according to our need, so we can test it. The one drawback here is you need a root or admin access, because it captures the port 80, which is a restricted port. So you need port access, root access or admin access in order to perform this action. So let me quickly start the demo. So this is the application which I'm going to use. So first, let me connect my mobile phone. Sure, I have my Android device ready, which is connected in the USB. So let me bring it up. Yeah. So this is my Android device. I'm having it with me here. Hope you all can see it. Yeah. So this is the test device that I'm going to use today. So first, let's decompile it. Before that, let me install this ADB. Install modes. Okay, let's get it got installed. So it works perfectly. So now we have to identify the domain that the application is actually connecting to. So for that purpose, I'm going to host the DNS chef. This tool you can use to do the DNS spoofing attack. DNS chef, and it's a Python application. -I, the interface which I'm going to intercept. So this config, let me find out my address. So it's 11. Okay, this is my system's IP address. So I'm going to use it for all these configuration. 168.1.11. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I need sudo access in order to do this. So usually, if I'm setting up the regular proxy here with AT&CK, this. So let me show you our usual way that we use this. Let's forget about that SSL pinning, unpinning part and all. Let me show you the way we usually configure our proxy in this way. So that way, that's it. And we used to do a use Freda to bypass the SSL pinning. And once this proxy toggle is turned on, we will try to open the application and then try to check whether the application is capturing any traffic. So if you see, the application is not sending any traffic towards it. So that is not happening. Even I'm not getting any SSL error. So means that SSL pinning, no issues. It doesn't react to it. So it doesn't, since it is not unaware, it is unaware to system proxies, nothing is happening here. So now what we are going to do is, let me step by step. Okay. So now the system proxy is running. Now I have to redirect all the mobile traffic towards my laptop. So for that, I'm going to set up DNS here. So this is how we have to do. First thing is you have to make it static, and then you can give any IP address you want that is not allocated within your network range. So it should be a unique one. And then here you have to, in the DNS1 section, you have to give your laptop IP address. Okay, so this gateway and then your laptop IP address, and then save it. So once sometime your network gets connected. Nice. Okay, let me solve it. Let's see how long it's taking. Okay, successfully connected, and you can see we started receiving traffic. So if you notice this domain, so this is where our application tries to connect. Okay, so this is the backend domain. So this is how you have to first identify the domain that the application is actually trying to connect. So once in every minute or something, it sends a request and creates joke here. Okay, so that's the usage of that application. So this is the domain which the application is actually trying to connect to. So now let's decompile. Let's use APK tool and it decompiled inside this one. Okay, so let's get into that folder and grep 9 and the domain name. You have to search for the domain name. Oh, okay, so there is a space. You have to be very careful on all this. See, there are totally 3 files. So I'm going to concentrate this particular file, this particular binary file. So it says that the grep result says that there is this particular website is the matches. There are certain matches in these 3 files, these 3 library files. So in that we are going to concentrate on this particular binary file because my device is a ARM based device. So ARM based device. For that reason, I'm going to concentrate on this particular binary file. I'm going to make modifications in this particular binary file. So let me go into that folder. Before that, let me open Xedit. So this website, you can use it to edit the particular domain. Open the file, demo, and then funny bones. In that library, we are going to concentrate on ARM64 as I mentioned before, because that is my mobile phone's architecture. So the file got loaded. Now you have to search for the domain, HTTPS. Okay, so you have identified that. So now you have to make it to a fake domain. You have to give a fake domain. So just I'm adding G before that, and make sure it should be a HTTP request. It shouldn't be a HTTPS. Okay, and there is another problem is the editor doesn't work in a usual way, so it will lag one more point before that. So if you try editing, if I'm entering any other character now, the G will go, and like that the editor is a bit messy, you know. So you have to be very careful and make sure you are not entering HTTPS. It should be a HTTP request. The domain should start with HTTP. Okay, and then now export it. Yes, and I've downloaded the file. This is with me. I'm going to put it inside the folder, library folder. Let me delete this. Move to trash, and then replaced with the edited file, and then minimizing this, going back to the CMD, and then now I've made the modification. Let me recompile it. APK tool, and then followed by the. Okay, so I'm at that. So let me go step. Now it recompiles the application back with the edited file. So the recompiled application is here. So now you have to sign the application. Without signing, it won't work. It will throw errors. For that reason, I'm signing that application with user signer. Okay, and then got signed, and the signed application is inside this folder. So what we'll do, I'll show my device. Let's uninstall the existing one. Existing one got uninstalled. So the application is not there. Now I'm going to reinstall it using adb install. And okay, it got successfully installed. So the new modified application is there in my device. So let me put it in the home page for easy access. Now things are done. Let's set up our burp suite and let's set up our DNS spoofing as well. So whatever now the modified APK, what it does, it will take the traffic, it will go in this way. So the modified traffic will try to connect to this. It will first try to take the IP address, or the IP address for that particular domain that we have given. So since we are hosting a fake DNS inside our laptop, stating that this is we are going to give the IP address for that fake domain as our laptop IP address. So this way, once the request is being resolved, the application will receive the laptop IP address. So now the application is tricked to understand that it has to connect to the laptop IP address instead of the original server. So we have tricked the application and forced it to connect to our laptop IP address. So that way it thinks that, the application thinks that it is connecting to the original server, but it is not. So we have spoofed it, and it will be connecting to the fake domain, our laptop IP address. So that way we can capture the traffic. On 3, sure. And here you have to enter this domain, and then our IP address, fake IP address, which is 192.168.1.11, and then our interface, which is 1.11. Okay, enter. That's for pass. I made mistake. Okay, I missed yes. So it should be fake IP. I've added yes, so that's why it's not working. So now it is ready in the back end. If we open the application, you can see that it tries to send traffic. Whenever I press there, it tries to send request here. Why is it not actually working? Because we have configured for the fake domain. So it will try to connect to the fake domain, right? So there is nothing. So now we have to, this is our actual tricky place. We have to configure, do a couple more configurations here. So let's put it for 80 port, and then here we have to give our original domain. Make sure you don't add any HTTPS or something. You just click on this. You just click on this checkbox. This will bring up the HTTPS for you. And as soon as you does that, we are going to play around with the match and replace. So now the application will try to send the traffic to the fake domain. So what we are going to do is we are going to replace all the fake domain with the original domain. So that way it reaches to from the burp suite will reach out to the original server. Original server. Okay, and then save it. Now you close it. Go to HTTP history. Started. Things started. We started capturing the traffic. Okay, so now let's open the application. I'm having it with me. Okay, So the application started sending traffic, and whenever I click on joke, the application traffic is being captured. Successfully, we have captured the traffic from the proxy unaware application. Now we can do any modification that we want, and we can do it. So another thing I want to call out here is, if you are doing this from intercept directly from here, you have to modify the domain name manually, because you have to be cautious on that. It won't, first request will, when that enters into burp suite, will have the fake domain in it. So you have to modify it. So just to automate that, we are adding, I have added a match and replace over there. So that's it. We have successfully captured the traffic, and you can see it. So this is a sample application. That's why we are seeing only this particular, only one request for so many times. But if you are doing it for real world applications, then it will be even, you can get more traffic, I would say. And then hope that helps. That's it. That's all with my demo. And if you see all these things, we have got the traffic, and every traffic being routed to the burp suite. And I'm going back to the slides. So this is how it works. Let me put it in simple words again. So just simply, we are modifying the application just to host a fake server, fake DNS server. And when the application, usually that's the concept, right? Our internet concept is every web application that we configure, we put it on our browser. Google.com means it first tries to resolve the DNS for that domain. And then that's what the computer understands. So it understands only the IP address. So the first step it does it to resolve the DNS. So once the DNS is being resolved, it will reach out to that particular server, and then provide us all the informations that we want. So here we are modifying that exact domain to a fake domain, and then hosting a DNS server in our local machine, and then tricking the application to think that this is the actual, our laptop IP address is the actual IP address of the original server. So that way it tries to communicate with our laptop's IP. So that way we are capturing the traffic. And then I wish to give some credits to these folks, Naveen Ramesh, who introduced me this idea, and I've took a blog reference from Shiva Krishna. So he wrote the blog. I've gone through his blog, so that's where I got so many things. And Melvin Boyers for giving me this opportunity to present here, and ATT&CK for a demo application. So I would like to give credits to these people. And then if you have any questions, we can connect, or else if you want to connect with me personally, you can scan this and you can connect with me personally. I'm trying to do a lot of things in Android nowadays, because we were discussing other ways as well, right? So I'm working towards that. And another challenge that I'm currently facing on is about XAPKs, the split APKs. So I'm working towards that. So the application which we are handling right now is an APK bundle. So only one single APK was there. Split APK is a way where the same application will be splitted into different bundles, configurations, base APK, everything will be splitted into different APKs and put it into a same bundle. So that way, I'm working towards that. So maybe in next year's event, I'll come up with more interesting stuffs. So if you want to connect with me, you can connect, or else if you have any questions, you can post it in the chatter so I can address it.
Well, thank you for the amazing talk. Yeah, I see people are still guessing the correct number. Sorry, guys, still not going to guess it correctly. It's Android talk, so Android hacking course you can win if you guess the correct number. So come on, guys. You just watched an awesome Android hacking course, so of a talk. Sorry, not course. But thank you, Gopal Smee, for this amazing talk. I see very nice responses from the audience. So again, thank you for this amazing talk. Yeah, if there are any questions, yeah, you can now ask the questions in the chat. So please place your question in the chat, then we can answer them. You still have some time. So someone is saying to you that he learned a new trick. I learned a new way of Flutter network traffic bypasses. So it's nice that someone has learned a new trick from this talk. I don't see any questions so far. I see people still guessing the number. It's lower than 50, higher than 15. So between 15 and 50. So good luck with that. It should be easy now. I don't see any questions popping up so far, so I think it was very clear. Another one says, great talk. So I think it was very clear for the people who are watching. So I want to thank you all for watching. I want to thank you, Gopalsmi, for this amazing talk.
Thank you.
We go to we go to a short break because the next talk will be beginning in about 50 to 20 minutes. So I hope to see you all at the next talk. And again, one big applause for Gopalsmi and his talk. Hey everyone, welcome back. We are ready for the next session. Well, as you can see on the screen, it is about Android pen testing again, but this time it's Cordova application, which I never heard of. So this is definitely interesting. So I hope you will all have an amazing time with this next talk. And you probably know the speaker again because it's the same speaker as not the previous talk, but the talk before that one. So I wish you all a lot of fun and enjoy the talk.
All right. Hello, everyone. Again, I am back with another topic, and this time this is quite a different topic. It is regarding the Android pen test. Okay, and this time I'm gonna give you the overview of how I was able to perform the penetration testing activity of one of the not well known, but one of the not legacy as well, not well known as well, but one of the framework in which Android application is created on, and that framework name is Cordova. Okay, so today we will gonna talk about Cordova based applications and how we can perform the security assessment on it and how it is different, its architecture. And definitely, when we talk about Android pen test, there are a couple of different things, couple of XYZ things, not XYZ things, but couple of different things which we can do in order to pen test different set of frameworks. But yeah, again, at the end of the day, it is an Android application. We can easily perform all the attacks of Android applications in any framework at all. Okay, suppose my application is built on Electron. Definitely, I can perform all the Android applications vulnerability on that app. But at the same time, I will have to make sure that I am checking Electron-based vulnerabilities as well. I am checking all the Electron-based configurations on my app. So in this session, what I'm going to talk about, I'm going to talk about the Android pen test. Only and only I'm going to focus on the application who is built on the framework which is known as Cordova. Okay. I don't think I have to give enough introduction about myself because earlier on it was my session a couple of hours ago, couple of minutes ago. Okay. So again, myself, Monal, that is again my alias. My real name is Deepak Yadav. And you can definitely reach out to me. You can on LinkedIn, you can connect me on LinkedIn, Twitter, and formerly Twitter, now X, as well as on YouTube. I'm one of the security enthusiast person like all the other members who gave such a wonderful talk today. And I usually love to work on as well as talk on web application securities, API securities, mobile applications. Now, when I talk about mobile application, I do love to talk about Xamarin applications because again, that is one of the legacy application, but still I found that many of the well-known companies in India is utilizing those frameworks as well as when I talk about mobile application, I love to talk about Android as well as iOS. Okay. I love to talk about as well as I love to work on network security aspect, whether it is network auditing, network penetration testing, I2 directory audit and pen test, then desktop applications, which includes thin client, serverless applications, which includes thin client. Then I love to perform cloud-based audits, such as auditing the AWS infrastructure, auditing the Azure as well as Google Cloud infrastructure. Okay, as well as I love to get my hands dirty while performing the MITRE-based attack on AWS or else on cloud. Okay. Today we will going to talk about Cordova. What exactly is this Cordova all about? Let's quickly understand it. Okay. We all know that while in order to build an Android application, what we need certain set of programming languages, such as if I'm building Android application, previously it was supposed to be Objective-C for different set of architectures. Now it was switched to Java as well as for Swift for Android as well as for iOS respectively. But along with those programming languages, there are certain set of frameworks which got introduced in the market. So the Cordova is one of the applications which was quite well versed in the pre-COVID era. Okay, and it was quite well known in around 2015, 2016, and previously to that era also. Okay, so almost a decade ago. But still nowadays, I have seen many of the well-known organizations, many of the well-known, banking sectors, as well as medical sectors, their developers are currently using their application, and they are building their application using this framework, Cordova. So Cordova is nothing but it is an open source framework developed by Apache. It basically enables the developer to build their mobile application using familiar web application technologies such as HTML, CSS, as well as JavaScript. This is an interesting part. Okay. So again, previously what we used to do, suppose I'm taking my example. Okay. So I have to develop an Android application. What I have to do, I have to first learn Java. I have to understand the Android architecture entirely. Okay. And then I have to install the IDE such as Android Studio. I have to code all these languages, all those functionalities which I'm going to use in my Android application. I will have to use Java again, and I have to compile it. I have to fix the errors, and in that way, I will be able to complete the development of my Android app. Correct. But once this Cordova framework got introduced, what this Cordova framework gives us, it gives us the functionality to directly use the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, which we basically use to build an web application. We can use the same technology as web application to build the Android app. How exactly we can do that? We will gonna definitely look at it in a couple of minutes. Okay. So by leveraging Cordova framework, developers can easily transform the web-based application into fully functional native mobile applications. These apps can then be distributed across various multiple app stores, such as I can build application using Cordova framework for Android, for iOS, and for much more. Okay. Now Cordova basically provides a set of plugins to access the device-specific features like camera, GPS, and all. We will definitely gonna look at all the features provided by Cordova as well as the architecture of Cordova in a bit later. Okay. So how Cordova exactly is different? You see, a couple of seconds ago, I said that Cordova utilizes web technologies such as JavaScript, CSS, HTML in order to build the app. Correct. Now, how exactly I can use HTML to build an Android app? That will be a question. So what Cordova uses? Cordova uses the web view functionality of Android in order to render the web applications interface inside the mobile app. Okay. So what Cordova is doing? Cordova is not at all redeveloping the application. Instead, it is directly rendering the web application which was built using HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Node.js, or any other different languages. It is basically rendering that web application directly using Android's web view functionality and creating the Android app. Okay. The web view is nothing but it is a native component that provides a web browsing context within an app, which basically allows at the end of the day, the developers to create an app-like experience using web technologies. So the same functionality has been utilized by Cordova applications. Not Cordova applications. The same functionality has been adopted by Cordova framework, and using the same framework, developers can easily create their application. Okay. Why I specifically choose this topic, although this is quite old, almost half a decade ago. Why I choose this topic? Because I stumbled upon one of the applications, and while doing the freelance project, I got to know that it is Cordova. And again, I entirely had zero idea what exactly this Cordova is all about. So huge shout out to Paya2. Paya2 is one of the well-known cybersecurity company. They had created such an amazing blog, and with the help of that blog, I was able to learn about Cordova. I was able to learn what more things I have to do in order to perform the Android penetration testing if the application is built on Cordova framework and all. Okay, so a huge shout out to Paya2. Now, later on, let's learn about the architecture, and over here we will see exactly what are the different components, how the application works. Okay, so the very first thing, Cordova utilizes WebView. What is WebView? WebView is one of the component one of the native component of Android that is used to render the application's user interface. It basically provides a web browsing context within the application, which at the end of the day allows the developer to create app-like experience for mobile app using web technologies, which I had already explained. Now, the important part. The Cordova uses basically HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So what a developer can do? A developer can first create a website using those languages such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Node.js, and all. Then they can use Bootstrap to to mimic the web application so that it can easily run on Android. But again, a developer should not use Bootstrap at all, because Cordova has the capability to mimic the Bootstrap functionality so that my web application should become compatible, and the look and feel as well as the web page orientation, it will automatically gonna be adjusted in terms of in context to the Android app. Okay. And at the end, the third component of Cordova, which is plugins. So Cordova plugins are one of the important aspects of Cordova framework, because without plugins, my Cordova application will not gonna run at all. Okay, these plugins basically enables the use of devices, camera, GPS, contacts through common API across different platforms. Okay, that means that while using Java programming language or any other programming language to build Android applications, what we as a developer we have to do, we have to use the Android API functionality so that we can interact with hardware components. But now what Cordova does, Cordova basically uses plugins which are built in which are formatted in JSON format, and there are a couple of different plugins which are in JS format. We can use those plugins so that we can interact with Android devices hardware components such as camera, GPS, okay, as well as gyroscopes. So we can use that. So this image this image I took it from the Pyoto's website. I do recommend you guys to visit their blog so that you can get the entire clear idea about the Cordova applications. Okay. So over here, this is my website, correct? So my web application is built upon HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Then we have this rendering engine over here, and Cordova uses WebView in order to render the applications, correct? And there are a bunch of different set of Cordova plugins. A developer can create their own custom plugins. Developer can import the custom plugins, as well as developer can use the pre-built or predefined plugins which are provided by the Cordova application so that they can interact it with the mobile phones, hardware components such as services for sensors, for graphics, for cameras, and much more things. Okay, so this is a quite general overview of what exactly the Cordova application is all about. Moving forward, how we can identify whether my application is built in Cordova? Definitely, we can either use APK tool to decompile the application, or we can use unzip utility to unzip the application. Then we can manually go through all the XML files, go through all the codes. Okay, so major importantly, we will get a folder named www. This folder will gonna have all the HTML and CSS file inside the assets folder, and by navigating to this www folder, we will get a small idea that yes, my application is built on Cordova, but that is not entirely the case. Additionally, what we can do, we can decompile the application using JetX GUI or some familiar decompiler which you guys use, such as JDGUI, like converting my APK into jar and then decompiling that jar in JDGUI. That can also be done, but I don't like to convert my APK in jar. I simply go ahead and decompile the application using JetX. Okay, so let me open JetX real quick. This is my terminal. Do I have JetX? Yes. JetX GUI. Let me start it. And I have a couple of different vulnerable applications which I got from internet. Okay, have I opened it? And let me start a new tab. JADAX is open, or is it? Why is it taking a lot of time? Okay, now my JADAX is finally here, and I have to go to my labs where I have a lot of vulnerable applications, and yes, it is. I want this. Okay. Here you are. Okay, there are a lot of different Cordova vulnerable applications which I currently have. So this is one of the application.apk. What I can do, I can simply drag and drop it over here. Let the JADAX do its thing. And once the decompilation has been done, then what I have to do, I have to simply navigate to the Android manifest.xml file, and over there I have to search for Cordova. Okay, and over there I will be able to see the keywords such as Cordova. Okay, if I was able to find it, if I'm able to find it, then yes, definitely I will be 100% sure that my application is using or my application is built on Cordova framework. So I'm navigating to manifest file over here, and let me search for Cordova. Yes, you can see there are a lot of Cordova keywords being written over here, such as for receiver, there is a Cordova plugin notification receiver, and for activity, again, for notification receiving activity, there is a Cordova plugin utilized. So there are a couple of entries. So in this way, I can say that yes, my application is built on Cordova. Correct. So this is one of the well-known architecture of the Cordova application. Suppose I have an application which whose name is Cordova app.apk. Okay, I decompile the application. I will gonna get different sort of files inside different folders. So the first folder which I will gonna get is the assets folder. Then I will get the meta-inf folder. I'm not gonna talk about that. We can ignore it. Okay. We will get the rest folder, which is one of the important directory or important folder for Cordova app. Then definitely we will gonna get the resources.arsc as well as the classes.txt file and the Android manifest. Okay, inside the assets folder we will have www folder, and inside the www folder we will have again different set of folders such as CSS and JavaScript. These folders will gonna hold the various CSS and JavaScripts which are important, which are required for my HTML to properly work, so that the web view can render this web application in my Android app. Okay. So along with that, I will get the plugins folder, and this plugins folder, let's talk one by one. Okay. We talked about assets, we talked about www, then we will get this plugins. Okay. So this plugins folder, what it will gonna do? It will gonna hold all the important information regarding the plugins which are used by the Cordova framework for my app. Okay, and this plugins folder will gonna have all the different plugins information as well as the different plugins JavaScript file. Okay, so all the JavaScript files which are plugin files, they will be available in my plugins folder, and those plugins can be predefined plugins, can be customly created or customly imported plugins. Okay. Then later on, I do get the Cordova underscore plugin.js file. What exactly it is? It is one of the JavaScript files which Cordova uses in order to build the process server as the interface to all the installed plugins, listing their versions, location, and metadata. Again, this Cordova underscore plugin.js file, this will have all the version information of the plugins which are used by my application. Okay, so the plugins folder will gonna have the exact JavaScript file which are required for app. The Cordova underscore plugin.js, this will gonna have the versioning information as well as the entry as well as the naming convention, like what are the locations of these plugins which are used by the application and their versions. Okay. And last but not the least, Cordova.js, which is this one. This is one of the again important file, because this cordova.js file, this is responsible to create communication between my web application as well as the device native platform, so that with the help of these plugins, my application can interact with Android's hardware devices, hardware components. Okay. And at last, inside the REST folder, we get the XML folder. XML folder, in normal typical Android scenario, XML folder will gonna include strings.xml and various other XML files, correct? But in Cordova application scenario, we will not gonna see the strings.xml and other thing. We will gonna get the config.xml file, and config.xml file is one of the key configuration file in which we can identify several hard-coded sensitive informations, as well as we can check the CSP policy and many more informations which we will talk about. Okay, going back to the next slide. This is how my config.xml file will gonna look like. Everything will be in the XML format again, yes, because it is the XML extension file. So everything will be in the XML format. So it starts with the widget as my root element. Then I have a couple of different child elements such as preferences, features. Feature has again another child element, parameters. Okay. So what exactly are those child elements and root elements? So the widget element is one of the root element of the file that basically defines the application's ID, versions, as well as namespaces. So as you can see over here, my application ID is this. So in a typical Android scenario, we do get the application's package name. But while talking about Cordova, we replace the word package with ID. Okay. And the version of my application, which is this. So this sort of information will be available in the widget root element. Then later on, we get the name child element, which will have the name of the Android application. Over here, where is it? Where it is? Yes, over here, name. So the name of the application is Open UI5 DVHMA. This is the name of my vulnerable app. Let me go back over here. Yeah. Then we have the description, which will gonna tell me the description. We have the content, we have the assets, we have the preferences, features, and plugins. So as a security engineer, I'm not gonna look at the widget name and description at all. My area of interest is content, access, preference, features, and plugins. Okay, because these are the elements which will give me the information about the security implementation of the app, as well as the location of the different components, as well as if there are any misconfigurations, I can see it over here. So there are different set of activities which we can do in order to, in order to pen test Cordova based applications. Again, it is not mandatory that I am not at all performing the OWASP top 10 over here. Definitely not mandatory, but again, at the end of the day, if we have to look at the overall architecture of my Android app, and if it is built on a certain set of frameworks, then I will have to use OWASP top 10 framework in order to identify the Android application's vulnerability. But again, the framework, the architecture is different. Then I will have to combine my gear with, or I would say a little bit, I have to switch my gear, and me, instead of entirely focusing on the OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities, I will have to look for the Cordova based, framework based vulnerabilities as well. Okay. So there are a couple of things which we can check in order to perform Cordova based application pen tests. So the number one is we have to check whether my Android Cordova application is currently in the debug mode or not. Why this debug mode is important? Because if my Cordova application is in debug mode, then what I can do? I can simply use my Google Chrome as a remote debugger, and I can attach that remote debugger to my Android application, which is currently running in my Android Studio. Okay. And then from there onwards, what I can do, I can simply use some JavaScript in the console to check the application to perform several sort of attacks, as well as to check the error messages, to check the verbose messages as such. Okay. So what we have to do, we have to simply search for set web view content debugging enabled in my entire application. And if this value is set to true, then that means my Android application, which is built in this entire framework, then that application has debugging mode enabled. Okay, so let's quickly do that. Currently, I will have to close this and I will globally search for web view content debugging enabled. It will gonna take a couple of seconds or a couple of minutes, entirely depending upon the size of my application. So let's wait. Meanwhile, I have different other applications also. This one. So in the presentation, what I did, I have used this Open UI5 applications, but we can also use other applications so that we can have our hands on in Cordova app. This is taking a lot of time. Yeah. So finally, somehow managed to give me the information. And over here, we can see that my web view, which is utilizing this functionality, set web content debugging enabled, and it is set to true. That means I can use my Google Chrome and I can, I can attach the remote debugger. Correct. So this is enabled. I will have to start my Google Chrome. Currently, I don't have Google Chrome, so I can use Chromium. Now let it start. And CHRO Chrome, I have to go to the inspect option over here. Okay. And once I navigated to this inspect option, I can see that my, my emulator information is getting reflected back over here as the remote target. Correct. This was my application, which is Fan React. Let me zoom here. These are a couple of the different applications which I have used. Okay. So I'm going to use this first application, which is Fan React. Let me zoom out. Yep. And I'm going to start this application. And once I start this application, I am provided with the inspect option over here. Correct. So now what I can do, I can simply use this Google Chrome as my remote debugger, and I can check what are the different HTML files or JavaScript files which was loaded by the applications, as well as I can use the console functionality also, so that I can use my custom JavaScript syntaxes for debugging as well as for in order to look the error messages. Okay. So now, as you can see, since the remote debugging is all, whatever I am doing in the app, the exact same thing is reflected back over here. Correct. I cannot interact with my applications, but this simply work as the mirror. So whatever I'm gonna do over here or whatever I'm doing over here, the same will be reflected back over here. Okay. So this is the inspect element, and what I can do, I can use this inspect element code. I can read all this DOM, and I can identify several different set of web application level vulnerability for my Android app. Okay, suppose DOM-based accesses, or I can also try to identify whether DOM clobbering attacks can be possible or not. Okay, and I will have to, for that purpose, I'll have to read the entire, the DOM tree, which I'm not interested for the moment. Okay. But yeah, definitely if you guys get your hands on, it is always quite recommended to read each and every information provided to us. All right. Let me quickly resize it. Yep. So this is how we can attach the remote debugger to my Android emulator, and we can read all the information for client-side attacks. That was the scenario number 1, which was displayed over here. Okay. So for this purpose, I have used different applications. So you can see the new to-do items that is again available. Let me close this app. Once I close this app and I go back to my debugger, you can see that my debugger's connection got lost. Then I can use this different application, which is again built in Cordova. I will have to start it. And then once it is started, I will have to reconnect the developer tools. And it should load. Okay, it is taking time. No problem. I can close it and I can restart the inspect part. And over here, we can see that I can attach the remote debugger to this application also. How and why? Because again, a remote debugger was enabled. Okay. So that was one. Later on, what we can do, we can also intercept the network traffic. Before intercepting the network traffic of Cordova applications, we can also check what are the different HTML files which was called inside the applications. Okay. And at the same time, suppose my application is foolproof, secured. I am not at all able to DNS poison the network so that I can reroute the traffic to Burpsuit, which was very well explained by Gopalasamy in the previous session. And suppose my application is somehow blocking it. Okay, suppose, let's assume that as a scenario. If my Cordova application is blocking that kind of scenario, then what I can do, I can again at the end of the day use my dev tools over here. But for this, the remote debugger or remote debugging should or must be enabled. Okay, so now what I can do, I can simply navigate to my network page. Let me quickly close this application because this doesn't have any network traffic at all. And let me start this one. Okay, Pan React. Yes, it is started. I'll click on inspect and let me click on login. Once I click on login, you guys can see that there are a couple of HTML files which the application is currently loading it from the internal directory. And at the same time, what it is doing, it is also generating the third-party request. It is also generating an API request to some third-party applications. I would not call it as third-party because this is the application's server API endpoint. Okay, so the application is also generating the request to this application. Now, what I can do, I can set up the proxy in my browser, and then from there, I can route the traffic to either Fiddler, or either I can use some other tools such as HTTP toolkit, or I can use a couple of other macOS based traffic interception tools in order to view the entire entire request. Okay, Proxyman is one of the application. I just remember the name, Proxyman, which is available for macOS, that we can definitely utilize in order to check the API request and all. Okay, so over here we can see what are the different request headers. Okay, and what are the responses if I get any. In my case, I am not at all able to get any of the response because my application is not able to resolve it. But in the real world scenario, it has been observed that we can get the list of API endpoints directly from the network section. Again, it is only possible if the remote debugging is allowed. Okay, so this is how we can check the network part. What are the requests which the application is making to, what are the different files which my Cordova application is loading from the internal architecture, internal device architecture. And then, so from this screenshot, you can definitely see that I was trying to log in into the application. And while logging in, the application generated and loaded a lot of HTML files, PNG files, as well as it generated a lot of API requests. But again, my request was not at all fulfilled. It was failed. It got failed. Okay. So this I have explained. And yes, one more thing. Directly from the HTTP headers, suppose while logging into the applications, I also observed that what this API endpoint is doing. API endpoint is simply utilizing the get HTTP headers to transfer my credentials to the server, which is quite not a good practice, correct? And we don't usually see such kind of scenario nowadays, correct? And the same user ID and password was clearly visible in the network tab over here. As you can see, the profile email ID, I use this, profile name, profile password, I use this. Correct. So this sort of different things we can identify. And then third, insecure storage of sensitive information. Similarly, with the Cordova application, what it does, this Cordova application, since it is utilizing the web view in order to render the application in the mobile native format, what we have to do over here, in order to check for sensitive information, if it is getting somehow or mistakenly stored inside the browser, we have to again attach the remote debugger into the application, and then we have to navigate to the application part over here. And from there, we can see what are the different sensitive information or different informational level information which my application is storing inside the browser, or storing inside the not storing inside the, but what are the different information which we can access using the remote debugger directly. Okay, so over here again, this screenshot I got from the FireTools website, because currently the application which I have, it is not at all storing any information in the storage section. Okay, so over here we can see that the application is storing quite a lot of important information, such as user settings, primary user's email ID directly inside the browser's storage. So now what more an attacker can do? An attacker can simply, instead of intercepting the request in debug suite, an attacker or else a pen tester can simply go ahead in the storage section, right click on it to modify it, or double click on it to modify it, change the username, and test whether they can perform privilege escalation, horizontal privilege escalation, or vertical privilege level escalation vulnerability over here directly or not. Okay, that is one of the simple scenarios. Then later on, hard-coded sensitive informations. This is one of the important things. Earlier on in native Android applications, we can check for different set of hard-coded information in strings.xml file, and that string.xml file will gonna be visible inside the res xml strings.xml. This would be the normal the path of that string.xml file. But with Cordova, the scenario is quite different. In Cordova, there is no such string.xml file at all. Over here, we have to look at config.xml. Okay, let me quickly go back to the architecture. Where is this? Yeah, over here. In the res XML folder, we will not gonna get the secret.xml file at all. We will get the config.xml, and I have explained that this config.xml is one of the important key aspects of Cordova app. This file includes a lot of configuration information, correct? This was one of the sample example. Now let's navigate it more. Now let's check it out a little bit more. So over here, this is one of the sample, one of the sample config.xml data which I got from my vulnerable application. Let me open it in my terminal. I guess I do have decompiled it. Releases. It should be in test. Okay, it should be available over here. Res XML, and I can easily read out. Let me do this and config. Yeah. So while decompiling the application, I got the config.xml file, correct? Now this config.xml file has the URL over here, and the creator of this vulnerable application has embedded the URL in the author tag. I'm not sure why, but just by looking at this config.xml file, I can see that there is some sort of connectivity of my application with this URL. So this is one of the information gathering which I have identified. Then there are a lot of different things also, such as for Android package, what my application is utilizing the storage plugins, correct? And for WebView, what my current application is using, my current application is utilizing the web intent of web intent package so that it can properly use WebView. Okay, but this is one of the sample config file. The one which I have in my presentation that talks about a lot of things. Okay, such as this. There are certain scenarios which I have observed, and in my again recent pen test also I was able to identify that there are a lot of, not one, but there are a lot of different hard-coded API endpoints which was written inside the config.xml. Correct. That is a problem because that is not at all what you say required for my application, because at the end of the day my WebView will definitely gonna redirect all the traffic to the server. So there is no need at all to store such sensitive information inside config.xml. Okay, those sensitive informations can be the client ID, or that can be the API key ID, or the URL itself. Okay. Now talking about the next information which we must look, which is insecure content security policy. CSP is again one of the important factor, because if CSP is misconfigured, then we can load third-party content inside the application. Correct. But now we are talking about Cordova application, which is mobile. For that, what we have to do, if we have to attack on Cordova application which is having insecure content security policy implemented, then what we can do, we can intercept the traffic and we can look at the HTTP response code, or else we can decompile the application, read the entire code, read the config.xml file, or else we can use the remote debugger again and navigate to the network part over here. And if I get any of the HTTP responses properly, then I can check the HTTP responses and I can identify whether the CSP policy is properly configured or not. Okay. The one example which we will gonna look at is via what you say config.xml. Okay. Now the Cordova plugin whitelist. Okay. So for the CSP policy, in order to implement the CSP policy, Cordova has one of the predefined plugin whose name is Cordova plugin whitelist. Okay. Cordova uses this Cordova plugin. Okay. Now it is proper. Cordova basically uses the predefined Cordova plugin, Cordova-plugin-whitelist plugin, which is in the JavaScript format in order to implement the CSP policy in the application. Okay. But at the end of the day, it entirely depends on the developer, like how they want to implement the CSP policy. Whether they want to directly implement the CSP policy on my web application, or whether they want to implement the CSP policy inside the native app, inside the mobile app using Cordova's native plugin. Okay. So below is one of the examples. So over here, we can see that the access origin is set to everything. Star mark is everything. That means as an attacker or as a user, I can load any third-party syntaxes or content inside my application. Okay. And this access origin star mark is set on index.html file. That means this index.html file is not at all secure in a way. Okay. Just a sec. Yeah. Then later on, I have another application and another example over here. This is again the example of config.xml. Over here, I can see a lot of different child elements, which has the content source pointing out to index.html file. Good. But the access origin is marked to everything. Star mark wildcard entry. That means I can load or I can access this file via remote debugger or from another network or from WAN, however I want. Okay. But at the same time, there is one hard-coded entry which says that if the request is getting generated from the local host or related to local IP address, then it is also allowed. I'm not sure why. Developer might have been very much on cocaine or developer might have been on high. So that is the reason that they have used two origin entries. Don't know why again. But this is a insecure content security policy implementation. Okay. And at the end, what we can do. Suppose I decompiled the application, I went through all the JavaScripts which I got. Let me go back to the architecture, the tray architecture, where it is. Here it is. Okay. Suppose I decompiled the application. I went through all the plugin informations. I went through the cordova.js, which is responsible to which is responsible to create the connection between the Cordova app as well as the native applications, a native component, native hardware component. I went through all of it. I read the index.html file. I read all the JavaScripts which are responsible for this index.html file. And I found that the developer has made some certain restriction. Developer has implemented some certain restrictions inside the application. Now, previously, if I have to talk about the Android app, the well-known Android app, which is developed in Java language, or the typical Android app, in that scenario, if I have to manipulate any of the settings, or if I have to rewrite the application, make changes into the application, then at that point of time, what I had to do, I had to decompile the application. I have to check what exactly is the thing which I have to manipulate. Then I have to navigate to the smiley code. Correct. I have to not decompile, but I have to manipulate this smiley code. I have to recompile the application. I have to properly set the bytecode boundary using zip align. Correct, because bytecode boundary is very much important. At the end of the day, if I am not at all aligning my bytecode boundary and I am blindly signing the application using Uber signing certificate or any other relative signing application tools, then there is a possibility that my application will not gonna run at all. Why? Because Android's bytecode boundary is not at all aligned properly. Okay. Earlier on, I was listening to the Gopal Swami's talk where he said that he is dealing with the split application. So this bytecode boundary is quite important in split applications. Okay. Because bytecode boundary is at the end of the day responsible whether how those split APKs will gonna be merged into a single bundle and whether I will be able to use the modified split APK applications or not. I'm not gonna go dig deeper into the split application because my topic is Cordova. Okay. So I read all the application code. I identified that these are the things, these are the restrictions which the developer has made. What I can do? I don't have smiley code over here, correct? Because this is the exact architecture which I will gonna get. There is no smiley at all. Now what? Correct. But I have the HTML, the JavaScript files. Why not we recreate the application, recreate the logic inside JavaScript file, or else instead of recreating the logic inside the JavaScript file, we can simply scrap the restriction implemented by developer and we can recreate the app. Yes, that is definitely possible, and that is what we have to do as a pen tester or as an attacker. Okay. Currently, for the time being, I don't think I can demonstrate exactly the recreation process. I can simply guide you guys through the process, like how we can recreate the app. Okay. So the first thing, we have to unzip the application. Again, this depends upon pen testers to pen testers. If someone is comfortable with the unzip utility, yes, they can definitely unzip it. If someone is comfortable with APK tool, again, yes, they can utilize the APK tool to decompile the application. Then in the assets www, we will get all the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code. From there, what I need one of the important file, which is config.xml. Okay, I have to store the config.xml in a separate folder because this is one of the important files. Okay. From www, we will get the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code in which we will gonna do the modification. And from res XML, we will get the config.xml file, which has all the entry, which has all the configurations of my Cordova app. I will need this file. Okay. And now what we can do, we can simply copy paste this HTML, CSS, JavaScript code along with the config.xml file in a separate folder, through which we can create a new app. Okay. And then what I have to do, I have to install the Cordova tool using npm. So the syntax will be npm install Cordova. It will gonna take couple of minutes or couple of seconds, again depending upon the internet connectivity, and my Cordova will be installed. Then by using this syntax, which I have selected over here just now, I can create a new application. So the syntax goes like Cordova space create space new application name. Suppose my application name is bank.apk. Okay, I'm not talking about the package name. I'm not talking about the ID name. For Cordova, the package is ID. Okay. So suppose my package name for Cordova is something else. No, I don't want that for the moment. In order to create the application, what I have to do, I have to write the new application name. Suppose my application name is bank.apk. What I'll do, I'll use bank-new.apk as the new application name. And then later on, over here, I have to provide the current application on which I am currently testing on. The current application's ID value, which is package name. Okay. And the current application's name. So in my case, it would be something like this. For an example, my application name is bank. So I am creating bank-new.apk. This would be my new application name. Correct. My current application package name. Suppose I am taking it as an example, com.monel.app. This is my name. So I'm gonna use my name over here. Okay, so this is my current application's package name for an example, and my current application's name. So my current application name is bank. Correct. Bank or bank.apk. I can use both, but it is quite recommended not to use the apk. If without apk my syntax is not running properly, then we can use .apk. Okay, so this is how I can create the new Cordova application. But this is just creating a new Cordova project. Similarly, how we create a new project in Android Studio or while developing the iOS application in Xcode, we are simply creating a new project using this Cordova syntax. Okay. Now for step number 6. Once we have created the Cordova project, what we have to do, we have to copy the source code. Okay. We have to copy the source code as in, we have to copy the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript file inside the newly created project. Okay. So once I create the bank new project, I will see the www folder in it. So what I have to do, I have to copy all the HTML, CSS, JavaScript files available in the actual application's www directory to the newly created project's www directory. And I will have to ignore as in I will not at all touch the Cordova plugin.js, Cordova.js, Cordova-js-src if available, as well as the plugins folder. Why I'm not going to touch it? Because I will have to manually add or install all these things in my project. Okay. So once I copy pasted all this HTML and source HTML, JavaScript, CSS source code in the newly created www directory, what I have to do? I have to then add the Android's platform to the current project so that it is similar to the Android API level, which we tend to identify in the Android manifest file, correct? Suppose if my API level is 31, then I guess my Android application is built for, or the Android application's normal architecture is Android version 10.11, correct? Similarly, for Cordova also, with the help of this syntax, I have to define for which specific Android version my my code is currently built upon. Okay. So over here, 10.1.2 is entirely different from the Android API. So what a developer or what a pen tester can do, a pen tester can search for the different Cordova Android platform. Over there, we will get different set of numbers and we can use those numbers over here. Okay. Then for the step number 9, yes. Then for the step number 9, what we have to do? We will now need to install those plugins one by one. Which plugins? These plugins. This will have all the version information as well as the entries. This plugins folder will gonna have the exact plugins JavaScript file. So now we have to manually install it or add those JavaScript file inside the Cordova project. Okay. Now what I have to do? I have to simply, I have to simply open this Cordova plugin.js file. Okay, which will gonna look something like this. I have to open this Cordova underscore plugin.js file in any of the editor or any of the tool which you guys are familiar with or which you guys are fond of. We have to open this Cordova underscore plugins.js file in that editor, and we have to scroll down until we see this part, until we see this line which says module.exports.metadata, because this is the content which will gonna have all the entries of the current plugins as well as the version of those plugins utilized by my current app. Okay, so I have to copy paste this information in a separate notepad so that I can use it later on. Okay, and suppose once we identified all these different, the version names as well as the plugin names. Now what we can do? Now we can use this syntax Cordova space plugin space add and the plugin name followed by the version name. This is how we can download the plugins from the npm package repository and we can add it inside our application. But there are a lot of scenarios which we have observed, that suppose a developer has used custom packages or created a custom packages. So if a developer has created a custom, not package, if a developer has created some custom plugins, then at that point of time, I have to simply copy paste that plugin into my code. But if I noticed that a developer has used some plugins which are not available in npm's repository, then at that point of time I have to manually search on Google and I have to verify where exactly I can find that plugin. And then with the help of this same command, what I have to do, I will have to add that plugin into my application. So for an example, I have used this Cordova plugin.cache. Which one? Yeah, the first one. Okay. So the first package for this demonstration, I was not able to identify it in the npm repository, but I was able to identify it in the GitHub repository. So what I did, I used the Cordova plugin add command followed by the GitHub repository link. Now what Cordova will gonna do? Cordova will gonna clone the repository. It will gonna extract the plugin which is required, and it will gonna add it inside the project. Okay. This is done. Now at last, what I have to do? Suppose everything is done. Okay. Then I have to use this npm audit command. Basically, this is used so that I can identify whether I am using any outdated plugin or not, whether there are any misconfigurations in the plugins or not. So for that purpose, we can use npm audit command. Correct. And then once the npm audit command is done, then what I can do, I can use this command Cordova requirements. Why I am doing this Cordova requirement command? I need to execute this command so that I can make sure that before rebuilding the application, I have all the necessary plugins, necessary files available in my projects. So in order to do that, in order to check that, I can use this Cordova space requirement commands. Okay. So suppose I entered this command and then I got to know that yes, everything is clear. Now what I can do? Now I can easily compile the application. Correct. So this is the command over here. By using this, I can either create the APK application for my Android, or either I can create the iOS application. All I have to do is I have to simply change the package type. and I will get the desirable outcome. Desirable outcome as in desirable formatted application. Same with similar to I guess it was Electron. Yes, it was Electron, because in Electron also, while I'm creating an application with Electron, I have to, at the end of the day, I have to define the architecture while building the app. And if I click the macOS, then I will get the macOS application. If I select the iOS, then I will get the iPad application. If I select the exe, then I will get the desktop-based exe application. Similarly, Cordova also provides us the same functionality, but I have to change the package type as well as the name written over here. Okay, I forgot to mention this name. So this name is also quite important. Okay, and again, all of the different syntaxes which I have used over here, this is available in the Cordova documentation. So one can easily navigate to the Cordova documentation and check for all the important syntaxes which are required to build the application, to rebuild the application. Okay, both things are available over there. And yeah, by following all these things, what we can do, we can recreate the application by scrapping all the restrictions which are implemented in the JavaScript code by the developer, and we can reinstall the app. But yeah, one important thing, after building the application with this command, I will definitely have to align the bytecode boundaries. I will have to sign the application, and then I can use the application in either my phone or either in my emulator. Okay, and again, suppose I have to sign the application. So there are a couple of different ways to sign the application. One with APK signer. I guess I am using the right tool name. Yeah, APK signer. And then we can also use Uber APK signer. Basically, there are a couple of more alternatives. We can use those tools to sign the application, and then we can install it and use the application flawlessly without any restriction at all. Correct. So these are the activity which we usually do in terms of Cordova application. Apart from identifying Android vulnerabilities, okay. Apart from identifying Android level vulnerabilities, we will have to make sure that we follow all these things so that we can identify some couple of misconfigurations, couple of low-hanging fruits, or we can reverse engineer the applications which are built in Cordova. Okay. Then we can also perform some static code analysis on the JavaScript file. Okay, for that we can decompile the application. We can we can store all those JavaScript files in a separate location, and we can use open source tools as well as some paid tools such as checkmark SAST paid tools in order to identify vulnerabilities in JavaScript file. Fortify, again paid tool. Insider CLI, open source. SonarQube, I will go with open source variant. And Husky CI, it is again open source. And there are a couple of more different alternatives available. So I can use all those combinations of open source tool as well as commercial tools to scan the vulnerabilities inside the JavaScript file. Okay, so the static analysis part is done. Then we can also check for the versions analysis. Okay, version analysis over here, I mean, there are a lot of plugins which are using certain set of version specific plugins over here, correct? I can see different plugins which are utilizing, which have been utilized by the application, and it is using a certain version plugins over here, such as Cordova plugin file, it is using the version 6.0.1. Now what I can do, I can simply check this Cordova_plugin.js file, and over here I can simply navigate to this part, and I can simply use my browser, Google or any other search engine, to search whether the current version of this plugin is vulnerable or it is not vulnerable. Okay, so in that way I can also check whether the plugins utilized by the Cordova application is free of vulnerability or it consists of different set of vulnerabilities which third-party attackers can use. Okay, and at the same time, this might give rise to supply chain attacks as well, because suppose I am recreating the application, or if I am creating the application, or let's take a step back. What I can do, I can create some vulnerable plugins and I can host it on the npm repository, and I can spread the words that there are new plugins available, which is quite useful for the development. And then there are scenarios that an attacker can perform huge scale of supply chain attacks. Okay, that is completely an entire different story and an entire what you say long process. I'm not going to dig much deeper into it. So the version analysis has been done, and at the end, obviously, we will have to perform the OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities checks for my current app. But never ever forget to check what framework the application is currently utilizing, on which framework the application is built upon. And then we have to test for that framework specific vulnerability as well. Okay. So yeah, this was all about the Cordova application. I hope I was able to make you guys understand what Cordova is, what are the different set of activities which we can do. So I am open to questions. Feel free to let me know.
Thank you for the amazing talk. No, it's not one. If you have the OC model, then it's one layer lower than the one that uses S&P. But leave that for now. Thank you for the amazing talk again, because you didn't talk earlier. I saw some questions popping up in the chat earlier. Let me see if I can scroll back. If there are some questions from the people, you can still place them in the chat.
Okay.
Let me see. The first one is, obfuscation is applicable for Cordova app, or is it not?
Obfuscation is applicable, yes. We have to, as a developer, from the development point of view, I have to check whether are there any JavaScript based obfuscation available or not. Okay. So if there are some certain paid tool or paid framework which are providing JavaScript obfuscation, then yes, definitely we can use them from the development point of view. And from the attacker's point of view, from the pentester's point of view, it will gonna be the pain in the ass, because we have to first identify how the obfuscation has been done. Then we have to identify whether we can de-obfuscate it or not. Okay. So the Cordova application is entirely based upon JavaScript and HTML. That this thing always keeps in mind. Okay. So if a developer is obfuscating all the JavaScript files, then it will quite be difficult to, identify the framework specific vulnerabilities. But yeah, one funny part which I have observed in overall my career is that whenever I test these Cordova applications, or I have also talked to a couple of my different friends, all of them said that none of the developers are using obfuscation in JavaScript language, because they are saying that after using obfuscation, the application's performance is getting degraded. So that's why they tend to disable the remote debugger. I was like, wow, but still I can decompile the application and read the code. But yeah, that is entirely on the developer, whether they are okay with obfuscation or not.
Thank you for answering that question. I hope the answer is good enough for the person who's asking the question. I saw more questions. Let me see.
Wow, I'm getting a lot of questions.
Yeah. Let me see if I can scroll.
And yes, one more thing.
Yes, sure.
I do want to say that please go to the PyOT's website, because I have also learned a lot of information from their blog post. Okay, so after the session, if you are quite interested in Apache Cordova, please go to their blog post. Okay.
Thank you for that additional information. The next question is as follows. Also using Frida, it is useful or not for this Cordova app. So is it useful to use Frida?
It is useful. Which tool? Flutter or Frida?
Frida for
Frida.
Cordova app.
Definitely we can use Frida. So first of all, let us understand the concept of Frida. Okay. Frida is one of the tools through which what we can do, we can bypass certain set of restrictions in my Android application, in my iOS application, in my desktop application. It doesn't matter whether my desktop application is Linux based, Mac OS based, or Windows based. Okay. Now over here, I have to first decompile the application and I have to first check whether or not I can utilize Frida, Frida functionality in my app. For example, in day-to-day scenario, in day-to-day Android pen testing, what we basically do with Frida, we basically bypass the SSL pinning mechanism, correct? Definitely we can use that with Cordova. Okay. Then later on, we bypass the Android root detection mechanism. Again, with Frida, it will be quite challenging because in a typical Android application scenario, what Frida does, Frida basically deals with the function code, or Frida basically deals with the packages as well as the functions which are defined in my Android code, so that it can manipulate the values of those functions, manipulate the values of those parameters, so that I can easily bypass the root detection. Correct. That is not entirely the case with Cordova based application. Suppose the developer is implementing root detection mechanism, which I was able to fumble upon in one of my recent application again. At that point of time, I was not able to bypass the root detection mechanism using Frida at all. I had to recreate the application. Okay, but again, I did talk with a lot of my friends, and they said that at certain points, at some level, we can definitely use to bypass the root detection as well as SSL pinning mechanism using Frida, but that will depend upon how the developer has created the application. Okay, if with the help of Frida, I can hook the particular JavaScript function, which at the end of the day should be possible. I have not yet utilized the Frida in order to hook the JavaScript application. That is definitely which I have to look at. But if at all it is possible, then yes, we can definitely use Frida to bypass such restrictions.
Well, thank you for giving that answer. We have another question. Let me see. What are the plugins from Cordova who are most difficult? So the most difficult plugins for Cordova.
There are no difficult plugins, I would say. As I was saying that one can create the Cordova plugins, but the creation process is quite difficult. Okay. One can use the plugins which are available in the npm package repository, and those plugins are basically used so that my application can interact with hardware components of Android. So the difficult one, I would say, would be the one which is storing all this user input inside the secure storage. Let me rephrase the answer one more time. Okay. So in Android application, in the hardware perspective, we do have a small location unit area. I don't remember the quite name for the moment. So in Android, what it does, that hardware location, it basically used to store all the sensitive information of my app, such as my fingerprint information or other informations. Okay. So there are very few Cordova plugins available for such activity. So if my application is utilizing such type of plugin, so that it can interact with that secure storage area which is available in my Android hardware in my Android application in the hardware level, then that will be quite painful. Okay, thankfully I have not dealt with such plugins, but yeah, definitely I would look forward to it.
Oh, again, thank you for answering this question. Then we have the next one.
Again,
Uh,
okay.
Let me see. I think this is the last one. Which tools is used to decompose the application DevTools?
Which tools to decompile the application? We can definitely rely on APK tool. We can use unzip utility to unzip the source code. Okay. So if my screen is visible, I guess it should be visible, correct? So while navigating to the architecture, while I was explaining the architecture of Cordova application, while unzipping the application using unzip, or else while decompiling the application with APK tool, we will tend to get the similar architecture. Okay, and over here all we have to do is we have to deal with couple of JavaScript files, we have to deal with config.xml, as well as we have to deal with the HTML and JSS files which are responsible for my web application. Okay, and by dealing with such applications, we can identify Cordova-based framework-based vulnerabilities. Okay, then later on we can deal with Android manifest.xml. Okay, and then we can deal with classes.dex file, so that we can identify OWASP top 10 level vulnerabilities. Okay, so decompiling is not at all a challenge, and it is rare to see that such Cordova based application is using multiple APKs or split APKs. No, there are very rare cases. So far I have not seen it, and so far I have talked with other people also, which I had told you guys. They have also told me that no, Cordova is not at all, it has been identified that the Cordova based application is using splitting APKs. So the decompiling as well as the recompiling will be quite easy for us. Okay, and yes, one more thing. I have shown you the way, like how we can recreate the app, how we can recreate the app using Cordova tool. Correct. What we can do, we can also try to rebuild the application using APK tool, and we can rebuild the application using Cordova tool, and then we can check the similarity or the similarity patterns, or we can check how exactly my application is getting bundled into a single APK. Okay, so in that way we will get a lot of different ideas how Cordova is rebuilding the application. Sorry, not rebuilding the application, repackaging the application inside a single APK, as well as how APK tool is rebuilding, repacking the entire application inside a single APK. Okay.
Well, thank you for answering this question. I don't see any more questions. We have a little bit of time left to answer more questions. So if there are any questions, then yeah, you can place them in the chat for now. Let's give them 1 minute to perhaps type their question if they're still typing.
Yeah.
I don't see any questions so far. I think most of the questions have been answered.
Okay. Thank you a lot for asking such questions, wonderful questions.
Yeah, thank you, of course, again for doing the second talk today.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, I don't see any more questions. So I want to say to the people who are watching, give a big applause for the speaker, because it's already his second session today that he's giving. And yeah, I want to thank you, of course, for doing the session. We are back in probably 15 minutes. We will start at 5:30 Amsterdam time. And yeah, I hope to see you at the next session. It is also a fun one about hardware. So see you all in 15 minutes. Hello everyone, welcome back with the next session. As you can see on the screen, it will be about micro probing with ICE Byte, solderless testing probes for everyone. So I hope you are all have waited for this one, and I wish you all a lot of fun, and of course, hopefully you will learn something. So I give the word to the speaker.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Karthik from India. So this is related to the ice bites, which we have developed for making easy to everyone to achieve the best results when we do a hardware level hacking. So basically, why this is required? Mostly when we probe this, when we try to probe any hardware level probing, performing any hardware level probing, so there comes a big task like soldering stuff and all those things. So everyone will not be a solder expert. So if we are not a solder expert, then we will be ending up by either by damaging the target which we are trying to hack, or getting ourselves damaging our hands or getting hurt. So we thought even the soldering, if we do, there may be solder shorts, which again leads to a lot of confusions whether the target is giving proper data or we are done with the target. So we came up with a solution. So we find we served a lot of areas. We navigated through, so we try to give a best results out of it. So then we came up with solutions like a probe kind of thing which we designed, and also it is already available in the market. So we think like we will introduce it in a very cheaper way so that it is very affordable to everyone to achieve it. So basically, I am Karthik. My name is Karthik, and I am basically a quality engineer in a IoT company called Restream Software Development India, a US-based company. So basically, I was a hardware level soldering expert and PCB analyst, and working on block pickings also, and a core team member of IoT SRG team. So why this? Today we are going to cover these. I'm trying to make it short and sweet so that it gives a good impact on everyone. So why really the solderless test probes are required? How IceByte started in India? What are the similar other products available? And a detailed explanation on our product and the use cases which we are really using it. And there is a demo we have already performed and have it and soldered. So why these solder probes are really required? So as we told, right, when we use solderings on the boards, main intention is like due to the lack of experience or mis-soldering, we will damage the components, so which we cannot reuse the components going further, and there will be a limited availability of the components. Whenever do a hardware level pen testing, maybe the target should not be get damaged, and even if you do a solder probe, due to the excess heat, the pins may dislocate from its position. And this solderless probing will help even a zero. It gives a zero reason whoever even doesn't know about soldering. And next instance is the data loss. When even the soldering, if we are not doing it properly or something mis-solders happens, the data will be lost as hardware too, and the data signals also will not come. The next thing is it's a very easy plug and play. Take it, connecting with the help hand probes, probe it to the target and use it. This is the main intention of our thing. So it's just plug and play kind of activity. So why we started? So when we are doing the basic level hardware testing, pen testing, so we measure up a lot of targets, which is the devices. So we soldered, we lost around 100 to 200 devices. either we are damaging the pads or we are tearing down the devices, and which cannot be reused again. So which bites us a lot in all aspects. So we came up here. So and we started doing this, and we started purchasing online, which is a huge cost for us. So one of main target is Bitcoin wallet, which we used. So it got tampered. So then we somehow managed to recover it, but it's a huge process which our time is also lost on it. So based on the above experiences, what we will better kickstart in India. So we started that over here. And when we came across, there is a person who are already having this information, but it's a little bit it's a time consuming process, but we did it when we have it on that, which we call that person was a pizza bite guy. So other similar products which is very costly, which everyone cannot afford. So these are some similar products which is available in the market. So it's around 119 euros. So when we compare to ours, it is most probably 5 to 10 max. I hope so. Not more than that, 5 to 10 euros. So this is what the other similar product, Pizza Byte guy, who has already used it. So when we go for it, it will be not much. But still, when we import to India, and it's a huge price, we need to pay double the price of it. So we plan to do it very cheap. So one of the main core component in our thing is, apart from PCBA, we designed the probe in such a way, like to ensure a good connectivity. There is a pogo pin which will be on the tip of the PCBA, which helps to probe the exact point where we need to probe it. So one of the good reference is pogo pins with a diameter of 1.36 to 1.38, mostly like that. So which is having a sharp tip with a spring action. So even if you press too much or too much force is given, no worries, the PCB will never get damaged. It's good conductivity will be there, and no soldering works are required. And the target should be holded as a precondition. We need to hold the target good. So and we use crocodile clips to hold our pogo pins, so it is so stable in that connection. So this is one of the pogo pin. This is I hope everyone can see the pogo pin which I am sharing. So this is the pogo pin which we have used. So okay, which is 1.36 diameters, and to little brief about the pogo pin, it's like even if copper is a good conductive material, obviously everyone knows it, but every copper everywhere, as any changes, there will be some data loss, because all the data will be in milliamperes. So every small change of different materials causes a data loss. So when we analyze through these pogo pins, which is made full of using a treated copper, which is mostly called as a beryllium copper, with gold plated. Okay, so which gives a good conductivity, and totally we did a lot of experiments on it, and we observed that we never came up with any data loss so far. So it's a good material. For finally we decided to go with this pin, which is already, these pins are mostly used in productions on all those areas. So this is our as of now we finally we designed a lot of designs to arrest space constraints and all those stuff. Finally we ended up with this kind of PCBA design. So if you see here, this is like a sword which can be nailed, and the end points are the square pins where the pogo pins will get soldered. So this is what the helping hands which we figured out initially, then to hold our pogo pins. So this is a very cheapest method of another alternate solution which we found. It's a very cheapest than the previous one. This is also called a helping hand kind of things, which this crocodile clips will hold our pogo pins, and we need a PCBA holder to hold our target in such a way that it will never move at any cost. So I can show you some more information where we had it. I hope you can see the web page what we have. So this is one of our practical sessions, how we really hold our target, and it has been nailed in this area. So am I audible? Hello? Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that. So I hope my screen is being shared very well and you're able to see my web page. Correct? Hello? Yeah, thank you. So this is one of our target which we use which we are practicing at that time, and we are able to target and nail the UART pin from that. So if you see, these are the pogo pins where in our website we have clearly published. So anyone can purchase it, and it will be very useful. We have figured out the cheapest price which gives a good output of that, and this PCBA design we have published in our GitHub repository. So just download the Gerber file, give it to a manufacturer, PCBA manufacturer guy. He will print and give it to you. Just take only one soldering activity just need to be done is this, which is so simple. Just solder it and you are ready to go. This is how we are supposed to hold our targets. So this is one of the PCBA holder which can hold a small dimension PCBAs very well. So we are using we are trying to extract the data from a Bitcoin wallet. So we used TTL adapter for it, the same adapter which has been shown over here. So this is our target which was there used at the time of extraction. So you can see there is 3 UART pins. So this is how the target has been nailed using our pogo pins. So no other soldering works are required, just press and hold. Exactly, this will be the picture what it is supposed to be. So just for demo, just a little demo. So you can see the UART starts giving us the data. So back to this. So what's the real use cases going further we are supposed to handle? So like avoid soldering on a sensitive chips or SoC chips, and probing on a UART pins without tampering any PCB or any other areas. Just probe on the pins. As the same I told for UART we can use for JTAG pins also. Just a PCBA target is more than sufficient, and we can retain our targets in the same original shape, so we can no need to avoid to tamper it out. Main thing, soldering issues totally can be avoided, and it is so safest one if we are going to use it. So the next one is, this is the initial model which we have developed. We exercised it. So after long sessions, then we made a mistake. We proceeded on that, then it got tampered and a lot of stuff. Then we came up with the targets. So we hacked using the IP cameras. The demo what I have shown is for IP camera, sorry, not for the Bitcoin wallet. That's for an IP camera which is being used. So IP camera, we have in this target we have successfully done that. And another one is a Bitcoin wallet which we extracted data with the first prototype. Then we move to the next model, which is this is the changed our PCBA design with the SS. Then we have also had multiple targets on IoT devices, Wi-Fi modules, especially SP32 and all the stuff we have probed in and got a successful data out of it, extracted successful data out of it. And the conclusion is, so it is very easy to plug and play action for an hardware pen tester. It's going to be a big game changer for the hardware guys, hardware experts, pen testing experts or hackers. So they don't need to worry about the soldering activity. That's it from my side. Any questions? Most welcome.
It was faster than I expected.
Okay.
Are there any questions? If you have any questions, then now is the time to ask your questions. We have 45 minutes to ask questions, so go ahead if you have any question. Plenty of time. Let's see if there are any questions. Let's give them some minutes to type the question if they have any. I don't see any questions popping up so far.
Okay.
This one hurt me. Okay, you gave someone a headache with your talk. It's probably a lot of information.
Okay, so still the information will be available on our website, iotsrg.org. So sure you can probe there. Even the design and all those stuff, the data will be available over there. Feel free to access and get more information if needed, and reach out for us if any things are required. We are most expecting.
I see many people saying thank you for the talk, so I don't think there are any questions. So if you have by accident later today or this week you think, hey, I have a question, please reach out to him. You can find him on IoT&CK.org if you want to have any more information. I want to thank you, Kartik, for the amazing talk, and I want from the audience one big applause for Kartik for doing the talk. We will be back in perhaps 15 minutes if the next speaker wants to talk now. Else, we see you in 45 minutes. But I will notify you when I know more. So for now, one more time, big applause for Kartik for his amazing talk. And see you all at the next talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity. Most welcome. I'll be very much happy and eagerly expecting the questions from you people, guys. Thanks a lot. Give your input so that if anything requires, I will be there to take your inputs and I can help you out on that. Thanks so much. Thanks, everyone.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We have the next speaker ready, or at least he will not do it live, but I have a recorded session from him, which I'm going to play right now. If you have any questions, you can reach out to Rikun. You can find him on Telegram, the owner of Rob Offensive. Rob and Rob Ensif. I said it in the chat. You can reach out to him if you have any questions about this session. So I wish you all a lot of fun, enjoy, and hope you will learn something.
Thanks everyone for having me here. The topic itself is explanatory about automated armor. Of course, we're going to learn a lot about automation specific with the CI/CD. You can consider any CI/CD as in GitHub, GitLab, or is there if it is there in any as such, which allows you to do the CI/CD continuous integration, continuous development thing. And yeah, before I proceed with the further, I'd like to thank Visarian for creating such a good, insightful talk for across the globe. And all the credit goes to that legend guy. And it's not the first time I'm giving talk for Mystico. The community Mystico is since 2017, I believe. And since that 2018, the talk every year talk is being scheduled from him. So yeah, all credit again goes to Visarian. Thanks Visarian for having me here, and thanks everyone for being a good listener. And I would expect you to continue being here. And probably this would be our last talk as I have scheduled the last time. And I'm pre-recording this just to save my own time in case of any unavailability issues, things like that. And yeah, also, I'd like to thank all the sponsors, and of course, I'm one of them. That's being said, let's move further with a little introduction about me. So, yeah, myself, Rikun Sindwar. You can also search across with the Robensive word, and you will find yourself redirecting to me as well. So, Robensive is one of the name that I designed for myself or my community. If in the future you find a particular company named Robensive, expect I would be the owner. Red and purple theme is what my expertise, what I like, why I choose in purple team out of the red team. Red team in which we have to be very limited. We cannot expand ourselves with such things, whereas purple team is something which is continuous, where we perform certain attacks, we try to defend, or we of course will not going to defend on ourselves, we'll try let the blue team help to defend those attacks, and we try to maturize our attack in order uh, to our own development, and it's more towards research based role, and that's the reason I chosen to go with the purple team. Of course, I do red teaming engagement, I do some researches, I do have certain CVEs, a lot of things. I'm the senior consultant currently working with Ernst & Young, which is EY so called, and EY India specific. Cybersecurity trainer is what I partially, or I would say as a freelance, I still do for the corporate, for the individual, in terms of a training, providing a technical training, not the non-technical thing. And if you come to me and asking for such training, I might not be the suitable. But if you want to get some hardcore offensive side training, then yeah, I would be the one that you can go for. I've also developed a couple of tools. There are some more, but yeah, I've just highlighted three. First one is MS SQL Attacker, which which I created when I was doing my OSEP certificate. That tool allows you to attack MS SQL and linked MS SQL servers in various different methodologies. Proxy checker is one of the tools which I designed for creating proxy DLLs for the known DLLs or the DLL that you can pass on. What it will gonna do? It will take a shell code. It will just take another argument as a DLL, actual DLL you want to be proxied, and it will do the needful. It will create a proxy DLL which you can replace, or which you can put it in your whatever the vulnerable location for the DLL hijacking, and that should be enough. Task Ninja is one of the great, I would say, one of the best tool that I have designed so far. It is purely, I can say, taken some ideas from Trickest. If you have heard Trickest, then yeah, I would like to give some credit to them, because they have the core idea around. What it does basically, Task Ninja helps you to automate certain workflows which you do it on your regular basis. It can be for external, it can be for internal, and it uses Docker. So everything, there will be no issue with the let's say configuration issues or deployment issues or anything as such. You can create your own containers, including whatever the tool you would like to have, and you can use Task Ninja to create a workflow. That workflow will going to execute it within the Docker, and the result can be achieved across. What do I mean by across? As let's say you have a plan to have certain different tasks to be executed. First task output, you want to pass it to the second task. Then yeah, Task Ninja is something that that can achieve that. You can also have your own script tool or whatever you want to be ported inside the Docker, and yeah, there is a lot. And I've already created a couple of videos which you can navigate by just going through the official README file for the same. That's the whole short introduction for me, and let's proceed with the further. Okay, so what are the things that you would be or you will going to be learning by the next hour, or all about the next hour? Basics, you will going to get a basic hands-on on what are the CI/CD and the basic architecture that I would like you to just aware. Of course, we are not a developer who's going to learn bits and pieces, but some of the core or some of the important topics that I would like you to know, I'll be covering here. We're going to learn all about attack surface management, what exactly a particular attack surface management it is. I have already been working since almost like a year now for doing some automation across attack surface management. I've done a good stuff here. So in case you're stuck somewhere in the future, just reach out to me. I'll be happy to help you out. Understanding the issues and its solution with the CI/CD, different issues that you might gonna face, what would be the solution for that, making a basic workflow with the GitHub Actions, make some offensive workflow in terms of, let's say, attack surface management, so-called ASM. And yeah, I'll try to keep it everything as practical. Of course, the practical part I have pre-recorded just to save everyone's time, but it will not going to be differ than someone is actually performing certain things. By the end of the talk, I would expecting you to be a CI/CD automation hacker. That being said, let's move towards the next slide. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what is CI, what is CD, and some use cases along with some components. So CI, it says continuous integration. The term itself says continuous integration. Means you want to integrate something again and again and again and again. What exactly it does? It does automate code integration, merges the code changes frequently into the shared repository, early issue detection. It identifies particular bugs if there is any, if you have already designed such thing. Do not worry about this. I'll explain each and everything in detail. What the CD tells you that it's a continuous development. What it does, it automatically creates a release for your particular product. So let's take it with an example. Let's say you have created particular tool, script, software, and whatnot. What the CI will going to do, let's say you have created some checklist, that checklist will going to be followed by the CI. What CI will going to do, as soon as you push your code, it will going to validate those. Hey, if something is that, then yeah, let's verify. Let's verify checklist 1, checklist 2, checklist 3, checklist 4. and so on and so forth. Similarly, once it is being verified, it will going to push it. It will going to allow you to do the next phase, which is the deployment. It will going to create a compiled version. Let's say you have a code, and that code you want to be compiled with an exe or ELF executable or Mac OS executable in case. So the CD will going to have its own, or you can deploy your own, of course. Okay, sorry, there was some trouble from my end. I had to pause and let me resume. Yep. So continuous development is something which will going to create a compiled version for the different operating system, different architecture, and everything will going to be automatically. Some of the use cases that I have specified here, let's say a developer built a source code, it pushes the source code into GitHub repo. The repo has a test workflow design which will validate the source code for possible bugs. So let's say before you actually put it into a production environment or compile it with an exe, it will going to be verified. When there is no bug issue, it will compile the code and replace with the production system. So the CD is what being designed for that specific type of a thing. So what are the three major components that you should or you must be taking care of here? First, push and start an action. As soon as you push, basically you put any code into your GitHub, it will going to start a particular action. Action means validating of a source code and whatnot. I'm giving you an overall idea based on a developer and the actual use cases, which will eventually be replaced with a security workflows. So do not worry about it. Ability to do an action, for an example, compile on a cloud-based system. So they have their own environment, infrastructure in which they can create their own, let's say, executables based on the source code that you provide. So first is push and start action. As soon as you do something, it will going to start something. And what they can do is once that activity is being done, they can also have ability to get some cloud-based system infrastructure in order to compile your code or execute certain code commands behalf of you, and ability to access production system for replacing the source code. Let's say the first stage, second stage, and third stage. Third stage, let's say your production system might not be hosted on the GitHub environment. That might be in your own environment, or that can be anything. So they have something called self-hosted runner, which you can put it on their side. I mean on the GitHub. If once you add your self-hosted runner or machine, then they will have privilege to access your machines as well in order to perform various things. Now, what are the things that we can achieve in terms of security here? Let's say you want to identify all the subdomains. For subdomains, let's say you want to executing, you will be executing certain tools like sublister, AMAS, and whatnot. Now, what you can achieve based on this particular scenario, you can have a particular file containing the top level domain or apex domain list in your code base, and what it will gonna do as soon as you pushes that specific file through the first component, what it will going to do is it will going to run particular task, and the task will going to be executing that specific tool from that specific thing. What do I mean by? So let's say you selected sublister. As soon as I add my apex domain list, it will going to send that list to the sublister as a tool, and it will going to execute that on the cloud environment of CI/CD itself. And once that specific thing is done, it will going to pushes back the updated data into the GitHub CI/CD itself. We will going to see this practically in a short time, so do not worry, do not get panic, and I'll explain everything. Moving towards the next, which is CI/CD component that you must be aware, or the component that are good for this specific talk. If you just have a quick go through the same. The first component is runners. What are the runners? Runners are basically the machines where the particular component or code will going to be executing. So let's say where your code will going to compile, or the subdomain, sublister tool, or a mass tool will going to be executed. It's a basically infrastructure where it will going to be running. Now there are two type of runner. First one is GitHub hosted. What the GitHub hosted are? So basically the machines which are owned by GitHub itself and given to you for doing some sort of compilation process. Second one is self-hosted, the machines which you can add to the GitHub itself. And there are no limits for the self-hosted as per my knowledge or as per I have already attempted. If there is any, then yeah, you can just have a quick look. But you can add 10 machine, 12 machine, 15 machine, 18 machine, 20 machine, whatnot. So imagine you can use those machines within the CI/CD, within the GitHub itself, in order to achieve everything. The next component here are the secrets. Secrets are basically the storage to create sensitive variables. There are two parts actually. First one is variables, second one is secrets. Variables are the one which you can use for defining certain values for a specific keywords, whereas secrets are the one which you want to be kept secret and not disclosing anywhere, no matter if it is log, no matter if it is whatnot. But yeah, it can be used similar to a variable, but a secret or sensitive one. Artifacts are the one which is component of GitHub CI/CD and might be for other CI/CD as well. Basically, once you're done with a particular activity, artifacts are the temporary storage which you can use in order to get a particular data out of that specific machine. So let's say I've used GitHub hosted machine. I have performed a mass activity, getting the subdomain, and I want that subdomain list to be taken out of that specific job, specific workflow. Then you can use artifacts to get it out, and you can reference that artifacts to the other workflow in case you want to link each with other. The next component here are the matrices. Matrices are like a loop, and there are some limitations with that. 256 is what I can recollect right now. I might be wrong, but yeah, as far as I remember, it is 256 total parallel loop. So you can keep one matrix, and a particular task will going to be go through a loop. And how you can utilize it effectively? So let's say you have 10 different machines, or let's say you have 20 different machines hosted on the GitHub environment. It allows you to have unlimited actually. So what you can do is you can split your Apex domain file with 256 lines, and you can give it to the specific tool. So at the same time, it will going to use whatnot number of GitHub hosted machines or self-hosted machine in order to execute all those commands parallelly. That's something which I'll keep on you for explore because I don't want to give you so much headache here. But yeah, metrics are the thing which will going to repetitively doing a certain task. And there are some limits of 256 that you need to keep in mind. Jobs are another component which is basically action or a task for a single machine. So let's say if you have created a particular job, everything inside that specific job, or let's say executing one command, executing another command, executing third command, everything will going to be used for within a single machine. And you can have multiple jobs, of course. There are no limits as such. Let's take one practical demonstration for the CI/CD, and it gives you the whole overall idea about the different things that we have already seen or looked into. So what I've done, I'll just going to create one repository with the name of Mysticon 2024. Whatever the description you want, I'll just create with the private specific, because I don't want this to be exposed over internet. Of course, why I should put my data over internet. Then I'll go with the action. Yeah, it's pre-recorded, so yeah, you'll get some delays. I'll just add new self-hosted runner, and you can choose whichever you want, if it is Mac OS, Linux, or Windows. I'll go with the Linux specific because that's the only thing I'll require for the specific talk, but you feel free to add the other one. So what I'll do, I'll just follow the path. Those are the basic commands, nothing fancy. First is creating new directory, cd into it, calling that specific component, specific runner version basically, and giving an unarchive or unzipping that specific unzip file. And once you're done with that, all you need to do is configure. Here we go. And of course, the config.sh doesn't allow you to configure with the root access. So what you should do is you should modify it. Basically, there's only a single check. What it does is it will going to check if it is running through sudo or not. Let me just open it. I had to pause for certain things. Here's what other things I need to do. What I did, if user ID is not equals to 0, I just replace that with 1. That's it. Usually root are the administrative user, right? Or with the 0 UID. I'll go with everything default just by pressing enter, enter, enter. If you wish to give a specific name, then yeah, you can specify here. If you want to give a specific label for that specific runner, then it allows you to. The label can be used if in case you want to run specific task on a specific machine. So let's say you have certain machine just for a compilation process, certain machine just for execution process, certain machine just for a specific task. So you can have that type of a thing. I'll use svc.sh in order to install a particular service, and you can use 0 as a UID to install a service running with the root user, and you can also start by just using svc.sh. Yeah, not the run, it's the start, my bad. Here we go. Now the service is running. I'm expecting this to be visual over the self-hosted runner. So what I'll do, I'll click on runner one more time, and here we go. It is idle. Idle means basically it does not have anything to be work on. The next thing, I'll just try to create a basic action or a workflow. All you need to do is go to action. There are some pre-configured action available for you just in case you want to explore. But for a security perspective, we do not really need that. I'll go with the simple workflow, just give you a quick overview of everything. Here on is the thing which you can use for scheduling, or it is a component which will going to tell when a particular workflow will going to be executing. Currently I'm using workflow dispatch. Sorry, I have to stop. Yeah. Here I'll just replace certain things with the different. Here what you're gonna do, run whoami is what the job name itself. Runs on Ubuntu latest will going to use the GitHub hosted runner, and self-hosted will going to use the runner which we have just installed. The first one, it says check out the code. Basically those are let me explain those in a little detail. Let me pause it for a moment. Actions/checkout at v4. So there are some pre-configured actions available within the GitHub repository itself, which can be used by anyone in order to achieve some basic things. You can create your own actions as well. Basically it's kind of a workflow which you can define, and that will going to be performed by on that specific machine. So this specific action, GitHub checkout, will going to check out the code for the specific repository, Checkout means it will going to pull the code with, let's say, git clone kind of a thing. And yeah, that's what the checkout is doing. The second one, run whoami, is what the name for that specific task. And what it's going to do, it will run whoami, put the data into whatever the file you want. Let's say I want to put it on the readme file. Here, those are the default one. I'm just replacing it with the one that I would like to. So let me just copy and paste it from my code base. Copy the command instead. Okay, when I added here a pipe, that means I want to execute multi-line script. In case you are not aware, I'll just give you a quick view. What we're gonna do, it will going to add a readme file as an upgrade. It will going to give a commit as readme updated or whatever you want to be specified here. It's just a value that you want to notify that, okay, what exactly things are done here. With the git push, it's supposed to be pushing that specific thing. So I'll give you a quick view. First, the name of that specific workflow, it is basic one. When it will going to be executed, it will only execute with the workflow dispatch. Dispatch means if someone executed by just clicking on that run workflow, it will execute. There are some other triggers like on specific time, on specific date, on specific file update, file push, that we will going to look further in the upcoming slides. Then the jobs are basically, each job will going to use a single machine for any number of steps in which. So first, there is only one job here with the name of run whoami, and in which it will going to run on a self-hosted. Runs on self-hosted means the runner that we have already added. Second steps would be action checkout. First one or the first execution would be getting the code pulled, then running a particular command, putting into the readme file, pushes the code, that's it. There are some challenges, it's not done yet, which you might also face, and I don't want you to be as such. So I'll just give you a heads up. So let's save it. Let's try to run it quickly. You can click on that view runs or go to actions, and both will going to achieve the same. Either you can click view runs or directly go to the action. I'll run the workflow. Let's run it. It's supposed to be failing, which I'm already aware, and this is something good for your learning journey. So-called issues that you might face and what are the solution in which. We go, it's already being running. Let's navigate. The setup job will going to do the setup things, means for running this entire code base. Run checkout will going to clone it. Run whoami will going to execute that command on which. Push the code is where I'm getting an error. What it says, please tell who you are. Of course, we haven't specified by default. Let me pause it for a moment. I'll give you a broader view on this. By default, GitHub also has a particular temporary, I would say, token, which can be used for doing pull and push activity. But that code or that specific, let's say, that specific token require you to specify who you are, what's your email and what's your name. If you don't specify that, it will going to be failure. There might be some other workaround that you can explore, but this is what I have already encountered and found a solution for. So let's try to fix this specific thing by just modifying the actual workflow file. So what I'll do, I'll navigate to my settings. I'll go to secrets and variables within the actions. there are two components here. First one are the secrets, second ones are the variable. This is what I've already explained. Both are type variables. Secrets are the hidden variable, something like your password thing, and variables are the one which is just a variable where anyone will able to see what is the content of it, like that. So let's try to create one variable first. I'll give a variable name as, let's say, username. Whatever my username, currently it's Robensiv. I'll specify my Robensiv as a value for that username so that I can reference. This way I no need to specify again and again and again and again for every workflow. I have created one variable, that variable can be reused. Second one, I have already created a secret for user email, in which I don't want my email to be exposed over the internet, let's say, over for anyone. I can create one repository secret as user email, and that can be retrieved. That can be used within the same. So there are two things: secrets, user email, and the variable username, which is something I'm going to replace. I'm going to reference, right? Secrets value will not going to be disclosed, but variables would be. Let's try to specify those things. Get config -- global user dot. Let's go with the name first. Let's go with the email. The email, what I'll do, I'll specify my variable. There is a way to specify your variables here, or secrets and variables both, by just using curly braces before with the dollar. So dollar twice curly braces, in which you can specify whether it is secrets or a variable. For secrets, it will going to be secrets dot user email, whatever the name you have specified for your secret. And for user, which is of course a variable, you need to replace that secret with vars, vars, vars. That's pretty much it. Of course, I need to change the name of file of that very specific component as username. That's perfect. Let's try to save it and run it. In case you want to give a little bit of information what exactly you did, let's go with the vruns and run it again. Those are the challenges I want you to be aware, and that's the reason I've included here. First, we're going to check out run whoami, and push code has again an issue. What it says, write access to the repository are not granted. Of course, by default, the repository you can pull but not push. In order to have that push thing, you need you need to define a particular permission. Let's try to allocate that specific permission. Looks like in the video I'm going quite slow. I'll navigate to my settings. I'll go with the actions, and let's specify the permission right there. It says read and write permission. So I'm just going to give the read write permission. And that's supposed to be fine. And then safer side, I've added another permission, but that shouldn't be a blocker. All we need to do are the done thing. So now let's give it a shot. Shouldn't take much time, and I should be able to see the result back. Be done. Okay, yeah, that worked. That perfectly worked. And if you see the push code, it successfully managed to change the code itself. Now there is a README file with the context of who am I. So whatever the result of that who am I is being pushed to that specific DB file. This was overall for your learning, for your understanding and whatnot, and gives you the overall information about everything. Let's try to change the self-hosted this time with Ubuntu latest, which means there are some let's say GitHub hosted runner, and you can specify which runner you want to use. Ubuntu latest is the one which we're going to use. Ubuntu latest operating system based GitHub hosted runner or GitHub hosted machine in order to execute our code. Of course, the result will going to be same, no difference. It will also be running on the root user. So expect you to have that root account here as well. Let's give it a shot just to give you an overall idea. I haven't used my self-hosted machine. I've used Ubuntu. For my self-hosted machine, it's not the same version, but yeah, here I've used Ubuntu, which is hosted over the GitHub and the operating system version, which should be visible on the top. Things are fine. The job is entirely completed, and the version is supposed to be in that first column. Here we go. It's Ubuntu 2022.045 LTS. Whatever the version, latest version, which is over the GitHub hosted, it will gonna be visible. Now here, the runtime. This is a very important thing, and you must be aware that runtime is what you will get free from the GitHub. In case you have a free account, then it will gonna be 2000 minutes somewhere, minutes or seconds. I'm not 100% sure, but 2000 is what you will get a count for it, and this is where it can be utilized. So by 2000 means it will going to be 2000 seconds. Let me just quick check, just on a safer side. I don't want to be false here. GitHub posted runner time limit. Of course, it's on my different screen. You won't able to see it. Usage limits and billings. Still looking into about GitHub posted runners. Supposed to be 2000 seconds. Checking. Okay, it's a 2000 minutes, which means a lot. All right, I had to stop, but yeah, I had to pause, not to stop, of course. So here it utilized 2 seconds of time, and we have 2000 minutes total for every month. So imagine how many things you can achieve with that specific thing. Let's move further with the other thing, and yeah, by default you get 2000 minutes, what I have cross-checked. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I already added in my in my video. So yeah, here it gives you the information that per month you will get 2000 minutes and the storage of 500 MB, which you can redeem. That's the whole in short about the CI/CD and a demo for it. Even if you have a pro version, you don't get much difference. So yeah, free version would be sufficient for a learning journey. Moving towards the next slide, which is yours. Oops. Yeah. Attack surface management. What do you understand? What do you know about attack surface management? I'll just give you an overall broader view for the specific thing. Attack surface, basically an organization have different possible attack endpoints. There could be from external, that could be from internal, from physical, from whatnot, right? And everything considering a specific organization, those endpoints which can be attacked are considered as attack surface management, or the information about the entities which can be attacked are known as attack surface management. That's the whole and short information that I can give you. For an example, here I've given a particular picture that, okay, what are the things which can be achieved in order to get inside this house, what are the components used by an organization. Let's say there are some CCTV cameras, there are some locks, there are some smart systems, someone sitting on one phase where another one is not. What are the components which are working during the night time? What are the components working with the daytime? So on and so forth. That's just an overall information about it. Of course, this is what AI generated. I haven't created on my own. But yeah, this give you a broader idea about the same. Everything which is related to everything or in terms of information, every information for an organization entry points is what we can say as a attack surface management. What I particular think of, let's say, give you some more example. A particular organization uses thousands of domains, top level domains or apex domain. That is what we can say a part of attack surface management for an organization, which can be attacked by a particular hacker, attacker, or threat actor. Another thing, the exposed IP address. A laptop which they already give to their employees, or the network shares, whatnot. There could be n number of things which we will going to learn just up next slide. There are two components basically within even the attack surface management. First one is external, second one is internal, but there is no first and second as such. But yeah, there are two components. First, which is external, means everything related to externally exposed assets. This can be also include the public IP address which they own, the domain, top level domain, apex domain, subdomain of those domains which are exposed over internet. Usually those are external vulnerabilities. Of course, that does not mean just only assets. The vulnerability residing on those assets would be also part of attack surface management. Public repository, even if the organization uses GitHub, they create, let's say, by somehow for some reason they created a public repository hosting their sensitive information, secrets, whatnot, is also part of their attack surface management. Cloud services, if they are using AWS, Azure, and whatnot over internet. Remote access point, if there is any VPN which they have exposed over internet that can allow an attacker, threat actor to get inside that organization. Mobile apps, IoT devices, and etc. So basically any assets or vulnerabilities that could be attacked from the external perspective are considered to be external attack surface management list. With the internal term, it means everything which is only accessible for internet, like servers, that could be web application servers, internal application server, database server, file server, SCCM server, and whatnot. Workstation, the users or employees, laptop, desktop, mobile devices, or IoT devices which are being used by the organization itself. Network infrastructure, routers, switches, IDS, IPS, firewalls, VPN gateways, whatnot, internal crowd services if they are already using, etc. Everything which is only accessible from internal or an internal attacker can achieve is what considered to be internal attack surface management. A management of the different attack surface is overall, I can say, an umbrella which is called as ASM. So remember, two components, external and internal, for the attack surface management. And using CI/CD, we can actually narrow down everything to automate. We can even do certain internal based testing. We can also do external based testing with just help of CI/CD. All we need to do is create some automation workflow. You can use AI, GPT, whatnot in order to get some references, ideas, and so-called things, and you can just deploy. So next time when you do want to achieve that thing, it will be easier for you. Let's take some external attacks of his management into a consideration with the practical manner. Due to the time string, I have just kept everything as short as possible. Now I'll not gonna go by starting writing everything and doing things. I'll just start with the predefined, pre-created workflow for the same. So here, very basic workflow it is. What it is doing, it is reverse whois workflow, which is defined. What we're gonna do, it will take input ips.txt, and input ip.txt will going to have a list of IP address. So let's pause it for a moment to give you some overall idea. Let's consider that you are working for a consulting company and you got a target that you need to scan those external IPs. Then what are the different scan engines you will gonna use? Every time you will going to perform it through various tools manually, but you can actually create a workflow. So next time when you have a different client, it will be easier, right? Similarly, let's say you are working for a single, not a consulting, for a single organization, and you are just working for something like a purple teaming. Then you can define your own workflow dedicated for that organization, and all you need to do is run it one more time whenever they ask you to redo the same type of assessment. Let's say they want to know what are the exposed IP address over internet that belongs to my organization, your organization, whatnot, and that can be automated. I'm just giving you a broader picture of how useful and fruitful this could be. That's being said, what it is doing, it will going to run on Ubuntu latest because those are externally hosted. For external something, we'll not gonna worry about accessibility. What we're gonna do, it will going to first check out the repository. Sorry, there was some issue. Let me move it ahead. Come on, yeah, that's supposed to be fair point. Here, what we're gonna do, it will going to check out the code. It will going to install the Golang. Why I'm using Golang? Of course, to advertise my tool, which is Task Ninja. And there are some pre-created workflows, and you can use Task Ninja along with CI/CD in order to achieve something very easy to manage thing like that. So Task Ninja will going to split your task into so damn good fast speed capability, and it's kind of a framework that you can use. So then it will going to install Task Ninja. What Task Ninja? Everything I've already defined in this. It's recently updated, not so long. So I'm actively trying to update. I'll just check the version, which version you want for the Task Ninja, and based on what you can install that specific version. Whatever the tool you want, you can just specify this. Of course, this is another action which I've already explained earlier. This action will going to do setup go, basically install Golang for you, and based on the version that you define. Then it will going to install Task Ninja, run that specific tool, which is Task Ninja, with the whatever the argument it requires. So right now I'm giving a no banner, which is nb-ws based on the workflow name you want to supply, and the workflows are saved inside workflow / whatever the workflow name it is. -detail will going to give you a detailed output and not the lesser one. So let me what's wrong? Come on. Yeah, looks like I've just pressed something wrong. Yeah, moving towards the workflow. What exactly inside that ipwhois.yaml? So basically that ipwhois.yaml is a workflow created for Task Ninja. The use case is pretty simple. You need to provide a list. I've already hard coded that list here, which is input / ips.txt. So you can, if you don't want that to be here, you can just place it somewhere inside your code base or the GitHub workflow. This is Task Ninja workflow, not the GitHub workflow, remember. And if you want to explore further for the Task Ninja, navigate to that Task Ninja GitHub repo. There are 2 videos dedicatedly created to give you an overall idea. The task for the Task Ninja is a dynamic, means it will going to loop through every lines of the file specified. So here I've specified file which is input/ips.txt. It will loop through it, and based on number of threads, it will going to run parallel container. Here there are 10 containers will going to be running parallel. It will just supply, let's say, it will just going to pass on -h with the particular reverse Swiss, let's say, side, which allows you to give you that information. And -v will going to be a value for an IP address which you want to supply. So let's say if we have 127.0.0.1, it will going to be replaced with this dynamic file. So each line will going to be replaced here, and the output will going to be saved inside default hive out and output.txt. The next, what we're going to do, it will going to get all the output here and put it into a single file. Basically here 10 different IP address would be there inside the ips.txt. Basically there are 10 IP address. Parallel, it will going to run 10 different Docker containers, and whatever the output, it will going to be merged in the result workflow or a result task. Inside the workflow, I call it as task. So that's being said, let's give a short look further. It will going to run the Task Ninja. It will going to copy that result. So basically by default, Task Ninja uses Hive as a default shared location across. So Hive result output.txt is what does contain all the output, all the, let's say, merged output. It will going to put it inside result/ipwhiz.txt. The next, it will going to upload it here, upload it with upload artifact action. As I mentioned earlier, actions are the one which allows you to have certain activities to be predefined. And then it will going to push the same way that we have already seen earlier. So what I'll do, let's try to execute. I've already executed actually, just to save our own time. Let's have a quick look. So first, setting up a job means getting all the required things, components and whatnot, permission things. Taking out the repository will going to clone the repository. Installing Go will going to install the Golang version. Install Task Ninja will going to install Task Ninja in that specific operating system. Run Task Ninja will going to run that specific tool, and whatever the output as I have specified detail, it give you the whole information. Parallelly, what it did was it ran all 10 tasks together. If there are 20, then of course first it will start with first 10 and then it will move towards the next 10. And the whole output is being saved with this path, as you see, hive/result output.txt. And let's move further with the copy result. It will going to copy that specific hive result output.txt into results and output.txt. Of course, I'm creating one directory here with the results name so that it can be saved, and then it uploads those artifacts, pushes results towards the GitHub, and that's all. That's pretty much straightforward. Then yeah, okay, I've executed whatever the result I want to be posted over GitHub, so that I can either get it downloaded, or I can even get it from the artifacts. Yeah, artifacts are the one which I mentioned, temporary storage, whereas repository storage are different. When you use upload artifacts, it will use those temporary storage, which has probably 30 days of time frame for deletion. You can come back to this workflow and click on that to download, or else you can put it inside the GitHub repository itself. So you'll see that result contains iphost.txt, and it has all the information. Let's say the AS number, IP address, BGP prefix, CC, registry allocated, and whatnot. The, of course, organization name. And based on what you can identify what are the component from my organization and what are not. Looks like I have to move back to that slide. Something went wrong. It's supposed to be here. And that's the whole and short information that I would like to give you here based on discover and scan public IP. You can also scan it further, so you can take out this IP address component. You can scan it with various tools and map whatnot. You can filter out those results based on, let's say, your organization. You're working for, let's say, Tesla. You can search for the Tesla itself, and if you find Tesla, then yeah, you can mark it for you. Mark it. It's not market. So yeah, just a quick pronunciation fix. That's being said, let's move towards another workflow that I have created. Remember, I have done a lot work here, but everything I cannot include here. I want you to explore it further. I'm just giving you an overall idea for such tasks. So the second workflow here are related to subdomain discovery. What you're gonna do, of course, the job name, it will going to be run on Ubuntu latest, means GitHub hosted. I no need to worry about my own my own infrastructure. Everything will be managed by GitHub itself, because those are the external. When it comes to external, I won't be caring about from which machine I'll try to scan, which machine I'll try to perform certain action. But when it comes to internal, I have to be very careful, because it's supposed to be accessible, right? So yeah, it will install that Golang. It will install the Task Ninja tool. Through the Task Ninja tool, it will going to run passive subdomains.yaml workflow. What this passive subdomains.yaml workflow will gonna doing? Of course, it will going to scan the passive it will going to get the subdomains from the passive engine. I'll give you a quick information about passive. Passive are the one means I'll going to query certain let's say subdomains to a particular service, which will not going to inform the actual owner that yeah, those specific guys try to check for subdomains from you. Means that the owner will not going to be acknowledged when we do the active one. They will going to get to know that someone tried to query subdomains for that specific top level domain, because they will actively get a log. But when it comes to passive, we will try to do scanning or identifying or discovering through different service owners, different services, or let's say other websites, not the actual domain itself, which can be false, which can be right. We never know. Moving further, let's see what are the component for the passive subdomains. Here first, it has the input list, which is apex.txt, and currently apex.txt has only one single top level domain name. You can have multiple, of course, that will not gonna be a blocker. This specific workflow is also found on my external repository, which is Task Ninja workflow. First, it will going to get it from GIDC subdomain, one of the Docker container I've created for it. Subdomain Center is another site from where we can get the free asset finder, find domain, Vita subdomain, and subfinder. There are some more which are, let's say, kind of a paid, not paid actually, but that requires a license key, or that requires authentication kind of a thing. Like a CHAOS and GitHub subdomain. GitHub subdomains require you to provide the GitHub username and password, and CHAOS require CHAOS API key. So if you have that, you can just uncomment that out, and it's supposed to be fine. You can also specify those keys over the variables list. Here it will going to merge everything. Just remember to uncomment those tools in case you want to achieve it. And then the result will going to be having everything saved inside output.txt. Let's see how the actual it worked for us. So let's validate. Same as other, installing Go, installing Task Ninja, running a particular Task Ninja workflow. And this workflow will going to first pull out all the images required. Then it will going to start. Yeah, pull out all the images required, and it will going to start. Oops, what's wrong? Okay, looks like I pressed somewhere. Yeah. Here, with the start, it will going to first go with the GIDC and so on and so forth. Lastly, it will going to go to get the result saved inside hive result output.txt. The copy result will going to copy the result into desired location, and upload tool output will going to upload it to the artifacts. Artifacts are the temporary storage, whereas when you push it, it will going to be permanent into your code base in your repository itself. So let's see what are the results saved by that specific workflow. Navigating by results, passive subdomains.txt, and here we go. We have a lot subdomains identified with just a passive things, no active things at all. There are almost 1200 somewhat, as I remember. Let's scroll down. Let's wait for the scroll down, of course. Those are the videos. 1273, that's a huge number, right? And we have 1273 number from a single domain. So imagine. I hope that you get an overall idea how you can and what you can achieve from this specific thing. Task Ninja also have this specific workflow exposed. So in case you would like to give it a try, just navigate to Task Ninja -workflow. And here we go. Workflows, not workflow. Here you'll find in the discovery, go for the subdomains, and inside subdomains there it is one cert asset subdomain and another one is passive subdomains. With the passive, you will find this exact workflow as it is. There might be some changes with the result tab or the last part of it, but those are the minor changes with the file name. Let's say instead of result.txt, it will going to be output.txt, like that. When you do give it a try, you'll get to know about this, but yeah, I just wanted to highlight it quickly. That's something for the subdomain. Let's try to move further. What else? Let's say we identified IP address, we found a particular domain was a targeted, we tried to perform subdomain discovery. Now we will going to find the web application. Of course, you can find other things. You can do nmap scan, you can do n number of scan. That's not a blocker at all. Here what I'm doing, I'm just exploring the web application. What are the web application out of it? What it does everything similar. The name of the workflow, it will going to get the result. Remember here, whenever something pushes to this passive subdomains, you can have a different name. Let's say a merged domain or something from active as well as passive, and that file can be used to check. So someone pushes into this specific thing, a specific file, then it will going to be automatically triggered. Then it will going to do a workflow dispatch. It will going to use Ubuntu latest. Workflow dispatch means basically you have option to run this specific workflow manually without any trigger. So yeah, checking out the repository, installing Golang, installing the Task Ninja, and once Task Ninja is installed, you need to run that specific workflow. Nothing different, only few lines might be changed, and that's all. Copying results, uploading artifacts, pushing the code. Let's see what are the web discovery component. Here, of course, this is Task Ninja workflow. This workflow is also exposed over internet. It will use a specific list which I hard coded. It will use this specific user agent. I've excluded some of the ports from the actual one because it was taking too much time for me for those 1200 subdomains. So I removed it. I just kept ATN443, but feel free to add in case you want to explore. DSL is, to be honest, very amazing component which are provided by every project discovery tool. Every project discovery tool has this DSL query, which can be used to remove, filter, or add a specific specific type of result. So let's say what I'm checking here, if body contain purchase this domain is for sale, buy this domain type of a result, then just exclude it. Of course, it was not required for the specific task. I just gave you for a quick overview that in case if you find something, just exclude. I don't want that to be included at all. It will going to run HTTPX, and I'm using the official image from HTTPX. It uses dynamic execution, means parallelly 10 thread So 10 Docker container will going to be running. So at the same time, 10 subdomains will going to be scanned through this automation. Timeout will be 10-second. Port are the defined port which are specified. It will retry for it twice. It will be silent with no color and using this specific DSL. The output will going to be saved inside default hive out and output.txt. Next, it will going to merge every result into a unique output file. Let's see how it did in the actual execution. Web app discovery, let's try to see the result. Of course, artifacts also has that result as well as the GitHub repository. Artifacts are the temporary storage which will going to be removed. It took almost 33 minutes, 14 seconds for this specific task because they were huge list, honestly, quite huge. Let's see what are the results for the web app. There are almost 524 number of websites identified from that 1200 subdomains, identified subdomains. I hope that this gives you an overall information about what are the things you can achieve in terms of external. But this doesn't limit you only for external. You can do the internal attack surface management as well. So let's say you have a role of something that you need to identify all the network shares, or you need to do iPort scan, you need to do certain things. All you need to do is create a workflow, add your machine through which you will going to perform those activity to that specific repository, create those workflow and run those workflow. And the next time if they ask you, all you need to do is click on that run button and it will be automatically achieved. Or for the next organization as well, if you want to do, all you need to do is copy the code, put it into new repository, add a new new runner and run that activity. This will save a lot time of you, a lot to be honest. Here I've created one of the workflow which is for the port scanning itself, and that will use for scanning a particular services. Along with, I'm also kind of not parsing, kind of parsing the results with another workflow which you'll see right here, which is a nmap parser that I'm gonna explain in a bit. So let's move further. The name itself is nmap port scanner. It will going to use internal ips.txt, of course. Those IPs, internal IPs. This specific IP address is something for in my own local environment, and it uses this self-hosted, means the machine which I've used for adding it. I've used that basically. It will first going to do the checkout code, performing nmap through the Task Ninja. Here I haven't installed Task Ninja because it was already installed. As I have checked out the code, every code data would be there. So workflow port scanner.yaml would be also part of it. It will going to copy the result to, let's say, a specific file path, which is result/nmap. Upload it as an artifact in case you want to get a one-click saved button thing. Let's say you want to get it downloaded locally, and that's it. Let's have a quick look for the action, how the nmap port scanner worked. Here, it's pretty straightforward. Only one IP was there. It didn't took much time, and yeah, for self-hosted you don't have time limits here. But there is a time limits of 6 hours for each task. So if you believe that your task will going to take more than 6 hours, then just avoid. Try to avoid as avoid means try not to include it, or try to split the load. Use the matrix, use the other component, but not use a specific job to be taking 6 hours, because there is a limit from GitHub itself that you cannot add more than 6 hours. And you need to remember this. Here with the result, if I navigate to nmap, out, XML, GNmap, and nmap based output are there. Now XML are the easier for parsing, and for that I'm using another workflow, which is nmap parser, which will going to take those XML. If something modified in that XML folder, it will going to perform this. The same activity, nothing different, running, installing, and nmap parser workflow is there, which is also exposed, which I have already publicly released. Then if you don't find, then just do reach out to me. I'll give you a link for it. It will going to upload, push, and the commit always changes, remember. Now let's see how it worked. Here it is, what the result for it: IP address, state, port, and whatnot. So similar kind of you can create your own Python script, you can create your own bash script, you can create your own tooling and put it over the GitHub. Just have it somewhere in the code base and run it across. And as soon as you run it, you will get your execution through CD, continuous deployment, or part of the GitHub itself. I hope that this gives you the overall information about how and what can be achieved. Of course, we have less time in which we cannot have everything mentioned here, right? So for internal, I just limited with just a port scan and making it a beautified version of it. Moving towards the next, what else you can do, achieve from this specific thing. Malware development is number one thing that I'm planning for my future use cases here. So let's say you have GitHub hosted containers that also include some of the compilers. What all you need to do is put your shell code into a specific path, and based on your shell code, it will automatically compile it with the various executable format. Let's say exe, elf, macro, and whatnot. It cannot automatically sign your code if you have something like a leaked signer, leaked sign, or I can say leaked certificate. Then you can sign your Trojan with that certificate. If you have something like a cloning kind of a sign thing, then yeah, you can also use that. You can obfuscate your code. You can convert your malware. Let's say you have your mimikatz. You want to obfuscate your mimikatz. You have a PowerShell script. You want to obfuscate that PowerShell script, but you don't want to do it manually every time. You can have those workflows. You can have those GitHub services to be used in order to achieve that type of thing. Another thing, APK analysis. APK analysis, let's say static analysis, you always may be trying to do a decompilation, finding for some things, identifying, getting, and whatnot. So everything can be achieved with that. All you need to do, upload your APK in a specific drive. As soon as the directory has the particular changes, what it will want to do, it will run those parallel container, parallel execution, and it will going to achieve it. Vulnerability discovery is one of the best. SaaS is what it is designed for, of course. Means if as soon as you push your code changes, it will going to do verification if there is any sensitive files, sensitive directories, sensitive keywords, or something like that. Or else if there is any vulnerability, you can create your own. Let's say you want to identify if there is any XSS vulnerability.
I need to make it a little bit shorter, this video, because of the timing. We really need to continue with the next talk, else we have a little timing issue. So if you want to watch this video at the end, I will record every session that has been done today, and you can always watch it back later. So you can watch this full entire video later when I have uploaded it to the YouTube channel. But for now, I want to give my thanks to Mr. Robot for this amazing talk. You can reach out to him by send a message on Telegram. He is available there if you have any question. For now, let's go to a quick 4 minutes break, and then the next speaker will be ready. So thank you, and see you in 4 minutes. Hello guys, we are back with the next session waiting. The next session will be the digital coin game by Moise. Uh, yeah, I hope you will all have an amazing session. I hope you all will enjoy it, and yeah, I wish you all a lot of fun. So here is our next speaker.
Hey guys, my name is Moise, and welcome to the session where we're going to be talking about the digital con, that is social engineering. So before we actually start, I would like to thank the organizers for putting it all together and providing this platform. So again, who am I? So my name is Moez. I'm a pen tester. I have the CA certification, and I am interested in offensive security and coding. And I have also created some tools. Some of them are listed over here. And yeah, that's basically it. If you guys have any doubts, if you want to get in touch, you can contact me at on my email address that's provided over here, and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. So this is gonna be our agenda for today. We're gonna be talking about the topic and about social engineering, like what it is and why is it still relevant in 2024. We're going to be talking about the different attack types, what all attacks are occurring nowadays, what exactly is phishing, the different tools that are used for phishing. I'm going to be listing out a few of them. We're going to be talking about some technical stuff, the infrastructure that is used for phishing, and lastly, we'll discuss some defense strategies on how to be safe from such attacks, how to prevent such attacks in your organization or in your personal life. So what's social engineering? So traditionally, hackers exploited system vulnerabilities to perform malicious activities. Social engineering exploits human beings to perform these activities. So this is a manipulation technique that is used by cyber criminals where they try to trick you into revealing sensitive information. They may urge you to perform certain actions that may harm you later on. And these are normally they are sent through emails, SMSs, or through voice channels. They could call you or send you a voice note, etc. This entire process of social engineering contains 4 phases. Footprinting, which is the phase where you gather as much information as possible about the target. The interaction phase. So this phase involves interacting with the victim, gaining trust. Exploitation is the third phase, which includes exploiting victims. And lastly, we have clearing the tracks, where we erase all the evidences and leave no proof. So why is it still relevant? So social engineering continues to thrive in 2024 because at its core, it exploits the most unpredictable part of any security system, that is human beings. The weakest link in cybersecurity are human beings. We are emotional, curious, and trusting by nature. So these traits, while generally are positive, can be exploited to make someone act against their better judgment. Now imagine receiving an email from what looks like your bank saying that your account has been compromised. You must act now or you lose all your money. So in such an event, even the best of us might click on the link that's provided by them or do the things that they're asking us to do. So yeah, that is why it is still being talked about. And especially in 2024, the situation has become even more challenging because of the advancement in technology and Hackers can now use AI tools basically to generate highly convincing phishing emails that are free from any spelling mistakes, design flaws, or formatting errors. And they can also do it in seconds. So this level of perfection makes it nearly impossible to spot any fraud communication at a glance. You'll have to take your time, take a step back, and properly inspect each and everything to find out if whether it's real or it's fake. Cybersecurity systems may evolve, but as long as people are part of the equation, social engineering will always remain relevant. Next up, we have psychology behind social engineering. So hackers succeed not because they're better than us or smarter than us. They succeed because they understand how we think and act. They know how to manipulate emotions and behaviors to get the reaction they want. Right? So they mainly focus on these three traits. Right? They first start off with our emotions. As we are likely to make irrational choices when we are highly emotional. For example, we might feel afraid or angry when receiving a text that our debit card has been used to purchase something, right? We might feel happy, curious, or excited when we receive gifts or a pop-up saying that we have won a lottery. They might create a sense of urgency. So most of the time they are made to sound, these phishing messages are made to sound urgent. They make them sound like something bad might happen if the action is not performed. And the last thing that they target is trust. So they exploit trust by impersonating reliable source. They impersonate banks, government agencies, or even our colleagues by using typo-squatted domains. So typo-squatted domains, for those of you all that don't know, these are lookalike domains. They look like the original domain, but they have slight changes in them. So, for example, here we see Amazon, right? So over here, the real domain spells out as AMAZON, but a typo-squatted domain of this company would look like AMAZ0N. So they would replace O with 0, which would make it hard to distinguish between the real and the fake ones. So here's an example of a phishing attempt, right? It poses as Amazon, so it exploits the trust. We look at this and we assume that this is a real message. It congratulates us and it tells us that we have won a $1,000 gift card. So this heightens our emotion. This makes us excited. This makes us happy that yeah, we have won something. And lastly, it gives us a timer that you've only got 2 minutes 51 seconds to answer the following questions, else you lose your gift card. So this creates a sense of urgency. So we are more likely to do this, to accept whatever's going on over here, to answer the questions in this case, because we are not thinking rationally, right? So yeah, next I want to just share about a recent case that happened with my aunt. She was my aunt, she runs a small business, a small cake business, right? And she recently started her own Instagram account where she posted about her businesses, and she wanted to basically grow her business through Instagram. So a few days back, she received an SMS that looked like it was from Instagram, and the SMS informed her that some suspicious activity were being performed from her account. So Instagram would immediately terminate her account. So they basically provided her a link that she would have to fill in a few security questions if she wanted to cancel the termination. So she isn't that aware about the phishing tactics and the things that are going on. So she clicked on the link and she logged in. Once she logged in, she was redirected to another page where she was asked to fill in a few basic security questions like her name, her age, address, date of birth. And before there was a submit button at the bottom of the page, and just above it, there was a message that she would be logged out of her account after she had submitted this for security purpose. So once she hit on the submit button, she was redirected to the home page. What happened is she was entering all her credentials into a phishing site, right? She got to know about this later on, but she basically gave her credentials to a phishing site, and when she clicked on submit, she was redirected back onto the real one. Now, how she came to know that she was being scammed is a few hours later, she received an OTP and that someone was trying to log into her account. This is when she realized that she had fallen for a scam and she immediately changed her password. So OTP, two-factor authentication, was the only reason why she was saved from the attack, or else she would have lost her account. And as for the attackers, they could have bypassed the two-factor authentication altogether if they had used something like Evil Gen NX or SIM swapping to steal the session cookies, or to reroute the messages sent over to her number onto their own SIMs. So yeah. Now let's talk about various types of social engineering attacks that are prevalent today and their underlying motives, and how advancement in technology, particularly AI, have amplified their effectiveness. So first we have SMS spoofing. This involves altering the sender information on a text message to make it sound as if it's coming from a trusted source. So sender ID is the small name that appears on the top that shows that who has sent this message. So attackers use this technique to deceive individuals into divulging their personal information or clicking on malicious links. So for instance, scammers might impersonate a bank and send messages that prompts the recipients to verify account details, thereby harvesting their information. SMS spoofing is something that people do not expect. Usually they think that they would receive a false or a scamming message through an email or through some other social media platform. So this is why SMS spoofing is one of the most used attacks and one of the most successful attacks in 2024. Next, we have phishing. So phishing remains a dominant threat in 2024, where attackers send fraud emails or messages to steal sensitive information. These emails are often impersonate legitimate organization, urging recipients to click on links or download attachments. They are typically sent in bulk, and the reason why they're sent in bulk in an organization is because they just want one person to fall for the scam for the entire thing to be successful. And a recent report by Checkpoint revealed that Microsoft and Google are the major brands that are susceptible to being spoofed to execute phishing attacks. In the first quarter of 2024, Microsoft accounted for over 38% of all the attempts that were made against a brand for stealing someone's credentials, that were phishing attempts, making it the top target, and it was closely followed by Google after that. Next up, we have QR phishing. So this has recently gained popularity over the years due to the lack of awareness among the employees. So over here, the attackers embed malicious URLs within QR codes. Now, when these QR codes are scanned, they redirect the victims to a fake web page that are designed to steal the credentials or install a malware or a keylogger, etc. Now, on these work because mostly these attacks are performed are targeted towards mobile users, and on mobile devices, once you open the browser, you do not actually pay attention to the URL, or you aren't able to verify the source that easily. Next, we have malware. So malware refers to any software that is designed to cause damage to our computers, servers, or a network. This includes viruses, worms, trojans, ransomwares, and spywares. Now, attackers use these malware to steal data and to monitor user activity. Another a recent case of malware attack was that in June 2024, in this year's June, the Kalen ransomware group attacked and compromised the data of almost 1 million patients of London hospitals. And these attackers were able to publish their private information about these patients. This information include things like their medical conditions, their name, addresses, and STDs. Now, advancements in artificial intelligence have significantly enhanced the sophistication and effectiveness of social engineering attacks. AI, first of all, we've all known about deepfakes and AI generated content. So AI enables the creation of these deepfakes, which are highly realistic but fake audio and video content. Attackers can fabricate convincing impersonations of individuals, making scams much more believable. So in 2024, deepfakes of Elon Musk were used in fraud schemes, which convinced some victims to invest in a fake cryptocurrency opportunity. So these AI-generated videos looked and sounded like the real Elon Musk, but they led to a significant financial loss among the susceptible individuals that had fallen prey for these attacks. Another example of a deepfake is over here. So the left one is the real photo of President Barack Obama, but the right one is something that is created artificially using artificial intelligence. So this just shows that how difficult it is to find the differences between the two, and this is something that we cannot actually differentiate at a glance. And this is why it is much more easy to fall prey to such attacks in this day and age. Now, AI can also be used to develop polymorphic malwares that are code that evade detection by traditional security systems. Now, this makes it challenging for antivirus programs to identify and neutralize these threats effectively. Now, here's an example. It is also used to create phishing emails, right? So you just need to do some reconnaissance on the target. You just need to find out a few basic information like the target name, where does he work, and etc. And you can just ask AI to craft an email for you and impersonating anyone. So here's a sample mail that was created for a user called Noor, right? And it basically says that they have detected some unusual activity and they want him to click on a link to verify his account. It also tells him that failure to complete this by 11:59 p.m. may result in the temporary suspension of your bank account. And the image on the right is a very simple code it is a very simple polymorphic code. So basically what this does is, first of all, these are three variables, right? And this code overall just opens this notepad.exe on a target system. Now let's talk about phishing. So this is one of the largest and the most persistent threat on the internet today. Now, despite advancements in security technologies, phishing remains an incredibly effective tactic, primarily because it preys on our trust. Now, what is phishing? So, phishing is a type of attack where attackers impersonate someone or something you trust to trick you into performing certain actions. Now, these actions can include clicking on a malicious link or providing sensitive information. So, for example, you might receive an email that appears to be from your bank asking you to reset your password. This email contains a link that takes you to a fake web page designed to steal your credentials. Now, there are different types of phishing attacks. Some of them are whaling, where you target high-profile individuals like executives or CEOs. Next, we have spear phishing, where these are personalized attacks that are aimed towards a specific individual or towards a specific group. Next, we have credential harvesting. So these are most commonly used, like these are fake login pages, fake web pages that are used to steal your credentials. Next, we have infectious media. So using these spread using USB drives or using images or any other media files. And then we have QR code phishing. This is also known as quishing, and I've spoken about this. Here we embed malicious URLs in QR codes, tricking users into scanning them. We also have smishing. So SMS phishing involves sending fraud SMS messages to trick victims into providing sensitive information. This is what happened with my aunt. So an example could be that someone sends a link saying that your account has been locked, you need to click here to verify. And the sender could be something like Google or Instagram or Facebook. Now, there are some tools available for smishing. The tools that are there for smishing are restricted in certain zones, so not all of us might be able to access them, but for those of us that can, yeah, y'all can check them out. So there's a tool called Octopush. Yeah, there's a tool called Octopush. There's a site called Octopush, which is an SMS gateway service that allows users to change the sender ID. It is paid, but it allows us to change the sender ID. So basically, you can impersonate any organization and send messages on anyone's behalf. The number will be ours only, but just the sender ID, the name that the person receives, will change. There are other services as well, like Twilio or Nexmo, but all of these features may vary depending on your country. Now, there are three approaches to phishing. So phishing typically falls under one of these categories. First is action-based, where you steal something valuable directly, like you ask someone to enter the credit card information. Next, we have exploit-based, where we gain code execution on the victim server or pivot further. This is done by typically forwarding malware or making them click on a link that downloads some files onto their system and runs it on the background. Lastly, we have credential-based phishing, which is capturing login credentials by redirecting the victims to phishing sites that mimic the legitimate ones. Now, credential-based phishing usually has a flow where there's a hook and there's a trail out. So a hook is a link that leads the user to a phishing site. So that's like the main link and the message. And the trail out is the part where after stealing the credentials, the phishing site redirects the user back to the legitimate one. So making the attack much less suspicious. Next, let us talk about emails. So before we actually get into emails for phishing, let us see how emails work. So emails, this is how an email is sent. So if this is a sender, this is a receiver. A sender will use a MUA, a mail user agent, which is the email client like Outlook or Gmail, to send an email over to this. Alright, so this person sends an email. So the mail user agent will send an email. The email will be forwarded onto an email server, right? The email server will communicate with other email servers until it finds the destination email server, this email server used by the receiver. And this entire part is done using MTA, mail transfer agents. So these transfer emails between the servers, and it works on SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. Lastly, the destination email server will use something called as MDA, Mail Delivery Agent, to send the email into the receiver's inbox. Now, the spoofing part of email, wherein that is mostly used in phishing, where people try to impersonate some legitimate site. They try to spoof some other site's domain, is done in this part. So the spoofing part is done between when the sender's email reaches the first email server and before it reaches the target's email server. This part is where the spoofing occurs. Now I'm gonna show you a simple. I'm gonna give you a simple demonstration on email spoofing. So let me just start my attack box. So for the demonstration, I'm going to be using Mailhawk. This is a tool that you all can use to recreate this. So I'm just accessing the inbox, my inbox. What was the port? All right, 8025. So this is my inbox where I'll be receiving my email. This also has its own SMTP server, right? So I can explain the things that I showed earlier over here. I'll be able to explain this part to you, like how the email is spoofed. So let me just connect to my SMTP server and then I'll send an email. So telnet localhost 1025. Great. Now I'm just gonna send a hello message to a website that I want to impersonate. So I want to impersonate tesla.com. Right, I received a hello back from the SMTP server. Next, I'll write who am I. So mail from. So I am Elon Musk at tesla.com. Alright, so the sender has been set. Next, I'll add the recipient. So RCPT2. I'll give my own email address, resume@gmail.com. Now I'll send the data. So the contents, the things that I actually want to send. So to Elon Musk @tesla.com from from Elon. It should be from my bad. Let me try that again. So hello tesla.com. I want to send this mail from Elon Musk @tesla.com. I'm going to send it to this guy. The data that I want to send is first of all to right, and from field again. And I'll provide a subject. You need to check this out. The body. What's up? And to mark the end, I'll just add a dot. So the email has been sent. So I'll go over to my interface and I can see an email that has been received from Elon Musk. Wait, did I write Elon Musk @gmail? Okay. So I'll explain why I got this and why I didn't get this, right? So as you can see, I have received an email from Elon Musk @gmail.com. Alright, saying you need to check this out, and whatever I typed over here in my body was shown over here. if I check the source of this, I'll see that it has come from Elon Musk @ right? I have received this from Tesla.com. So the server that I sent hello to was used to send this, right? And the return path, this shows the actual domain that the actual email that was sending this email, right? So why was I only getting this? Why was I only getting this, and why wasn't I being showed this particular email? So to understand this, we need to know about two things: email content and email envelope. So this entire thing, the thing inside data, whatever sent inside data, is something called as email content. So this is what you usually see when an email is sent over to you. This includes the sender, the recipient, the subject, and the body, right? Now, what you see over here when I click on source is the email envelope. This involves metadata, routing information, and other hidden information that are critical for the delivery. So basically, whenever an attacker tries to spoof an email, they will mess with the envelope, right? Whenever an attacker tries to spoof an email, they will mess with the envelope, right? They will route the message using a domain that they control. So the email content is crafted as though it is crafted so that it appears as though it is coming from a trusted source. So if you look at this email, it will seem as though this was my mistake. I wrote Elon Musk @ gmail.com. I should have written that over here, and Elon Musk @ tesla.com should be written over here. But I hope you get the point. Basically, this is the email body, this is the email content. So as a normal user, you're just gonna look at this and you're gonna think that, okay, I got received a mail from Elon Musk @ let's just assume this is tesla.com, right? Let's just assume that I wrote Elon Musk @ tesla.com over here. So you're gonna think that I received an email from this, and whatever was written over there, I'll just blindly follow because I trust Elon Musk, right? I'm assuming that this is a legitimate email. But if I look into the source, I'll find out that this was actually sent from someone else, right? This should have been Elon Musk @ gmail.com. Again, I should have written this mail over here and this mail over here. So this is the original email. This email belongs to a domain that I control, right? And the body, the content contains the email that I want to spoof. So yeah, this was basics of email spoofing. This was a very generalized way. This was just to explain you the entire process of spoofing. I just wanted to explain you how emails are spoofed once they reach the email server, right? In real world, this entire process is much more sophisticated. Right, now let us talk about some security protocols that have been in place to prevent email spoofing. So let's start with SPF. So SPF stands for Sender Policy Framework, and it allows domain owners to specify which servers are authorized to send emails on their behalf. So basically how it works is when the sender publishes an SPF record, so how it works is first the sender will publish an SPF record with the DNS server, right? Now when an email is sent, the receiver server checks the SPF record and verifies if the source that is sending this email, is it authorized to send email from this domain? If it is authorized, then it will be sent over to the recipient's inbox. If it is not authorized, then it will either be blocked or it will be sent over to the spam folder. There's a site called one second, I'll just show it to you guys. So there's a site called openspf.org where you can learn more about SPF. Come on. Yeah. So this is a site that you can go through, and it contains a lot of information if you want to know more about SPF. Up next, let's talk about another protocol, DKIM. So DKIM stands for Domain Keys Identified Mail, and it uses public key cryptography to sign the outgoing mails. So how it works is there are two keys, public key and private key. The public key is given to the DNS server, and the private key is kept with the receiver. Now, whenever the private key is kept with the sender. Now, whenever the sender sends an email, it signs it with a private key that belongs to that particular domain. Now, when the receiver receives this private key, this signed email, it performs a DKIM check on a DKIM lookup on the DNS server, and it tries to match the public key with the private key that has signed the email. Now, if this thing matches, the email is forwarded to the inbox of that recipient. If it does not match, it is sent over to the spam folder. Lastly, we have DMARC. DMARC stands for Domain-Based Message Authentication, Reporting and Conformance. So it ties SPF and DKIM together, and it provides a policy framework for handling spoofed emails. So how it works is basically you have a DMARC policy where email is either delivered marked as spam or are rejected based on certain conditions. So when a sender publishes a sender record in a DNS, they usually set all these rules. They basically configure these rules. And whenever a particular domain is used to send an email to a receiver, to a target, the receiver will first check the sender's SPF and DKIM. Right. Now, based on the results of this and what all is configured in the DMARC, further actions will be taken. A website that can be used to perform DMARC lookup again is easydmarc.com. Tools and DMARC lookup. Yeah. This site can be used to perform DMARC lookup. So organizations that do not have DMARC record, basically you can spoof their domains, the domains for email addresses, if these do not have DMARC record. So the record status shows valid, which means it has a DMARC record. But if I enter some domain that does not have a DMARC record, it will show something like the status is invalid. So if the status is invalid, you can basically you can use their domain to send fake emails. You can impersonate an employee from their own domain. Now let's talk about some tools that can be used for social engineering. Right, the right tools can significantly enhance the success of any attack. So here are some of the most popular tools used by attackers and occasionally by ethical hackers to simulate and analyze social engineering campaigns. So first up, we have GoFish. This is an open source phishing simulation platform that is widely used by for security awareness training and testing. It is very user friendly and it provides a graphical user interface. It provides a GUI interface. It provides a GUI platform, making it very good for training employees and for recognizing phishing attempts. Some features of GoFish are that you can create and manage custom phishing campaigns. You can build realistic phishing emails using built-in templates or custom HTMLs, and you can analyze results with detailed reports. So once you sign in, you'll get a dashboard where you can view all your reports from various phishing campaigns. Next is the Social Engineering Toolkit. This is perhaps one of the most popular framework out there, and it is designed explicitly for pen testers and social engineering. Some capabilities of said toolkit is spear phishing emails, credential harvesting, website cloning, and payload generation. So spear phishing email is when you craft targeted phishing emails with payloads. Credential harvesting is when you host fake login web pages and they're used to capture credentials. Website cloning is when you clone a legitimate looking website right? So let me see if I can actually demonstrate this thing to you guys. Cool. So this is the interface of set toolkit, right? It's already inbuilt in Kali Linux. All you have to do is type in set toolkit and it will run, right? You've got, so let us just perform a simple credential harvesting attack, right? So I'll just type social engineering attacks first, one. Next, I want to perform a website based attack, right? So website attack vectors. Next, I want to harvest credentials from the target, right? So I'll press on 3. What I want to do, I can either use the inbuilt website templates that are in there, or I can use the site cloner feature to clone a particular login page. So let us try and clone a login page. Let's see if this has a login page. Sign in. Cool. Let us try and clone, or Google login page. Alright, I'm looking for a URL that's much simpler. Twitter login page, which is now X. Let us try building this login page. So I'll click on 2 because I want to clone a particular website, right? This is my own IP address, right? This is the IP address of my local machine. You can check it over here, 192.168.1.16. So it has automatically taken that. If you own a VPS, if you have another server running, you can add that IP address over here. Next, what URL do you want to clone? So I'll just add the Facebook URL. Cool. So it is, by default, it is running on port 80, right? So let us just access it. HTTP localhost. There you have it. I'm in India, so I'm getting a Hindi page over here, but you'll get, yeah, there you have it. We have successfully cloned the Facebook login page. It also has inbuilt. Right. I'll show you another thing. Let me enter the credentials and I'll show you how the credentials are captured over here. So this time I'll use the inbuilt template that's already there in it. Let me use the Google template, right? So now it is cloning google.com's login page. Let me refresh this. Sorry, local HTTP localhost. I have my Google Forms login page, right? You'll see that someone has accessed this. Right, I'll type a random email and a password that you can't see as of yet. Right, it has redirected me onto the legitimate Google website, right? So I'll just think of it like it is a glitch or something. But if I come over here, see, it has successfully captured my email and my password. Right. So one way you could be safe from such attacks would be to use password managers, because if you have a password manager, it will automatically autofill the credentials for you if the site is original, if the site is real. If it is fake, it will not even prompt, it will not even give you an option of choosing what credentials you want to enter. Right, so that makes it much more simple. Cool. So let's move on to the next tool. So EvilGenX is an advanced phishing tool that is used for man-in-the-middle attacks, and it allows the attackers to bypass multi-factor authentication. So how it works is EvilGenX will basically set up a reverse proxy between the victim and the legitimate website. Right, so it will sit in the middle, and whatever credentials the victim will provide will first be captured by this, and it will be sent over to the legitimate website. Once the website has authenticated the user, it usually provides a cookie, session cookie. So this tool is also designed to capture this session cookie, which helps hackers bypass the two-factor authentication altogether. So if the hacker has a session cookie, they can directly log in as that user and perform session hijacking, just making the two-factor authentication completely ineffective. It is usually used to target high-value accounts where MFA is in place. Some more tools are MaskFish, which is used to mask phishing URLs, and NGRock, which is a tunneling service that makes internal servers accessible over the internet. Right. So I just showed you an example where I used my own system. So if I start a phishing page and I host it on my own system, if I have a VPS, it won't be a problem. I can share it with anyone over the internet. But if I have my own system, I won't be able to share it. If I am using a private network, I won't be able to share it over the internet. NGRock basically allows me to share stuff that is in my private network over the internet by forwarding it to a public domain that is owned by them. So this is the domain ngRock/free.app. Alright, so what it is, these tools are often used in conjunction with Set Toolkit and EvilGenX to make the entire phishing campaign even more effective. So over here, I have done three things. I first of all started a phishing site using Set Toolkit, right? I did a credential harvesting attack. Next, this site was running on port 80, right, on my local host. Next, I started NGRock and started port forwarding on port 80. So all the traffic that comes to this domain that belongs to NGRock will be forwarded onto this particular port. So my own port where I have hosted the phishing site. Lastly, I could use something like MaskFish to mask this entire URL. So I can either use websites like tinyURL or short URL to shorten these URLs, or I could use, let me just show you guys how it works. So for example, I'll select 3, credential harvesting. I'll use a web template. I want this IP here, and I want a Google web page. Yeah, I'm almost done. Next, what I can do is I'll just show you guys how to use NGRock. So I already have the phishing site running on port 80. What I can do is NGRock HTTP. So HTTP is the service that I want to redirect, that I want to traffic. And lastly, I have to specify the port which I want to redirect. So this will first of all try and start a session, right? And once this has been connected, I will receive a URL that can be accessed by anyone over the internet to access this phishing page. I won't access this URL because this is the second account that I'm making. They have made strict policies and often just ban the accounts that use this service for phishing. So I won't be actually using it I won't actually access that account because I don't want to get banned. This was the second account that I built. Yeah, just now let's just move on to some technical stuff. So when it comes to executing phishing attacks, the technical setup plays a very critical role. So let's just break it down in short, right? So what a typical phishing infrastructure includes is a domain name, right? A domain name that is registered by the attacker and the attacker has full control over it, and it typically looks like a real one. So you see, this is an example of a typo squatted domain. So this AMAZ, this is 0 instead of O. Next, it contains SSL TLS certificates. So adding HTTPS with a valid certificate makes the phishing site appear more credible, because people are usually trained to look for signs such as HTTP instead of HTTPS, or spelling errors or design flaws, etc. Next, email server and accounts. So email server is either set up manually or registered through an SMTP provider to send phishing emails. And services like Mailgun or SendGrid can be used to improve email deliverabilities. DNS records are also used that attackers configure. For example, SPF, DKIM, and DMARC that I had mentioned earlier. These are used to improve email deliverabilities and ensure that the phishing emails actually land in the inbox rather than the spam folders. Now, these records help mimic the behavior of legitimate email domains. And lastly, they own a web server which is required to host the phishing page. So as I mentioned earlier, you cannot actually share a phishing page that's hosted locally. You need to have some sort of server online over the internet. So attackers often use VPS hosting or tunneling services to make sites accessible to the public. So secure web gateways, this is something that has been designed to stop internet threats before they enter the organization's network altogether. So this is like a firewall that monitors various things and just works on some rules, and it basically detects, it looks for malware detection, it scans URLs and file types. It performs SSL inspection and many such things like DLP, that is data loss prevention, to prevent attacks. So is this the ultimate weapon? Is this what you need to completely stay safe from phishing attacks? So the answer is no. These aren't foolproof. So these fails because they only have a limited scope, right? So SWGs are only used to analyze network traffic. They are blind to web application and user interactions and browser extensions. They also have a lot of unmonitored channels, right? And lastly, we can perform payload smuggling. So you can actually smuggle the payload in parts so that the gateway isn't, the SWG isn't able to recognize that this is a payload or this is something that would harm the PC. So if you want to know more about this, there's a website called browser.security. You all can visit this website and know more about this topic. This website also contains examples. So I'll just show it to you guys, quickly show it to you guys. It's there over here only. Right. So these are different ways how you can bypass SWG. So as I said earlier, you could do a lot of things, right? So one cool way of performing phishing attacks is to use the canvas engine. So here you do not actually use any HTML, you do not use any body or form tag at all to create a phishing page. You simply use the canvas tag to create basically an image of the page, and you'll use JavaScript to actually take the input and to make it functional. So if you look at the source code of this page, it won't contain any form field. It will only contain canvas field. So the canvas tag is being used to render this entire page, and this entire, the input part and whatever is being done when I click on sign in is all being handled by JavaScript. So yeah, this site contains some cool ways to bypass web gateways. Moving on, future trends for phishing. So attackers are constantly innovating more and more clever ways of exploiting humans, right? So we can see AI-driven phishing, right? AIs can be used to craft highly personalized phishing emails or even perform voice-based phishing calls. AI generated contents can ensure perfect grammar, tone, and context, making the detection harder. Deepfake integrations can be done, creating convincing fake videos or audios to impersonate someone. Advanced delivery mechanisms can be used, right, leveraging encrypted communication channels or decentralized networks for payload delivery. And lastly, attackers could exploit the browser itself. There could be a vulnerability in the browser that could be exploited to run the phishing campaigns directly from the legitimate looking tabs. Alright, so lastly, defensive measures. What all things can you do to combat these evolving threats? Individuals and organizations should consider the following strategies. So advanced security solutions should be implemented that utilizes AI to detect and respond to threats in real time. So AI-driven defenses can identify anomalies and patterns indicative of sophisticated attacks. Then there should regularly be education programs and trainings for employees to recognize and respond to social engineering attempts. Awareness programs should be updated to address the latest AI-driven attack vectors. Multi-factor authentication, of course, should be used to provide an extra layer of security and to make it more difficult for attackers to gain unauthorized access, even if the attack credentials are compromised. Also, regular security audits should be conducted to identify vulnerabilities and implement necessary improvements. So thank you. Thank you for your time and attention. Feel free to reach out to me on my mail if you have any doubts regarding anything. I'll try to answer your questions as soon as possible. So yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, thank you for the amazing talk. As being said by the speaker, if there are any questions that you want to ask, then now is the time to place the question in the chat on YouTube, Twitch, or X, Twitter, how you call it. Let's give them 1 minute to.
Okay, buddy, I'm done.
Yeah, let's give them 1 minute to perhaps write their question down if they have any. Let's see. I don't see any questions so far. Let me see. You can still ask any questions if you have any question about phishing, which is a very relevant topic nowadays. Many companies do phishing simulations. I don't see any question popping up so far, so I think it's clear for everyone. So I want warm and big applause for our speaker, as he did his best with the talk. It was an amazing talk. Then I will see you all in about 5 minutes for the last speaker of this conference. And yeah, I hope to see you all in 5 minutes. Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope you are all ready for the finishing talk of this conference. We have the last speaker already waiting, as you can see on the screen, Docker to the security. So we have a Docker presentation. So I hope you will all enjoy it. It's the last speaker who will give you some fireworks for home. So I hope you enjoy it, and I wish you all a lot of fun, and I will give the word to the last speaker.
Great, thanks. Thanks for having me. Great to be here. So I was scratching my head of what I could give as a talk, and work got in the way. So I thought this talk would still be relevant. It's one I had in my back pocket, and I still view Docker as a very, very, very useful tool. It's a tool that I use a lot, so I wanted to share this with others, and give others a oversight of why I find Docker so useful, what Docker is about for those who aren't familiar with it, as well as how you can actually use it from a security perspective to help you and teams. So just quickly diving into a little bit about myself. So I'm active on the likes of, well, that shouldn't be Bird anymore, but X or whatever you want to call it, Blue Sky. I try stream. I'm not streaming as much as I should, and I want to, but there are still randomly stream now and then. A member of OWASP, or actually co-leader of OWASP Scotland, and yeah, try to be as active in the community as possible. So that's just a bit about myself. So what is Docker? What does it mean? All that. So one of the things you need to get your head around when using Docker is the containerization. And for me, it took initially I just viewed Docker. Oh, it's just another VM, and I quickly learned that's something do not say to people who know a lot about Docker and containers, because they will immediately say, no, it's not a VM, in a kind of harsh term, as they did to me. But it is an important distinction to call out, because there are differences, and there can be fundamental differences. So if you assume that it's a VM, you can make mistakes, especially from a security point of view, but it also kind of can cause other issues down the line. But at the same time, by understanding it's not a VM, you get some of the other benefits of a non-VM, and we can delve into those in a bit. So containerization effectively builds upon the Unix principle of things like namespaces, process isolation, and file system isolation. So it kind of has this notion that you can have the same operating system running, but with different parts or isolated parts to their operating system. And I'm not going to go into all of these details here, but the important thing to remember is that most of the fundamental parts of operating system, so your processing, your file system, your networking, leveraging Unix, you can isolate those from one another. And that's effectively the cornerstone of containerization, and how it leverages that in order to deliver what it does. There's a book by No Starch Press, I forgot what it's called. I'm just trying to look around my room and see if I could find the book. But if you search No Starch Press and Docker, No Starch Press and Kubernetes, that book is a very, very, very in-depth overview of containerization, and the different levels and features of the Unix file operating system that allows for that. So it's all very well and good, but how does it actually differ to a VM? Now, if you have a look here, so you can see, starting at the bottom, you obviously need hardware to run it. That's the same. But then it kind of starts differentiating there. So if you're following from the bottom up, containers leverage the operating system kernel of the system that's running. And that's a big difference. And that's probably the key difference when you're talking about a container versus a VM. A VM, you have your kind of host operating system, and then a hypervisor, and then it runs as a kind of self-isolated machine, and it has a different operating system and all of that kind of stuff. A container, on the other hand, leverages and uses the kernel, the underlying kernel of the host system. And now, many of you might go, aha, Sean, but you can run Docker on Windows, and you can also run Docker on Mac. Well, those kind of use, to my understanding, use like a virtualized version of the OS kernel. So that's where you use things like Docker Desktop to do that. But yeah, that's the key thing. And then you have the container engine that manages it. There are different flavors of it, Docker being the most common in terms of containers. Those are the key differences. And then a VM, everything's virtualized. It's running in its entirely self-isolated kind of bubble. And that's different because the interactions with the lower level kernel and operating system, there's some nuances there. Again, read that book that I recommended. They go into far more detail, and I know far more about this than I do, and that can provide very helpful. So, as I said, it's not a VM, right? And it's a very difficult concept to get around. So what I say initially is, think of it like a VM. At least for myself, I found this helpful just to get over that initial hurdle. And as you get over that initial hurdle and start working your way with it and using it more, then you'll start understanding more that it's not a VM, and you'll understand kind of what that means. And yeah, it's just helpful initially, but still remember at the back of your head that it is not a VM. So how, that's all great, but where do we use this? So I mentioned Docker. There are other key technologies out there that leverage this in containers. One of them is OpenShift. It's done by Red Hat, if I believe. Could be wrong. And the other is Kubernetes. This was a project started off by Google. It's now with the cloud. I forgot the name, but it's a kind of more community-driven structure around Kubernetes. And Kubernetes, along with Docker, is probably the most widely utilized containerized instances today. Now, the really cool thing is, why would you want to do all this? Well, firstly, you can do things by multiple times. So take an example of spin up a web server, right? If you want to spin up a web server 100 times, and you did it the old way, spin up a VM or a physical server, and you have to run the same command over and over again, maybe bash script, whatever. You get the point that you have to do a sequence of steps over and over and over. Well, you can now write a single Docker file, and once you've built it, you can run it as many times as you want. It's going to do the same thing over and over and over. It's also version controlled. So if you do a sequence of steps and you want to, I don't know, change something, or you find a bug, or you maybe want to update it or get a new version or whatever, you just modify the file and rebuild it, and you get the new version there, and you can attach different versions to Docker images, which I'll show you in a bit. It's great for open source, so it's helped push open source, and a lot of the stuff, the Docker files, which we'll cover in a bit, lets you see what actually is happening, what's what are the commands that are being run in order to generate that specific container image. And it's simple to run. It's literally a command line that you use to run maybe 2 command lines that you can use to spin up really complicated systems. And tied to that, it is a quick startup. So I'll go over an example later of starting up an entire application that has multiple parts to it, and it's literally a one-line command that you can use to start up this. And yeah, I don't know how you get quicker than that. And the other thing about this is it's ephemeral and it's standard or predictable. So every time you spin it up, you know you're going to have the same states every time you spin it up. So this makes it a lot easier to manage, understand, troubleshoot, so on and so forth, and also helps for predictability. And the last one, second to last one, it's relatively simple to learn. So if you know Linux and Unix commands, it's easy to pick up Docker. Really, it's just doing the same Linux commands, but learning the syntax of the Docker file. It's really, really simple to understand. And then easy to redeploy. So as you'll see in a bit, you can just provide the same Docker file or Docker images, and you can give it out. And someone doesn't even have to understand all the complexities. They can just go put it out there. And this easy to redeploy is a really big key point of Kubernetes, where you get scalability. Because it's so easy to redeploy, you can scale up and down, and that helps with based on demand and helps keep a performance system. All right. So Docker is available, as I mentioned, on pretty much all the OSs. So available on Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. On Windows, you can include in or integrate it with WSL. I'll show you in a bit what that looks like. But an important thing to call out here, Docker Desktop is not free. So on Linux, you have the Docker CLI, which is readily available on things like Ubuntu and that. That's not a problem. But as soon as you install the desktop version of Docker, it's free for personal use only. So if you're using a work environment and that, you have to get a license. And the general rule is if you're using on Windows and Mac OS, you kind of need the desktop version. So just bear that in mind if you are using it. Certainly if you're using it for your own personal research and that, it generally shouldn't be a problem there. All right, so enough about explaining different containers and all these kinds of things. Let's go into what is a Docker file and what is Docker all about. So Docker files is basically the set of commands that are used to generate a Docker image. So in the Docker world, you have a image that then is run to form a instance. Think of it like, I'm going old school here, like a CD or something like that, or ASO or whatever, where you form the ASO and then you run it, put in your CD tray or mount it or whatever. So Docker file is basically building that ASO, and then when you run the Docker file, the image, it'll spin it up into a container, running container. So just quickly going through the syntax here. So from Docker, images are layered, so you can build upon it on top of each other. So the from is saying what image you want to build it from, and generally there's kind of base level type images that you would start off. So things like an Nginx container or Python container or image. Sorry, even Ubuntu. Red Hat, I don't know if Red Hat has, but certainly Ubuntu has a base image. So you can build that as a starting point, and then you start building on top of that. So that's another really cool thing you can build upon in layered approaches. The next command down there is a copy command. So you're basically saying copy the content from that directory that is local on the system and put it in that image in that directory. A bit more complicated one, and this one I took from a vulnerability proof of concept exploit that I wrote. That you can see it's a bit more complicated, and this is other commands that you can then use to build a bit more complicated images. This one I think was forgot it was around one of the Java libraries, which one it was exactly. But basically doing bundling that proof of concept into a image that then other people could just simply run and exploit that image if they wanted. Exploit the vulnerability in using that image. So those are two examples there of Docker images or Docker files that are then used to build Docker images. But how do you actually build the Docker image? Well, the first thing you want to do is do a build. So as the first command there says, build, the -t is the template. So you want to give your kind of image name a name, so that template, and then the dots is where the Docker file is located, generally in the same directory. And then you can run that image. So you do a Docker run -name, give a name to the container that spins up. -d means detached, so that it just runs it in the background. And then you bind it to port. So -p is binding it to port. So I always get this mixed up. I think it's the first port is on the host system, your main system, and then the second is whatever the port is in the container. I always get those two mixed up, so it could be the wrong way around, but I'm certain that's that way. And then the tag name that you want, the tag name of the image that you want to run. And then what that will do is basically spin up a web server, build the web server, and then spin it up. As I mentioned, a large portion of Docker is Kubernetes. So Kubernetes is really, really taking over. I've certainly seen personally from a product development perspective how it's changed things. It's great. It's changed the way development teams, deployments, and that you can really, really, really get things like CI/CD working really well because you can have rapid deployments, microservices, the whole shebang. But it's not without its faults. There are some things that you need to consider. It is more complicated. You have another set of technology that you have to have security around and make sure that you've got all the right controls and all of that kind of thing. Docker Compose is a really, really cool technology. You wouldn't really run full-blown production systems in this, but it is really cool for running maybe a service that you and your team might want to use or something that you want to do locally. So think of it as a way of running multiple containers in a kind of same set of function. I've got an example in a bit where I'll show you what that kind of looks like and what that means. Here's an example here using a tool called DFDs. Which is open source OS project. And with this, you can actually spin up a full-blown server. In the example, I'll show you spin up an OpenCTR, which is a little bit more complicated. But as part of this Docker Compose script here, you'll have the API of the Docker dependency track, the front end, as well as the database, all running, and it just takes one command to do all of that, which is pretty cool. All right, so I will now try switch and see. Hopefully it'll work. If not, please let me know. Some examples of using Docker, kind of real world examples. So the first one I'm going to do is just, as I mentioned, the basic HTTP server. So if I come in here and I go into simple and I am just going to do a build just to show you what it's like. So we build that. So oh, sorry, I got to go out here. So the -f, you can specify where the Docker file is. I got it slightly wrong. The data is where you build in context of where you're building it to. So when you do a build and you don't specify the -f, it'll look in the current directory. And some things that it's doing here, so it's downloading the image. So if we come to the Docker file, it's downloading this image and then building upon it. So you'll see it's building that and then it's copying to that. So now, if we come and run this, all right, so it should be running there. With Visual Studio Code, you can also get this cool plugin that will then allow you to actually look in the running container and see all the files, stop and start it, and see all the images that you have. But in order to show you, if I come here to local host, didn't work. There we go. There's an example there. So this is the example file. I mean, it's nothing special, but it's a standard HTTP server that's running. And you saw how quickly it was to set that up. So imagine now you have to set that up on the server, you'd have to spin up the server, you have to install Nginx, you'd have to set up the Nginx config, get the static content, and so on and so forth. All takes time. So you can also pull the images. So I created one here. In the next example, I'm actually going to just pull it rather than build it. So in this case, I'm going to pull this. Oh. I'm going to pull that. And okay. Oh, and damn it. I'm not going to go into details now of what this is. It seems my account's locked. I don't know why that is. So with Docker repositories, you can have public images, and then you can also lock it down and it's private. Mine must be private for some reason. So you need to do a login, and I'm not going to go through that hassle now. But I'll just build it. But all I will do is pull down the image, and then you can run it from there. Essentially doing what that's doing there. All right, so now we can run this, and this here is an example how you can use Docker as a tool for security, especially if you want to use other teams. So what it's doing is it's running. I have to run in the background. What's going on? Why is it not running? Oh, put the D here. There we go. So I'm running in the background. It kind of took context away there. So if I now do curl minus x trace, the B. So you can actually see we now have trace enabled on that Nginx instance. And you can use this as a kind of education tool. So trying to show what trace means rather than having to spin up a whole web server. You can spin up a Docker container, configure it, and then dish it out. Imagine this was a server with a vulnerability in. You can then again just spin that server up with that vulnerability in, say cross-site scripting or whatever, and use it as a demonstration to your teams or individuals of how you exploit it. And that, as I said, because it's ephemeral, you can kill it, restart again, and it'll be in the exact same state, which is pretty cool. So what I'm going to do is stop that. A lot of the stopping starting you can also do via the command line. I don't know the commands offhand, so I'm going to avoid doing that. A really, really common thing that's starting to grow is running security tools using Docker images, like even standalone tools. Now, the nice thing about this and why you would want to do that is then you don't have to worry about any of the dependencies. Do you have to have this package installed in this package? If it's running as a container, then it's all self-contained. All the dependencies are already within there, so you just run essentially one command. So in this case, it's going to run test SSL. I do this here. And this is really, 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 really useful if you want other teams to run these tools. So now, instead of saying, yeah, you're going to install this and you're going to do this, do this, you make the image available and say, this is the command that you run. Those teams don't have to worry about any of the other complexities that they need to install, whatever packages and all that kind of stuff. And you can kind of customize it as well. So you can build like wrapper scripts or anything like that. So you can really fine tune it to your organization or team's needs. So in this case, I'm just going to run test SSL against Google. So instead of having to download this tool and store, I don't know how many packages in that, you can see now I'm running this and it's actually running the tool itself. I think this is probably, certainly in my case, as someone that's in a security team that works with development teams, and that this is really helpful, and it just makes it easier for other teams. And you can also abstract the complexities of running some of these tools, as I said, by like providing a wrapper script. All right, so that one is almost done. All right, well, I'll let that do its thing there. So, as I mentioned, Docker Compose is really, really helpful and really useful. So what I'm going to do is come in here and just briefly show you some of the Docker Compose stuff. So it's all based off YAML, and you essentially spin up like different services as such. And each service can be one or more container images. So specify the image. You can mount volumes. So what that means is you have a local volume on the, let's call it host system, to a volume on the container that's running. So that will allow files to persist. And then you can have different ports. You can also set up kind of resource limits on these containers. And as you can see, this one is quite complicated. It has things like Elasticsearch, MinIO, RabbitMQ. So you can imagine how difficult this would be to kind of spin this instance up and how much time it would take, where I just copy this file and I run it locally by one command and it'll do all of its thing. And you can configure things like the different passwords and all that kind of stuff. Within the password, you can point it to your environment variables that you can have set locally. And yeah, set up different ports. You can have images relying on other images or services, sorry. So this relies on the OpenCTR service, which is up here. So that's going to be running instead of there. And you can also specify like restarts kind of strategies. It's really cool. So if we come here, Docker Compose up, we'll then bring it up. Now you can run it in -d, which is detached, same as Docker run, or if you don't specify -d, which I won't, you can see it's spinning up things. It's not pulling down all the packages or images because I already ran this. it'll take a while for it to do that. So I ran it before, and now you can see it's like doing its thing, starting them up, doing all the things that it needs to do, and let that spin up. So let's see. It's doing its thing. Takes a bit of time to spin up. And these, you'll see some of the things dying and restarting. That's all part of the restart strategy. So if it's not up, it'll try again and try again and try again. And this means you can have a lot of flexibility with Docker Compose. And this is essentially how I run security tools these days, is via Docker Compose, rather than having to spend hours and hours configuring servers. I've also found the benefit that if I ever need to rebuild a server, it's just literally nuke the kind of container and volumes and spin it up again. It's so much easier when it starts. OpenCTR takes forever to go. To make sure. Mad. I think I know what it is. It's also not on. It's on port 8080. Would help. But there we go. You can see there's OpenCTR when it's loaded. There we go. You can see it. I haven't set up accounts in that, so but you can see it's now running, and then you can log in and that. And behind the scenes, it's got all sorts of things as showed you, like a database, MQ. It's quite complicated. So again, taking the complexity away when you want to stand up a service. And then if you're not running detach, you just hit Control-C and it'll stop the containers. If you're running detach mode, you can just do Docker Compose down, and that will stop the running containers. And then the last one that I had here was kind of the example one that I showed. So you have this proof of concept Expo code that I wrote in this one here. You can pull it down. I don't have the code locally, but the point is you can then build this code and then run the proof of concept. And when you do that, you can then obviously run it and then actually throw exploits or payloads at that system and use it to test and do some research. So when vulnerabilities come out, you can spin up your own instance, throw whatever you want at it. And again, because it's ephemeral, if something breaks, stop the container, start up again, and you effectively got a brand new clean instance, which is pretty cool, especially when you want to experiment and you might break things and that. And as I showed on this side, you can actually go in and view the different containers when they're running, see on the file system, you'll be able to modify it. And then if you want to just revert back, stop the container and restart again. It's that simple, which is where I think a lot of value comes in from the Docker side, providing tools as well as research. So coming to an end, going through that. All these are available on this GitHub repository, as well as these set of slides. So you're welcome to those. Have fun, do whatever you want to with them. I'm by no means attached to them, so experiment. I certainly see Docker as a very, very valuable tool. It's helped me a lot, saved me so much time, and made my life so much easier. And hopefully it'll help you, and you can have fun, especially researching, breaking things in a kind of safe manner without worrying of breaking it and having to restart the build again and that kind of thing. And that's it. Just wondering if there are any questions.
Well, thank you for the amazing talk and the amazing topic about Docker. So there are two questions, I believe. Let me see. Here I have the first one. Yeah, would you prefer OpenShift for security / red teaming?
So, sorry, just trying to understand the question there. If you build OpenShift for...
Yeah, will you prefer to use OpenShift when you are doing a red team engagement or for security purpose?
Oh, okay. I've actually not really used OpenShift, to be honest. I think, and I certainly don't think you would use it. Maybe there are teams out there have used it. I don't know. I've certainly not seen anyone use it. So the things like with OpenShift and Kubernetes, they're very complicated. So that will make trying to set up a testing environment and a red teaming environment a bit more complicated. I could see there's merit in if it's probably a larger project or longer project, or even a tool set that you want to develop. Docker would be more beneficial for quite like those quick hit and run type things, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's a very interesting thought, and I think there could be merit in it. Yeah. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, I think it does. Okay, he's asking another question. Is Docker faster than VMware?
Sorry, I didn't quite understand that.
If is Docker faster for usage for when you compare it to, for example, VMware or VirtualBox?
Faster. Sorry, I apologize. It's faster. That's again a good question. It's a difficult one to say because virtualization has got into a point where it's really, 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 really good. And essentially, containers are just leveraging the underlying OS, so that they're not really virtualizing any of the hardware per se. So personally, I've not noticed much of a difference in terms of performance-wise of it. The speed of Docker will be like where I said you spin up a web server that you want to do things and very quickly rather than having to spin up a whole new VM, get the install. Sure, you could do snapshots and that, but that even takes a whole bunch of time to snapshot something, run the commands and that. Docker, you do a quick Docker file, especially if you're talking about a web server. Docker file, use an existing image, and that makes it really, really quick. But the actual performance-wise, I don't know the exact details. It's a good question, though.
I think it answers the question. He has no follow-up questions in it. Yeah, if there are any questions from the people who are watching, then now is the chance to ask questions. So he's thanking you for the answer.
You're welcome. I hope it helps. It's something that I recommend people play with and see what they think.
I cannot agree more with that. Just play with it and experience on your own, then you can see how powerful it is.
Exactly.
Let me see. I think there are no more questions, so I think we are going to wrapping up for this. I want to thank you, for doing this last session today, for your time and for the amazing talk.
Welcome.
I want a big applause from the viewers also towards you for the amazing talk. There's a 1 minute or 2 minute break, then I will come online to wrap this conference up, to say some last words before we shut down for today. So let's go to the break and see you all in 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, guys, I'm going to finish this for today. The last talk has just been finished. The conference is done, or at least it's done with the talks. The CTF you can still do. You can still play the CTF till Monday night. Till Monday night you can download the OVA files, and after Monday night the download links will be removed. You have till 31 of December to submit and write up how you solve the challenge with, of course, the flag or flags, because there are 5 flags that you need to collect. We have amazing prizes to give away to the top 5 players who win. We have alternate security active directory voucher. We have multiple 0-point security from Rostamos vouchers to give away. We have 0 to automated vouchers for lifetime access to give away. And we have a couple of mobile hacking lab vouchers for exam to do the exam. So there are a lot of rewards still available for you to claim if you are top 5 CTF player. I wish you all good luck with the CTF if you are thinking, let's do it, or if you're going to do it tomorrow or with Christmas, I don't know. It's up to you. I want to thank you all for attending this conference, for being here, for viewing it, for participating in the conference, and I hope to see you all with 2025. And I think all I need to say for now is wish you all happy days with Christmas. Wish you all a new year, and I hope to see you all healthy and well in 2025. And let's hope for a better year 2025. And of course, be safe and be happy. So thank you all for watching, and I hope you all enjoyed it. And see you all in 2025. So bye bye, everyone.